Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good afternoon and welcome to the William G. McGowan Theater here at the National Archives. I'm David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States, and I'm pleased you could join us for this afternoon's talk, whether you're here in the theater or joining us on Facebook or YouTube. Before we hear from today's speaker, I'd like to tell you about two other programs coming up soon here in the McGowan Theater. This week, from February 5th to the 9th, we'll be hosting the 16th Annual Showcase of Academy Award nominated documentaries and short subjects. From Wednesday through Sunday, we'll show the nominated films in 4 categories: documentary feature, documentary short subject, live action short film, and animated short. Once again, this event has proven to be very popular and most of the screenings are at capacity. However, if you'd like to be put on the wait list, please go to the National Archives Foundation website, archivesfoundation.org. Walk-ins will be admitted 15 minutes before the start time, depending upon available seats. And on Wednesday, February 12th at noon, Craig Fairman will be here to tell us about his new book, Author-in-Chief, The Untold Story of Our Presidents and the Books They Wrote, and share his insights about the presidents through their literary works. To keep informed about these and other events throughout the year, check our website, archives.gov, or sign up at the table outside the theater to get email updates. Another way to get more involved with the National Archives is to become a member of the National Archives Foundation. The foundation supports the work of the agency, especially our education and outreach programs. And check out their website, archivesfoundation.org, to learn more about them. Even those of us who believe we have at least passing knowledge of significant events of our past can come across stories that still shock and amaze us. The events described in David Zucchino's new book make up such a story. In Wilmington's Lies, Zucchino brings a lost history to the surface. When one hears what happened in Wilmington in November 1898, the first reaction is, how did I not know about this? After disrupting an election, armed men swept through the city and killed at least 60 people. Over the next few months, more than 2,000 African Americans fled and never returned to their homes. White supremacists took over the local government, and a city that had had a burgeoning African American middle class, whose members were active participants in civic life, was changed forever. In a recent NPR interview, David Zucchino called what happened in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898 America's first and only armed overthrow of a legally elected government. He added that it was not a race riot, it was a coup, and it was premeditated. The facts of the story need no embellishment. In the New York Times, reviewer Eddie Gauld said, Zucchino's moral judgment stands at a distance. He simply describes what happened and the lies told to justify it all. In short, he calls Wilmington's Lie a brilliant new book. David Zucchino is a contributing writer for the New York Times and a former national correspondent for the Los Angeles Times. Before moving to the LA Times, he worked for 20 years at the Philadelphia Inquirer as the bureau chief in Beirut, Nairobi, and Johannesburg. He was awarded the Pulitzer Prize in reporting for South Africa and is a four-time Pulitzer Prize finalist for coverage of Iraq, Lebanon, Africa, and inner city Philadelphia. He's the author of the books Thunder Run and Myth of the Welfare Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Zucchino.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. I was a little worried about the turnout today, first of all, with the nice weather, people recovering from the Super Bowl, the Iowa caucuses, and impeachment, but thank you. Here we are. I like to start out talks usually by asking people in the audience how many of you had ever heard about the events in this book before you came across the book. Quite a few. That's great. Educated audience. Usually when I go around, particularly around the country, I can't find anyone who's ever heard of it. Even in North Carolina, I can't find people who've heard of it. And I have to admit, I had never heard of this until about 20 years ago. And I went to high school and college in North Carolina and never heard once from a professor or a teacher about this event, and certainly didn't read it in the history books. I was a freshman many years ago at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and I was assigned to a dorm called Morrison Dorm. I had no idea who Morrison was. Somebody said he was a governor. Years later, as I'm researching this book, I find out he's a character in the book. He was one of the leading speakers during the white supremacy campaign of 1898 that led up to the coup and the massacre. When I went to football games on campus, I went to Kenan Stadium. Again, I didn't really know or care who Kenan was. While I'm researching this book, I find out he was William Buck Kenan. He was the commander of a gun crew that went through the city on the day of the coup, shooting down black men. When I graduated from journalism school, my first job was at the News and Observer newspaper, which is in the capital city in Raleigh. And it was founded by a man named Josephus Daniels. And while I worked at the paper, there were all these tributes to Josephus in the newsroom as this great journalist, and he was a diplomat. He had been Secretary of the Navy, this just wonderful crusading journalist. No one in the 5 years I worked there ever mentioned that he was the leader of the white supremacy campaign in 1898, led the propaganda campaign for it. In fact, today, if you go on the UNC campus, the student stores are named the Josephus Daniels Student Stores. According to the student newspaper, there are almost 30 buildings on the UNC campus that are named for white supremacists, and many of these people were active in this campaign in 1898. And I bring this up just to make the point that this really isn't ancient history. I mean, it's about right now. That legacy is alive right now on the campus of the University of North Carolina. And in fact, I realized as I was researching this book that this story has been following me around for most of my adult life, and I finally got around to writing it. Now, the people who have read this book, as David mentioned, have two reactions. One is, how could I possibly not know about this? And two, how could this happen in the United States of America? And my answer in the book is that this was really a forgotten and buried chapter, not only of North Carolina history, but of American history, that was really covered up and mischaracterized for more than a century. And these events happened at a time when white supremacy essentially went unchallenged right up to the White House, as you'll find if you read the book. I'll just give you a quick overview. David covered some of it of exactly what happened. In 1898, in November that year, white supremacists overthrew a multiracial government in the port city of Wilmington on the North Carolina coast, which at the time was the biggest city in North Carolina. They killed at least 60 black men and wounded dozens more. They burned down the black newspaper. They evicted city leaders at gunpoint. and they appointed themselves, the mob leaders, as mayor, police chief, sheriff, and city alderman. And they banished the black men they didn't kill, the black leaders, the lawyers and the doctors and the politicians. They put them on a banishment list along with white Republicans who had cooperated with black leadership. They marched them at gunpoint to the train station, put them on the train, and said, if you ever come back to Wilmington again, we will shoot you on sight. And not one of those people ever returned. Now you can imagine on the day of the coup and the massacre, what it must have been like for black families as their men are being shot down in the streets. Of course, they were terrified, and they just took off from their homes trying to flee these white gunmen. And they fled to the swamps and the forests around the city. Some of them went to a black cemetery, thinking maybe the white gunmen wouldn't come there. They spent 2 nights and 3 days out in the woods and the swamps and the cemetery. And this was November, and it was cold at night, and it had been raining. There were some contemporary accounts that mentioned that at least one black child died of exposure during this time. And after 3 days, they felt that possibly it was safe enough to return to their homes, just to have enough time to pack up their belongings and get out of town. And in the weeks and days and weeks after the coup and massacre, 2,100 black people fled Wilmington and never came back. For me, what's really hard to believe about this whole episode is that no one, not one person, was ever punished. No one was prosecuted, much less convicted for their role in 60 murders and a violent coup. It's also hard to believe that the white supremacists announced all of this way ahead of time, months ahead of time. They announced in public that they would overthrow, quote, what they called Negro rule by the ballot or the bullet or both. They said they were going to do it, and they did it while the whole country watched. Because they had announced this in the spring, summer, and fall of 1898, they actually called it the White Supremacy Campaign, if you can believe it. That was the name of it, in caps. Because they had announced it, it attracted attention from newspapers around the country. The New York Times, the Washington Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, the Washington Evening Star, the Baltimore Sun, papers from Savannah and Atlanta and Charlotte. Obviously, the News and Observer, the papers in Wilmington. This thing got incredible coverage. And now when these white correspondents from mainly from these northern papers would show up in Wilmington at the train station, the white supremacists would meet them and hand out cigars and whiskey and arrange for their lodging. But they also, to use a modern term, they embedded them with the white gunmen who had set up patrols. They had turned the city into an armed camp with armed white men patrolling day and night, and they had set up checkpoints. So what they did was take the white correspondents out and fill them with the narrative of the white supremacists, which was that blacks were ignorant, venal, corrupt. They weren't capable of voting, and they certainly weren't capable of running government, and they had to be removed.
That sounds mighty familiar. Sounds like a normal day on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And while I've got this thought, please make sure you hit the like button. As I just asked myself, today's show is about false piety. You can look at the title and tell that. Make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you happen to be new to it. Please also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my personal channel that I do the occasional video essay on. And this obviously is about the Wilmington, North Carolina coup. It was literally the only coup in American history, happened in 1898. And I've never read this book, but I know, a few of the details. And it is literally, for some reason or another, not very well known. Probably for obvious reasons.
Removed. And secondly, they told them that the blacks were stockpiling arms and were planning a black riot the day of the election and to take over Wilmington from the whites. And many of the newspapers, not all of them, they basically bought the narrative, and this is what they reported back to their readers in the North and the Northeast and in the Mid-Atlantic. So that was the story even before the coup and massacre that was presented to the public. And now for a century, what happened in Wilmington was called a race riot. It was not a race riot, it was a racial massacre. It was a planned murder spree. Wilmington really, I'm sorry, there have been many other so-called race riots, as you know, in our history in the late 19th century and in the early 20th century. And in many of these, it was a spontaneous outburst of white rage, often precipitated by allegations that a black man had raped a white woman. Wilmington was unique. It was a premeditated murder spree. It was planned in advance. It was not spontaneous at all. In fact, as David said earlier, it was the most successful permanent violent overthrow of an elected government in American history. There has never been anything like it before or since. People do ask me why Wilmington was such a threat to white supremacists. It was really a bold experiment for the time. Wilmington was really a rarity and an outlier for most southern cities at the time. For one thing, it had a black majority population. The black population was 56%. At that time, I believe New Orleans was 27% and Louisville was about 17%. But more importantly, they had a multiracial government, which was highly unusual at the time. You had black men in positions of power. In Wilmington, 10 of the 26 police officers were black. 3 of the 10 city aldermen were black. There were black magistrates, black lawyers and doctors. The county treasurer was black. The county jailer was black. The city coroner was black. And this was, as you can imagine, just intolerable to the white supremacists who were used to running things in Wilmington and in North Carolina. And they were not going to let it stand. Now, their main goal was not only to overthrow the multiracial government in Wilmington and to take back the state legislature. They had a much broader goal, and that was to prevent blacks ever again from voting and holding public office. And by those standards, what they accomplished was incredibly successful. In 1896, there were 126,000 registered black voters in North Carolina, 126,000. Just 6 years later, in 1902, the number was down to 6,000. So you can see how effective this was. And it actually went down from there. And in fact, blacks did not vote in any appreciable numbers in North Carolina for 70 more years, basically until after the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965. The coup also turned a black majority city into a white supremacist stronghold. As I said, in 1898, Wilmington was 56% black. Today, it's 18% black. As you can imagine, this was not a city where black people would be welcome. It was a very dangerous city for black people, and most of them fled who lived there, and very few were willing to move back in. In 1898, the United States of America had exactly one black member of Congress, just one. And he happened to be from North Carolina. His name was George Henry White. And he represented a district in southeastern North Carolina known as the Black Second, and it was adjacent to Wilmington, and he spent a lot of time in Wilmington. The white supremacists hounded him and his family. As a matter of fact, Josephus Daniels, the newspaper publisher in Raleigh, who called his newspaper the militant voice of white supremacy, actually used the N-word in an editorial and in news stories to describe Congressman White. And he finally was hounded so badly. They also really slandered his wife and his kids. He decided in 1900 that he wasn't going to run for re-election, and he gave a long, rueful interview to the New York Times, and he ended it by announcing that he was leaving and never coming back. And he said, "I cannot live in North Carolina and be treated like a man." After George Henry White left office in 1900, No black citizen served in Congress from North Carolina until 1992, almost a century later. And after those 3 black aldermen were evicted at gunpoint, no black citizen served on the Wilmington City Council until 1972, which wasn't that long ago. Now, the coup also installed white supremacy and Jim Crow as official state policy in North Carolina for almost 50 years. It also inspired white supremacists across the South. I'll give you one example. In 1906, there was a statewide election in Georgia, and the white supremacists there were trying to figure out a way to suppress the black vote and steal the election. So the first thing they did was consult the leaders of the Wilmington coup. And after this consultation, there was a man named Hoke Smith, a white supremacist who eventually ended up being elected governor in a stolen election. And his quote after meeting with the men from Wilmington was, quote, "We can handle the blacks the way they handled them in Wilmington, where the woods were black with their hanging carcasses." Now, the main weapon of the white supremacy campaign in North Carolina was a fake news campaign led by Josephus Daniels at the News and Observer, who planted phony stories about blacks to incite whites to attack blacks and intimidate them and keep them from voting. In 1898, though, almost a quarter of white voters were illiterate. So Daniels solved that problem by hiring a political cartoonist. And then he wrote and designed under Daniels' direction some incredibly racist cartoons. There's some of them reprinted in the book, but they were very effective in getting across the tenets of white supremacy to illiterate whites. It was very, very effective. I'd like to read just a brief passage in the book that describes Josephus Daniels and the other white newspapers and their white supremacy propaganda campaign. More than a century before sophisticated fake news attacks targeted social media websites, Daniels' manipulation of white readers through phony or misleading newspaper stories was perhaps the most daring and effective disinformation campaign of the era. The most sensational stories focused on what Daniels and other Democrats claimed was the, quote, black beast rapist. As a native of the South, Daniels understood implicitly the sexual insecurities of many white Southern males. Already emasculated by Union troops who had occupied their towns, they risked further shame if black men were elevated to something approaching equality. A black man who could vote or hold public office was a man who might, by their logic, become a rival for the affections of white women. With each cartoon and with each provocative article in the summer of 1898, Daniels pitted blacks against whites. The day was coming, Daniels wrote in the News and Observer, when white men, quote, will take the law in their own hands and by organized force make the Negroes behave themselves, end quote.
Sounds like black
A race
fatigue.
war was inevitable. Quote, a clash is surely coming between the races, Daniels assured his readers, quote, and in such clashes, the white race is always victorious. Now, white supremacists had their fake news.
Yeah, I want to point out that this there's going to be a race war thing has literally been a trope throughout American history. And so today, you know, when I say that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, that's pretty much, this is a good example.
News, but they also had their own militia. And these were called red shirts, and they were basically white vigilantes. It was an outgrowth of the Klan. And in fact, many members of the red shirts were sons, grandsons, and nephews of Klansmen. And their job during the summer and fall of 1898 was to suppress the black vote. And what they would do was ride out at night into the Cape Fear countryside on horseback. They had Winchesters, shotguns, and pistols. They would barge into black homes, yank out black men, whip them, beat them, and tell them, if you dare to register to vote, we will come back and kill you. And as you can imagine, this had an incredible effect on suppressing the black vote. And on Election Day, which was in November of 1898, they intercepted black men who had found the courage to actually go out and try to vote. They intercepted quite a few and intimidated them and turned them away. Some blacks did vote, but the black vote was so suppressed that the white supremacists stole the election. They also sent the red shirts and other vigilantes into polling stations to knock over lamps, and in the darkness, they would stuff ballot boxes with fake Democratic ballots and throw away the Republican ballots. And there were several precincts where the, quote, winning Democratic candidate got more votes than the total number of registered voters in the entire district. So you can see what was going on. Now, I should mention that during 1898, during the elections, these were for county, state, and federal office, but city offices, mayor and police chief and the city alderman didn't come up for election until the following March in 1899. So the white supremacist plan was to steal the election and then 2 days later, on November 10th, 1898, rise up with the coup and overthrow the city government. Now, in addition to the red shirts, the white supremacists also had two state militias in Wilmington. These were called the Wilmington Light Infantry and the Wilmington Naval Reserves. Now, these were state militias. They were the National Guard of the day, and they were supposed to report to the Republican governor in Raleigh. But in fact, they were commanded by white supremacists, and almost every member was a white supremacist. So they reported to the coup leaders. During the summer, the white merchants of Wilmington raised $10,000 to buy the newest and most lethal early version of a machine gun that had been invented at this time. It was called a Colt rapid fire gun. It could fire 420 rounds a minute. And to intimidate the black leadership, they took black leaders in the summer of 1898. They took them out to an island in the Cape Fear River and demonstrated the gun by firing into a riverbank just to intimidate the leadership, and it worked because it was a very impressive display. Now, many of you know that the summer of 1898 was the year that the Spanish-American War was fought. And these white militiamen were called up into federal service to serve in the Spanish-American War. But the coup leaders made sure that by the day of the coup, they were back in Wilmington and ready to be unleashed on the black population. Now, on the day of the coup, they were still in federal service. They wouldn't be mustered out for probably another 8 or 10 days. And that meant that federal soldiers murdered American citizens in cold blood and got away with it. Now, black soldiers also served in the Spanish-American War in segregated units, and they too were, the units from Wilmington were called up to serve in the war. But the leaders of the coup made sure that they were not back in town by the day of the coup. They kept them on a training base in Georgia, hundreds of miles away. So that meant the black community was defenseless on the day of the coup. All these young men trained as soldiers, trained in weapons, were unavailable. Now there was, many defenders of the black community, and one of them was a man named Alex Manley, who was a publisher of the Daily Record, which was the black readership newspaper in Wilmington, and their banner claimed that it was the only Negro daily in the world. I don't think it was, but it was one of the few, and it was a very powerful voice for the black community. And as a journalist, I was really, really drawn to Manley. He was just a fascinating character and a very courageous man. He challenged whites in print and demanded civil rights for black citizens. He also addressed the federal government and demanded that it live up to its promises to the freed slaves under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and to provide the equal rights under law that they were promised. He wrote an expose of horrible conditions in the colored ward of the city hospital and got improvements there, and he got improvements in sanitation for black neighborhoods. In August of 1898, this was several months before the election, he wrote an incendiary editorial about race and sex that almost got him lynched. Now, this editorial was in response to a speech that had been given by a woman named Rebecca Felton, a well-known woman at the time down in Georgia. And in this speech, she said the solution to this supposed epidemic of rapes of white women by black men was the lynch rope. And her quote during the speech was, "I say lynch 1,000 times a week if necessary." Alex Manley read this because it was immediately published in the Wilmington newspapers, in the white papers. He saw it. He immediately responded with an editorial. And it absolutely shocked white people in Wilmington and in North Carolina and across the South because it was immediately reprinted across the South. In the editorial, he wrote that many black men lynched for supposedly raping white women were in fact their consensual lovers. And he also pointed out that white men raped black women with impunity. I'd like to read just a short passage from his editorial, which was pretty long, by the way, but I'm just going to read a few lines. And in it, he's addressing the white community. Quote, "Every Negro lynched is called a, quote, big, burly, black brute, when in fact, many of those who have thus been dealt with had white men for their fathers and were not only black and burly, but were sufficiently attractive for white girls of culture and refinement to fall in love with them, as is very well known to all. Let virtue be something more than an excuse for them to intimidate and torture a helpless people. Tell your men that it is no worse for a black man to be intimate with a white woman than for a white man to be intimate with a colored woman. You set yourselves down as a lot of carping hypocrites in that you cry aloud for the virtue of your women while you seek to destroy the morality of ours." Now, as you can imagine, that did not go over well with the white community. And in fact, the red shirts mounted up and wanted to lynch Manley that day. And just to show you how premeditated and calculated this coup was, the white leadership intercepted them and said, "No, this is too early. We'll have a much better political impact, and we can use this closer to the election in November." So they held off, but they also promised them, "I promise you, in November, you can lynch Manley and you can burn his newspaper." Well, I lost my place here. Hold on. I also want to read two short passages that show basically the scope of the tragedy. And the first is an election eve speech given to the red shirts by a man named Colonel Alfred Moore Waddell. He was a former U.S. congressman, Confederate soldier, and newspaperman who actually led the mob on the day of the coup and installed himself as mayor, by the way. And this speech, again, was the night before the election. He's speaking to at least 1,000 white men, many of them red shirts, at Thalian Hall, which still exists today in downtown Wilmington, which is the main public building there, and it's where the city hall was. Again, the speech the night before the election. Quote, and this is Waddell speaking, quote, "The crisis is upon us. You must do your duty. This city, county, and state shall be rid of Negro domination once and forever. You have the courage. You are brave. You are the sons of noble ancestry. You are Anglo-Saxons. You are armed and prepared, and you will do your duty. Go to the polls tomorrow, and if you find the Negro out voting, tell him to leave the polls. And if he refuses, kill him. Shoot him down in his tracks." To show you how the red shirts and the mobs responded, I'll read you a very short passage. This is in the opening couple of hours after gunfire breaks out and the white mobs start shooting black men in the streets. And it begins with a reporter from the white supremacist newspaper in Wilmington. His name's Thomas Clausen. Thomas Clausen, the white reporter, followed a wounded black man from North 4th and Harnett Streets into a home at 411 Harnett Street. He encountered 3 distraught black women. On the floor behind them was a black man named Bezell, dead of his wounds. On a bed, Clausen found the owner of the house, George H. Davis, also a black man, bleeding from a gunshot wound to the chest just above his heart, and another wound to his left thigh. An embedded bullet was visible just beneath the skin of the man's chest. Clausen ran his finger over it. Davis opened his eyes and told Clausen that the white men had fired first. Before returning to his reporting on the street, Clausen sent for both a white doctor and a black doctor to tend to the wounded man. Davis survived, though Clausen later remarked that, quote, "it appeared impossible for one so desperately wounded ever to recover," close quote. And now this is a couple paragraphs later. A city ambulance bearing a white cross bounced through the rutted streets, collecting the wounded, both black and white. 14 bleeding men, 12 black, and 2 of the 3 whites who had been shot were delivered to Wilmington City County Hospital. The hospital was understaffed. Many of the white nurses and medical assistants had fled, fearing they would be shot by black rioters. The white resident on call, Dr. R.E. Zachary, treated the patients, the whites in the white ward, the blacks in the colored ward. 2 of the black men died just after they were admitted. Every other patient survived. Dr. Zachary made a notation, quote, "All except the 2 white men were shot in the back." Now, you would think that an event like this that had such major ramifications would be described at length in North Carolina's public school history books, but in fact, it was barely mentioned. And when it was mentioned, it was portrayed as a heroic white response to a black race riot and, quote, a good government effort to replace a corrupt, quote, Negro rule and Negro domination. Let me read just from a public school textbook from North Carolina from 1933, and all these are in the book. Again, 1933, public school textbook in North Carolina, quote, "There were many Negro office holders, some of whom were poorly fitted for their tasks. This naturally aroused ill feelings between the races." Here's a public school textbook in North Carolina from 1940, quote, "The mass of Negroes became poor citizens. To keep their vote, the carpetbaggers and scalawags allowed them to do very much as they pleased. The worst crimes were not punished. The white people of the South were no longer safe," close quote. And this is from a 1949 public school textbook. Quote, "A number of blacks were jailed for starting a riot, and a new white administration took over Wilmington's government," end quote. And finally, this is from a 1940 textbook about why the KKK and the red shirts were so necessary. Again, this is a public school textbook that was taught to school children in 1940. Quote, "To put an end to this terrible condition, white people joined together in a sort of club, which they named the Ku Klux Klan. Members dressed as ghosts and scared lawless men into acting decently. On moonlit nights, these men could be seen on horseback, riding to bring order back into the lives of their people. Such sights frightened Negroes into living better lives. The names of these men, Negro or white, who had done wrong were listed. The next moonlit night, the Klan would visit these men and punish them according to the wrongs they had done. After this, lawless men were not so bold, and crime became less and less." So you can see from reading just the school textbooks that the white mythology just kept this false narrative alive for years and years, for, as I said before, well over a century. And I wrote this book in part because I wanted to correct the historical record. I truly believe that we do have to confront the ugliest chapters of our history to understand the roots of racism and hate and to learn from it. Today, politicians and demagogues are using social media rather than newspapers to scapegoat and demonize people of color, especially with white nationalism on the rise. As I was reading this book, the events in Charlottesville, and I believe it was the summer of 2017, broke out. And it occurred to me, those very fine people who were marching with torches and chanting, "Jews will not replace us," would have felt right at home in Wilmington in 1898. Now, politicians and extremists today are not nearly as openly and nakedly racist as the whites were in 1898, but they're still playing on those same fears and hates and resentments. And the underlying message from some of these people is that America is a white country, and people of color are portrayed as outsiders and threats to the traditional American way of life. And indeed, some of these politicians are using some of the same tactics as in 1898. I really hear the echoes of 1898 and what I hear on Twitter and social media today. Just a couple examples. Alex Manley, the newspaper publisher, in addition to many, many death threats and nearly being lynched, was told many times to go back to Africa. Well, just this summer, 3 congresswomen of color in the United States were told to, quote, "go back to their home countries." So you see this same scapegoating and
Yeah, this is it's actually the thing that never ceases to amaze me, that People think that a lot of this stuff that's happening today is new, and they want to pretend that, oh, well, my family had nothing to do with, you know, all these atrocities or the discrimination or what have you in America. And the thing is that one of my opinions is that slavery wasn't actually, um, didn't do the damage that Jim Crow did, that places like Wilmington, places like Tulsa, places like Rosewood in Florida, Utah in Alabama. These were things that happened, and it wasn't like the elites, it wasn't the plantation class that was doing the damage. Um, these were rank and file people in Wilmington, and the damage is, a city that was 56% black is, excuse me, currently 18% black. That's a huge thing. That's a huge demographic shift. And this is why they don't want history taught in the public schools, because I don't think their feelings would be hurt. I think the major fear is that kids start making these connections that while a lot of things have gotten better in America, the same old tropes keep rearing their heads. Um, America is a white man's country. Literally, I heard that yesterday on a show. Um, these themes haven't changed that much. So I think people are fooling themselves as to the degree that American culture, the deep culture, has changed.
Demonizing coming out. Another example, as I mentioned, in 1898, whites were told that blacks were raping their women and stealing their jobs. In 2015, a certain politician rode down an escalator to announce his run for president, and he said Mexican criminals and rapists, he used the word rapists, Mexican criminals and rapists were pouring across the border to steal American jobs. This kind of incitement and scapegoating really can have consequences, even if they aren't as devastating as they were in 1898. I'll give you one example. This summer, our president was warning of a, quote, border invasion across the Mexican border, border invasion of Hispanics. And in August, a white gunman targeted Hispanics at a Walmart in El Paso, and he killed 22 Hispanic men. And later he told police he wanted to stop, quote, a border invasion. You obviously cannot prove that the incitement on Twitter led to this act, but there certainly today is an atmosphere of incitement and hate and demonization that was very much alive in 1898. So I believe if we do not learn from tragedies like Wilmington, demagogues and bigots can play the race card again and again to incite the sort of hate and violence that was so destructive 122 years ago. So if there's one thing I hope people do take from this book, that's it. So thank you so much for listening so patiently. You've been a great audience. I appreciate it. And thank you. And we will open it up for questions and answers. And I believe there will be a mic available.
Yeah, I'll stop it here. If anybody wants to hear the questions or wants the video, just let me know. I'll drop it. As a matter of fact, I think it might be in the show notes. So again, we can make light of it. We can pretend that some of this stuff is new, or there's actually nothing new under the sun when it comes to racism in America. And while we have made headway, we haven't made as much headway as people might imagine. And just spending a day listening to, some of the channels that we all frequent on a daily or weekly basis. I hear a lot of this stuff is just repetition. The only thing that amazes me is that hearing Black people say that it's a white man's country. That is something new to even me. So, that definitely is a change, at least based on my experience. So let's see. We will just get right into news here. Got a bunch of news stories, and then towards the end of the show, a couple points and maybe another video. We'll see. So we're going to start with Tulsi Gabbard, and she's been testifying in front of a Senate committee for days now, and apparently today, apparently she was asked about habeas corpus, and your everyday person might not know exactly what habeas corpus is, but you would expect the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to know what it is, since Trump and Stephen Miller have been talking about suspending habeas corpus. You would think she would know. So I'm going to just play this video clip. I think it might say it all.
Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week, you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your position because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right.
It's not.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their
Habeas
right
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the Live Free or Die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the president of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let
been,
us be clear, though,
it
that
has
this
never
president,
been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
Yeah, I don't think the Article 3 actually does. It's actually, I'm sorry, Article 2. I don't think that provides the president a right to do it. It's actually the Congress who has to approve it. So they might be, I mean, actually, this is something that could probably get through Congress if Trump told them to do it. So anyway, like I said, it is truly amazing to hear someone who is a cabinet level government official not exactly know what habeas corpus is. And maybe she got confused, but I doubt it. Let's see. So that's your Department of Homeland Security's secretary. Apparently she's better at going out on ICE raids than she is testifying in front of Congress. So this next story, if everyone remembers the 10 inmates who escaped from that Louisiana jail last week, apparently they've caught up with an employee who is charged with helping those 10 inmates escape. So Let's play this article here.
New Orleans jail employee is charged with helping 10 inmates escape. This article is by Michael Levinson and read by an automated voice. A maintenance worker has been arrested and charged with helping 10 inmates carry out a brazen escape from a New Orleans jail last week, bolstering the suspicion among investigators that the escape would have been impossible without inside help. The worker, Sterling Williams, 33, who was arrested on Monday, shut off water at the jail, allowing the inmates to remove a metal toilet and sink fixture from a cell wall, the Louisiana Attorney General's office said. Mr. Williams told investigators that an inmate had threatened to shank him if he did not shut off the water, according to an affidavit supporting his arrest. The inmates then used an unidentified tool to cut steel bars behind the cell room's sink, leaving behind a hole in the wall just big enough to crawl through, and a taunting misspelled message, "To easy, LOL." The inmates left the jail through a loading dock, scaled a wall, using blankets to protect themselves from barbed wire, and ran across Interstate 10. A civilian employee of the sheriff's office, who was the only person monitoring security systems in the part of the jail where the escape occurred, had left his station at the time to get food, officials said last week. According to the affidavit, Mr. Williams told agents from the Louisiana Bureau of Investigation that an inmate with tattoos on his face, whom he called Massey, but whose full name is Antoine Massey, threatened to shank him if he did not turn the water off. Instead of reporting the threat, Mr. Williams told agents that he went into a pipe chase, an area where plumbing is concealed behind a wall, and turned off the water by closing a valve, the affidavit states. With no water running, the inmates were able to remove the sink and toilet fixture from the wall, investigators said. If the inmates removed the sink in the cell and disconnected the rest of the plumbing with the water still on, the plan to escape would not have been successful and potentially flooded the cell, drawing attention to their actions, the affidavit states. Officials did not notice that the inmates were missing until a routine head count at 8:30 a.m. on Friday, roughly 7 hours after they had escaped, Sheriff Susan Hudson of Orleans Parish said last week. She said the office then activated emergency protocols and began a search for the inmates. 5 have since been captured, and a manhunt is continuing for the remaining 5, including Mr. Massey, 32, who had been jailed on charges of domestic abuse involving battery by strangulation, theft of a motor vehicle, and a parole violation, according to the Louisiana State Police. The Louisiana State Police said just before 8 p.m. on Tuesday that it had arrested Corey Boyd, 19, one of the escapees. He had been held on charges including second-degree murder, according to the state police. The escapees, who remained at large late Tuesday, range in age from 26 to 42. The affidavit says that Mr. Williams did not come forward after the escape, and that when confronted by agents, he was initially very evasive and untruthful, but eventually became forthcoming and provided evidentiary information. Mr. Williams has been charged with 1 count of malfeasance in office and 10 counts of being a principal to the escape. It was not immediately clear if he had a lawyer. At his first appearance in court on Tuesday afternoon, he was ordered held in lieu of $1.1 million bond, the Attorney General's office said. Liz Murrill, the Louisiana Attorney General, said at a news conference on Tuesday that the investigation into the escape was continuing. "Our intent is to make sure this never happens again," she said, adding that she would, quote, "hold everyone accountable that may have been involved before, during, and after." Sheriff Hudson told the New Orleans City Council on Tuesday that the escape involved, quote, "procedural failures and missed notifications." But there were also intentional wrongdoings, she said. This was a coordinated effort aided by individuals inside our own agency who made the choice to break the law. The sheriff's office has said that about 1/3 of the cameras in the jail were not working, and that it had defective locks and doors. It has asked city officials for $13 million to upgrade security at the jail, which was holding about 1,400 inmates, far more than its guards could handle, Sheriff Hudson said. We are operating with outdated surveillance, aging infrastructure, blind spots in supervision, and critical staffing shortages, she said in a statement. These vulnerabilities have been raised repeatedly in our funding requests, and now the consequences are undeniable, Hank Sanders contributed, reporting.
Well, very interesting. Don't have much to say other than, it was obvious these prisoners couldn't have done it, alone. So this next story actually kind of surprised me. The UK and some other European countries are suspending trade talks. Basically, they're going to sanction Israel over this Gaza aid blockade that Israel insists on doing. Says here on Tuesday, the United Kingdom halted free trade agreement negotiations and called in Israel's ambassador in response to Israeli military actions in Gaza and attacks by settlers in the West Bank. That's the other thing. They let these settlers, Israel just kind of lets these settlers run wild in the West Bank. It's amazing that they don't keep these people in check. The UK took these steps following almost 3 months of a Gaza aid blockade and rising violence, with officials citing the Netanyahu government's pursuit of egregious policies. Foreign Secretary David Lammy announced new sanctions targeting 7 individuals and entities linked to the West Bank settler movement and condemned the disproportionate Gaza military escalation. Lammy emphasized that the Israeli authorities need to take action to stop the ongoing violent behavior, while Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate ceasefire and criticized the current level of humanitarian aid as grossly insufficient. These actions reflect growing international pressure amid humanitarian concerns, with ongoing calls for increased aid shipments and a ceasefire to address Gaza's worsening crisis. Now, my question is, how will Trump react to this? Because the England and Britain and the United States just did a trade deal. Will Trump basically say, "Hey, you can't do that. You're being anti-Semitic," and slap sanctions or reimpose sanctions? And this is the right. These are headlines from the right-leaning journals. The United Kingdom has paused trade talks with Israel and condemned its military actions in Gaza as morally unjustifiable. UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy criticized the Israeli blockade of aid to Gaza, basically pushed the region to the brink of famine. 7 settler-linked individuals and entities were sanctioned by the UK for human rights abuses amid ongoing conflicts in Gaza and the West Bank. Israel has dismissed the UK's actions as puzzling and vowed to continue its military strategy in the region. So basically, as long as you have Trump and the United States on your side, Britain is basically a non-player. So I guess they have to do that. Our country has settlers too. Those settlers aren't going out and, attacking Palestinians or U.S. citizens yet. Let's see. Maybe the people of that region will have a casino built upon 47's reservation in the days to come. Well, Trump is wanting to transport a million Palestinians to Libya. So I guess that would be the first step. Basically, he's gonna gentrify. He's gonna gentrify Gaza. All right, and then this is another thing that's happening in the Middle East that the EU is doing, basically following the U.S. lead. EU to lift economic sanctions on Syria in a bid to bolster stability. So Trump actually met with the new president of Syria. So looking to legitimize them just to see if we can't get some stability, peace, all that stuff. And Israel, by the way, is a lot more skeptical about this new regime in Syria.
EU to lift economic sanctions on Syria in a bid to bolster stability. This article is by Gina Smialik and read by an automated voice. European Union foreign ministers agreed on Tuesday to lift the remaining economic sanctions on Syria, hoping to help the nation recover as it tries to find stable footing after years of war and the toppling of President Bashar al-Assad in late 2024. We want to help the Syrian people rebuild a new, inclusive, and peaceful Syria, Kaja Kallas, the European Union's top diplomat, posted on social media. The EU has always stood by Syrians throughout the last 14 years, and will keep doing so. European officials have been working to pair sanctions on Syria since January, hoping to give Syria's new government some relief, while allowing time to assess whether the new Syrian power structure would evolve in a way that is consistent with EU values. The move to remove sanctions comes a week after President Trump announced that America would lift its sanctions on Syria, an economic game-changer for the war-torn country and one that has been met with jubilation. Together, the removal of American and European sanctions could help reinvigorate Syria's economy, allowing investment in local businesses and bolstering stability as the nation tries to rebuild after nearly 14 years of civil war. Syria has conducted very little trade with Europe in recent years, largely because of a sweeping sanctions program that the European Union began to construct shortly after an uprising that started in 2011 against decades of authoritarian rule by the Assad family. Europe's sanctions have included an oil embargo, export and import restrictions on some technology, and strict financial limitations. The bloc said it would maintain weapons-related sanctions based on security grounds, including arms and technology that might be used for internal repression. Even as Europe began lifting some sanctions this year, few businesses or regional governments had been willing to invest in the country under the burden of U.S. sanctions, and without knowing if it would raise the ire of Mr. Trump. But America's surprise move, and the possibility of a rapid deterioration on the ground in Syria, seem to have combined to galvanize the European Union. Syria's President Ahmadiyya Shara met with President Emmanuel Macron of France a few weeks ago. At that time, Mr. Macron was still speaking in support of a gradual removal of European sanctions. There was a reason for that cautious stance. European Union policymakers have remained alert to the possibility that the new Syrian government could go in the wrong direction. But they have also increasingly taken the view that keeping the sanctions could be self-defeating, if they cause so much economic pain that they pave the way for instability. There are worries about whether the government is going in the right direction, Ms. Kallas, the EU diplomat, said on Tuesday. But I think we do not have a choice. We actually either give them the possibility to stabilize the country, or we do not do that. Ms. Kallas was asked during a news conference on Tuesday whether the removal of sanctions on Syria had come in response to Mr. Trump's recent announcement. The diplomat pushed back on that idea. We as the European Union are not as good at selling all these decisions we have made, she said, noting that the bloc had been working on dialing back the restrictions for months. Europeans are not alone in worrying that the situation could deteriorate in Syria. Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, warned senators on Tuesday that Syria could be weeks from sliding into a full-scale civil war of epic proportions. Mr. Rubio, who suggested that preventing such upheaval was what drove the U.S. decision on sanctions, recently met with his Syrian counterpart while both were in Turkey. Mr. Trump, who met last week with Syria's leader, said afterward that Mr. al-Shara had a real shot at pulling it together, but that Syria was a torn-up country. Mr. al-Shara has sought to remake his image since taking power. He once led a branch of al-Qaeda before breaking ties with the jihadist group, and the United States designates the rebel organization he led during the Civil War, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, as a terrorist organization. But Syria has struggled with sectarian violence in recent weeks, and Syrian minorities have remained on edge. Still, sanctions relief could offer hope in a nation where more than 90% of the population lives in poverty, according to the United Nations. We are committed to supporting a peaceful and inclusive, Syrian-led and Syrian-owned transition to help build a better future, Antonio Costa, the president of the European Council, wrote on social media Tuesday evening.
Well, good luck with that. 90% poverty rate. That's amazing. Their government's going to have its work cut out for it. So here is another interesting story. Our House of Representatives is definitely one of the more interesting places to be in government. So let's play this right quick.
Hi, guys. You know that idiotic Congresswoman Nancy Mace, the far right-wing MAGA lady who dresses like she's going to a nightclub and is really kind of nuts and craves attention? She says she's going to go there. In her oversight hearing today, I'm going to expose predator and rapist Patrick Bryant for the monster he is. She has decided she's going to show herself in these videos. She's going to go there and show herself naked. Apparently, she was one of them. Legs apart, upskirt, the whole 9 yards. She doesn't need to do this to make her point. This is a woman who I believe wants to be seen naked. I think she's doing this on purpose, showing her naked body, a video of her naked body in a congressional hearing because she likes it. She wants you to see this.
These MAGA people are crazy. So this is Nancy Mace. She's a representative. I don't know what district, but it's the Charleston is part of her district, South Carolina. So let's listen to this crazy news.
Mace takes to House floor with charges of rape and sexual predation. This article is by Annie Carney and read by an automated voice. Representative Nancy Mace, the South Carolina Republican, who in recent weeks has floated a run for governor, on Monday night accused her former fiancé and 3 other men of having drugged and raped her and other women, and of filming and taking lewd photographs of women and underage girls without their consent. In a stunningly graphic speech on the House floor that had little precedent, Ms. Mace said the men, whom she named and displayed photographs of on a placard where lawmakers more typically display charts and graphs on policy issues, were involved in the premeditated, calculated exploitation of innocent women and girls in my district. You've booked yourself a one-way ticket to hell, she said, referring to the men directly at one point in a speech that lasted close to an hour. It is non-stop. There are no connections, so I and all of your victims can watch you rot into eternity. On the floor of the House, Ms. Mace was protected by the speech and debate clause, even as she accused the men of repeatedly assaulting incapacitated women and filming it. The clause provides lawmakers immunity from criminal prosecutions or civil suits, such as for slander, when they are acting within the legislative sphere. Ms. Mace offered no evidence to support the accusations, although she said she had plenty of such material. She refused to answer any follow-up questions from reporters outside the Capitol on Monday night and did not respond to a separate request to provide corroboration. The New York Times has not independently verified any of the allegations. In a statement not long after Ms. Mace finished speaking, Patrick Bryant, the former fiancé whom she accused by name, denied her account. I categorically deny these allegations, he said. I take this matter seriously and will cooperate fully with any necessary legal processes to clear my name. Ms. Mace has long made her personal trauma part of her political brand. In the past, she has shared the story of being molested at a swimming pool when she was 14 and said that for years she blamed herself because she had been wearing a two-piece bathing suit. She said she was raped when she was 16, leading her to drop out of high school, before pulling herself out of a downward spiral and becoming the first woman to graduate from the military college, the Citadel. Ms. Mace has tried to position herself as the ultimate defender of women's rights, even as she has expressed unequivocal support for President Trump, who has been found liable for sexual abuse, and a cabinet member who has been dogged by an accusation of sexual assault that he has denied. In recent weeks, Ms. Mace has made a campaign out of her measure to bar transgender individuals from using women's restrooms and changing rooms in the Capitol complex. A one-time moderate who has made a full-bore turn to Trumpism as she has tried to game out her own political future in a tribal party, Ms. Mace has been vocal in recent weeks about her interest in running for governor in her state. So has Alan Wilson, the South Carolina Attorney General, whom she targeted in her speech on Monday as a do-nothing attorney general, and accused of treating women who came forward like criminals. During the last year, as I turned everything over to law enforcement, I was told I, as a victim, would be investigated, she said. A spokeswoman for Mr. Wilson, Jacqueline Lane, said that Ms. Mace's statements regarding the conduct of the Attorney General were categorically false and politically motivated. At this time, our office has not received any reports or requests for assistance from any law enforcement or prosecution agencies regarding these matters, said Ms. Lane, who added that neither Mr. Wilson nor anyone in his office had heard of Ms. Mace's allegations until she spoke out on Monday night. She said that while Ms. Mace and Mr. Wilson had been at multiple events together over the last 6 months, and the Congresswoman had the Attorney General's cell phone number, not once has she approached or reached out to him regarding any of her concerns. On the House floor, Ms. Mace said that on her last night with her former fiancé, he physically assaulted me, leaving a permanent mark on her body. Before that, she said, she had found about a dozen compromising photos of underage girls on his phone, as well as more than 10,000 videos documenting assaults of other women who appeared to be incapacitated at the time, and graphic images of women that appeared to have been recorded surreptitiously. She was shocked, she said, to zoom in on one of the videos and discover that she was one of the women who had been filmed nude, without her consent. Ms. Mace gave her speech in a mostly empty chamber after House votes, but 3 female Republican lawmakers, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, and Victoria Spartz of Indiana, sat behind her in solidarity.
Yeah. These MAGA people, these MAGA women in particular are wow. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, now Nancy Mace. They are an interesting bunch, and I would expect nothing better or nothing more than this kind of behavior, this kind of weird behavior. You know what? Nancy Mace is an interesting character. If anybody ever gets a chance to kind of look into her background, she is definitely out there. So let us move on. The next few stories are, basically Trump versus the courts. And this is actually a looming, I can hear the thunder on the in the distance here. There is going to be a showdown one way or the other, and it is actually beyond my imagination who wins out. I think the courts win because those Supreme Court justices will be there long after Trump is gone. So next story is judge rules Doge takeover of the U.S. Institute of Peace was unlawful and a gross usurpation of power. So What can you say?
Elon Musk and Doge. Everyone knows that there's wasteful government spending. It's really important. But the cuts have had some serious consequences. There have been cuts to foreign aid programs that save lives and keep people alive overseas. There's been research at the National Institutes of Health on cancer, on Alzheimer's, that has had to be stopped. And the question I think people have is, did Doge go too far, too fast, too reckless?
No, I think Doge has been, look, saved $150 billion. We saved, that's a lot of money. There's also a lot of things right now under investigation, which is going to increase that amount by a lot. That's a tremendous amount of money. There are some things where
I have to ask, why do people actually believe this guy? There has been nothing. Number one, not spending money is not the same thing as saving money. There are all kinds of problems with this statement. And this is actually, I'm trying to figure out whether this is actually worse than I thought it would be, or is it meeting my expectations? I kind of go back and forth from day to day, but to have this guy literally sit there talking about stuff that won't happen. And I made this comment a couple days ago. Everything that the Trump administration announces never happens the way they say it's going to happen. It either doesn't happen, or it gets shot down in court, or it happens a different and more catastrophic way. That takes real talent.
when I heard about them, I put them back, as you know. There are things that I'm considering right now putting back, but overall, we've saved hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, the original promise was 2 trillion, went to 1 trillion, now to 150
Well, I don't
billion
know.
and heading
You don't know
south.
what it's going to be, because we have things that are at a very high level that are being looked at right now. We also found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, as you know. We found a lot of fraud. There was a lot of fraud. Fraudulent things were taking place.
The only fraud is that you found fraud.
Even though fraud is a crime, there have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any of
Well,
these.
you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been
How do you
referrals
know
to the,
that?
are there
Why?
criminal referrals?
How would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally, all right, there's
Okay.
been no investigation from the
How do
Justice
you know
Department.
that?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not
Now I'm
me.
asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There had
Now I'm
been.
asking you. Are
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the
Of
work
course
of
there have
Doge.
been. Take a look at some of these
All right,
things that
all
took
right,
place.
all right.
Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of
Okay.
course there have been.
Yeah. Amazing.
Trafficking and racketeering charges, accused of coercing women and threatening them.
Let's see here.
We turn now to an apology long overdue.
Oh, no, I
Generations
can't
after
stop
the
this.
atrocities that unfolded at Native American.
Well, I'm hardly interested in P. Diddy. I leave that to the P. Diddy fans. Basically, it says here, a federal judge on Monday ruled that the Trump administration's takeover of the U.S. Institute of Peace was unlawful, and efforts by the Department of Government Efficiency to dismantle the agency are null and void, according to court filings. D.C. federal judge Beryl Howell and Beryl Howell's ruling says that President Donald Trump's unilateral effort to disband the agency, which primarily functions as a think tank supporting both the executive and legislative branches, exceeded his constitutional authorities, violated the statute that established the USIP. The president's efforts here to take over an organization outside of those bounds, contrary to statute established by Congress and by acts of force and threat using local and federal law enforcement officers, represented a gross usurpation of power and a way of conducting government affairs that unnecessarily traumatized the committed leadership and employees of USIP who deserved better. Howell wrote of efforts to disband the agency as part of Trump's plan to slash federal government. A statement released by the agency following the ruling said the United States Institute of Peace has worked to spread peace and stability around the world for 40 years through its research, training, and peace-building activities. Today's ruling allows USIP to continue that work. The USIP board, management, and staff look forward to restarting USIP's programs to promote and facilitate peaceful conflict resolution around the world. So we'll see how this turns out. But Trump, he has not been doing well in court. And again, Trump versus the courts. I really don't know who wins this. Usually I kind of have an idea or an inkling. And in this case, I don't. Trump's just, kind of breaking stuff, and courts are trying to keep him from breaking stuff. Here's another one. U.S. judge says deportations to South Sudan unlikely violate a court order. So immigration authorities may have deported migrants from Myanmar and Vietnam to South Sudan, violating a court order, according to attorneys for the migrants. An immigration official confirmed that a man from Myanmar was flown to South Sudan on Tuesday morning, as stated in court documents. Judge Brian E. Murphy previously found that deporting people to countries like Libya without notice would violate his ruling, which applies to those who have exhausted legal appeals. The U.S. State Department's report on South Sudan highlights significant human rights issues, including arbitrary killings and extensive violence based on gender and sexual identity. So you're going to take a guy from Myanmar and drop him in South Sudan. This is this does not reek of competence. Oh, wow. You could at least take him back to Myanmar, which, by the way, just had like a major earthquake. So this poor guy, I can only imagine being dropped in a country where you don't speak the language. I'm like, what the fuck are these people doing? So that's that. That's something that's violating a court order, supposedly. And then this one, this is kind of circling back to a story I did yesterday where nothing Trump says, actually, you can't depend on it. And Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court has allowed Venezuelans to have their temporary protected status taken away. And the Venezuelan community, the ones who were able to vote, went for Trump heavily in Florida. And look at here. This is what you get for voting for Trump.
This news story was written by Christine Armario. Supreme Court ruling on Venezuelans ripples through Miami's Doralzuela. Venezuelans have long considered the Miami suburb of Doral their refuge. Trump's immigration crackdown is calling that into question. Doral, Florida. Entrepreneurs. Elias Wardini and Pedro Boje built their small restaurant franchise on the idea that the diaspora of Venezuelans here in South Florida want a taste of both the land they fled and the new one they now call home. They named it Central Park Food Station in hopes of bridging two worlds in the way New York City has done for countless other cultures. They put together a menu that features both Venezuelan staples such as arepas and American burgers. And as more and more Venezuelans arrived in the region in recent years, their business boomed. Then President Donald Trump took office and began a crackdown on illegal migration, with Venezuelans a prime target. First, the border was shuttered, halting most new arrivals. Then came a diplomatic accord to resume deportation flights to Venezuela. Not long after, the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act and used the wartime provision to send more than 100 alleged Venezuelan gang members to a notorious mega prison in El Salvador without due process. On Monday came news that will probably have an immediate impact for far more Venezuelans than any of those measures have yet. The Supreme Court overruled a lower court and granted the Trump administration permission to move forward on a decision to cancel temporary immigration protections for nearly 350,000 Venezuelans, even as lawsuits challenging the constitutionality of the administration's actions are litigated. For Wardini and BOJ, the prospect that many of their employees and customers could soon lose their legal right to remain in the United States came as a blow. Their sales are already down about 20% from last year, they said, because Venezuelans in the Miami suburb of Doral, affectionately known by locals as Doralzuela, are staying home. Their employees who are here under temporary protected status may soon no longer be eligible to work. If they have to let anyone go, the business partners said, there are fewer Venezuelans available to replace them. Trump's policies are narrowing the pool of potential workers as the number of people arriving from the South American nation plummets. In their 10 years in business, they said, few U.S. citizens have applied to work there. These are jobs no one wants to do, said BOJ, 54, a U.S. citizen born in Puerto Rico. He and Wardini, 62, a U.S. citizen from Venezuela, started their chain a decade ago and have 3 locations. More than 500,000 Venezuelans have entered the United States since 2019, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. In Doral, where Trump owns a golf resort, a thriving Venezuelan community has put down roots, and many have made plans to stay. Family-owned restaurants that shuttered in Caracas have been reborn thousands of miles north in Florida strip malls. Local schools are populated with teachers who earned their degrees in Venezuela. Many of these residents are migrants who came to the U.S. legally and have won the right to stay indefinitely. But thousands of others have a temporary legal status that is now in jeopardy, and they fear being deported next. Whether you're good or bad, they want you out, Sean Rueda, 44, said of the Trump administration, as he took a break Monday from his job at a local car wash. Rueda said he fled Venezuela after he was threatened by armed groups backed by President Nicolas Maduro, known as colectivos. He arrived in the U.S. 2 years ago after securing an appointment through an online app that President Joe Biden's administration used to facilitate the entry of migrants seeking asylum at the border. Rueda says he carries government documents for his pending asylum application everywhere he goes, but he remains nervous. When Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents showed up at a nearby business on a recent afternoon, he said, he hid near some bushes, terrified that they might seek to apprehend him. It's fear every day, he said. I prefer not to look at the news. The Biden administration granted Venezuelans what's known as Temporary Protected Status, TPS, and extended it twice, including shortly before Trump took office. The legal status is granted to those fleeing unsafe conditions in their home countries, but as part of Trump's mass deportation plan, he has moved to cancel such protections for Venezuelans and other groups, including Haitians, Afghans, and Ukrainians. Monday's ruling directly affects Venezuelan migrants granted the temporary protection in 2023. Another group of roughly 250,000 people who received protected status in 2021 are expected to keep their protection until it expires in September. Administration officials have said that the immigration protections are not in the U.S. national interest, and that the migrants present a public security risk and are a drain on resources. Officials also contend that conditions have sufficiently improved in Venezuela for the migrants to return home. This is the largest single action stripping any group of non-citizens of immigration status in modern U.S. history, said UCLA law professor Ahilan Arulanantham, who is a part of one of the lawsuits challenging the legality of the administration's action. The humanitarian and economic impact of the court's decision will be felt immediately and will reverberate for generations. In Doral, Venezuelans are reckoning with the abrupt change in their fate. Abreu, 30, who spoke on the condition that he be identified only by his last name for fear of deportation, said he is among those who are immediately affected by the court ruling. He said he arrived in 2022, crossed the border illegally, seeking asylum, and spent 8 months in detention before being released on parole. When he obtained TPS last year from the Biden administration, he felt relieved. 5 relatives, including 2 young nephews back home in Venezuela, depend on the little he is able to send them after paying his bills. He said he has a separate asylum claim and is hoping that will shield him from deportation. But he doesn't have a lawyer,
Yeah, fat
and his
pants.
work authorization is tied to the protected status he got under the last administration. Psychologically, this destroys you, he said. It consumes your nights. Others say the businesses where they work have seen a marked downturn in sales since Trump took office as people stay home. Diana Barres, 44, was among the few clients outside one restaurant Monday. While she said she could empathize with Trump's push to remove any Venezuelans who have committed a crime, she warned that conditions in her homeland have not improved. She said the topic of Trump, whom many in the Venezuelan community have supported, and his immigration policies have become so sensitive that many avoid talking about the subject altogether. But she was certain that the Supreme Court's decision would have a negative effect in Doral. Businesses will have to make cuts, said Barres, who fled Venezuela 2 decades ago and is now a U.S. citizen, and they'll collapse. At Central Park Food Station, Wardini and BOJ estimated that 15 to 20% of their workers have TPS and would probably have to be let go if they lose their work status. The business partners also worry about the potential impact on their customers and the very feasibility of their dream of merging 2 worlds into one, with a Venezuelan-American diner named for a New York park. In a city where people hold on to their mother tongue for generations but also proudly fly American flags from their porches, BOJ said, that concept of melding cultures feels as distinctly Miami as anywhere else, at least for now. Arelis R. Hernandez in San Antonio and Sabrina Rodriguez and Anumita Kaur in Washington contributed to this report.
Yeah, well, Trump is even starting to lose support for his deportation policies, apparently. This says Trump's immigration ratings turned negative. So let's hear all about that. Only took him 100 days to fuck up the thing that people were mostly supportive of.
This news story was written by David Nakamura, Emily Guskin, Scott Clement, and Arelis R. Hernandez. Trump's immigration ratings turned negative, post-ABC Ipsos poll finds. President Donald Trump's approval ratings on immigration, relatively strong in the early weeks of his second term, have dipped into negative territory, according to a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll, a sign that his administration's hard-line and, in some cases, legally dubious enforcement tactics are losing public support. A majority of Americans, 53%, disapprove of Trump's handling of immigration, with 46% approving, a reversal from February when half of the public voiced approval of his approach. Negative views have ticked up across partisan groups over the past 2 months, with 90% of Democrats, 56% of independents, and 11% of Republicans now disapproving of the way the president has managed one of his core policy issues. The findings buttress other recent polls that have tracked falling approval ratings for Trump on immigration, though he still draws higher marks on the issue than on other matters. They come amid mounting public frustration more broadly over his presidency as it closes in on its first 100 days, which have been marked by a blizzard of unilateral actions, sometimes violating the constitutional bounds of presidential authority. White House aides had hoped that Trump's actions on immigration and a dwindling number of undocumented immigrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border would help bolster his public standing, despite declining support in other areas. Prompted by frustrations that the pace of deportations was falling short of the president's ambitious quotas, the administration has taken more aggressive action in recent weeks. It deported 238 migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, without the chance to challenge their designation as alien enemies beforehand, and targeted international students and faculty at U.S. colleges and universities for removal. It also resisted orders from federal judges, rulings backed by a unanimous Supreme Court decision, to facilitate the return to the United States of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran migrant who lives in Maryland and entered the U.S. without authorization as a teen, was arrested by immigration officers and sent to the Salvadoran facility. A 2019 legal order barred his removal, and the administration has acknowledged that Abrego Garcia was wrongly deported. But federal officials say they have no authority to bring him back and have sought to portray him and others as violent gang members, despite producing no evidence. The post-ABC Ipsos poll finds that more Americans say Abrego Garcia should be returned to the country than remain imprisoned in El Salvador, 42% versus 26%. About 3 in 10 Americans, however, say they don't know enough to have an opinion, a sign that views on the high-profile case are still forming among a sizable segment of the population. A narrow majority of Republicans, 53%, say he should remain in prison, with just 14% of them saying Abrego Garcia should be returned. The remainder say they didn't know enough to answer. By contrast, 74% of Democrats say Abrego Garcia should be returned to the U.S., with 20% saying they don't know enough to respond. Among independents, 39% say he should be returned, 21% say he should be left in El Salvador, and 39% didn't know enough. Among those who disapprove of Trump's immigration policy is Ray King of Nebraska, a machinist who grew up in California and considers himself a moderate Democrat. He characterized the administration's actions as radical law-breaking that is jeopardizing basic American values. Immigration is a really complicated and very difficult topic and situation, but not following the due process laws that are in place is not a way to fix the problem, said King, who is white. That supersedes everything the country was founded on. King said Trump's track record as a business executive who rarely admitted an error and dragged out legal fights to wear down opponents has convinced him that the president will continue to resist bringing Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. His mentality is, "I'm a winner and you're a loser," King said. If he has to bring the gentleman back, he becomes a loser. On Thursday, a federal judge in Maryland ordered the Trump administration to secure the return of a second man at the Salvadoran prison, a Venezuelan who was deported despite being part of a class action settlement that should have protected him from removal. Overall, 51% of Americans oppose the administration's efforts to send undocumented migrants suspected of being members of a criminal group to El Salvador, the poll finds, with 47% in support. Among those who favor Trump's approach is Gregory Samuel, 47, of Oklahoma, an independent voter who supported Joe Biden in the 2020 presidential race, but soured on him given a spike in illegal immigration during his presidency. In Abrego Garcia's case, Samuel said his undocumented status should be enough to send him to El Salvador. "If you're illegal, period," he said. "They got an open door, and I'm pretty sure they are gang members." Samuel endorsed having Trump defy the federal court judges, whom he called politicized. "It's out of balance and is an abuse of power for judges to impede Trump's executive authority," said Samuel, who is Black and Native American. As on other issues, support for deporting alleged members of criminal groups without a court hearing breaks sharply along partisan lines, with 85% of Democrats opposing the practice and 82% of Republicans supporting it. Just under half of independents support such deportations, while just over half oppose them, the poll finds. Just under half of Americans, 48%, say Trump has gone too far on his immigration enforcement efforts. About a third, 34%, say Trump is handling immigration about right, with 16% saying he hasn't gone far enough in his efforts. The responses break along racial lines, with about 6 in 10 Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans saying Trump has gone too far, compared with about 4 in 10 white Americans. The administration has sought to deport some leaders of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses who have legal status in the U.S., alleging they were supporting the Hamas militant group in the Israel-Gaza conflict, despite vehement denials from the protest leaders and their attorneys. About 6 in 10 Americans oppose deporting international students who have criticized U.S. policy in the Middle East. Most Republicans, 70%, support such deportations, but public approval drops to 36% among independents and 11% among Democrats, the poll finds. The post-ABC Ipsos poll was conducted online April 18th, 22 among 2,464 U.S. adults. The sample was drawn through the Ipsos Knowledge Panel, an ongoing panel of U.S. households recruited by mail using random sampling methods. Overall results have a margin of error of plus or minus 2 points.
Yeah, Samuel, I'm actually kind of surprised that the wall wasn't something that he went back to. I have not heard about the status of the wall at all. So, what he did is he militarized parts of the border. And he even lost that because they wanted to charge these migrants with trespassing on a military facility, and looks like they lost that too. So that's that. It's not surprising me that people are getting Trump fatigue. It's like every day he's basically doing shit that the courts are just swatting down, and doesn't seem like he can do anything legally. It's a problem. And he's essentially, letting the Democrats back into contention without them having to do their due diligence and changing some policies. So we go. So this next story, this is actually, I don't remember this ever happening in my lifetime. 5 Supreme Court justices are sitting out a case which is just going to automatically uphold the appeals court ruling. And basically, Ta-Nehisi Coates was sued, and he's going to wind up prevailing, which is kind of amazing. So we'll read it. The U.S. Supreme Court affirmed a lower court's dismissal of a copyright lawsuit against writer Ta-Nehisi Coates on Monday after 5 justices recused themselves from hearing the appeal, leaving the court without a quorum. According to the order released on Monday, Justices Samuel Alito, Sotomayor, Gorsuch, Barrett, Coney Barrett, and Ketanji Brown Jackson did not participate in considering the petition, effectively ending the case at the appellate level. Why it matters? The incident marks the highest number of justices sitting out a Supreme Court case since the court adopted a formal code of conduct in 2023. With no quorum, the ruling of the lower appellate court, which rejected allegations that Coates plagiarized from Ralph W. Baker's book Shock Exchange, remains in force. The incident has put renewed focus on judicial ethics and financial conflicts of interest, an issue under public scrutiny following recent disclosures about justices' lucrative book deals and gifts. Says here, the rare mass recusal halted the court's ability to review Baker versus Coates, which involved allegations of plagiarism against Coates and several entities connected to his book, The Water Dancer. The justices did not publicly explain their reasons for recusal. Must have something to do with the publisher. It says here in 1945, all the Supreme Court justices recused themselves in a case called U.S. versus Aluminum Company of America. Congress had to pass a special law that authorized the Second Circuit Court of Appeals to render final judgment in the matter. And Judge Learned Hand's opinion for the appellate court is widely regarded as one of the best, one of his best, and the only opportunity he would have to make a decision that was effectively a Supreme Court decision. He said the public would likely not know why the justices recused themselves from Baker versus Coates unless the justices chose to disclose that information. I'm guessing it has something to do with them sharing book publishers. But here it appears the justices had recused themselves because they had book deals with the same publisher, as is involved in the current case before the court. A party in the case owns Penguin Random House, which has published or plans to publish books by Sotomayor, Gorsuch, Barrett, and Jackson. Alito, whose published works have not been associated with Penguin Random House, also recused himself from the proceeding. So that's what I'm saying. Probably something to do with book deals. So there is that. Ta-Nehisi Coates will prevail. This story is talking about Trump's Golden Dome, which many of you will not be old enough to remember Reagan's Star Wars missile defense that never actually happened. Trump has his own version called Golden Dome. And I don't know that much about it other than, it costs like $25 billion or something like that, some ungodly number. So let's hear about it here. This is an opinion piece.
The reality of Trump's Golden Dome. This article is by W.J. Hennigan and read by an automated voice. At the White House on Tuesday, President Trump unveiled the broad contours of his plan to construct a missile defense system around the United States, the first step in what would be a staggering undertaking. The most interesting parts of the program, now known as Golden Dome, have yet to be determined: what the system would look like, who would build it, how it would be controlled, and whether it would reliably protect Americans and the homeland from an ever-changing range of missile threats from around the world. What we do know is it wouldn't come cheap, easy, or soon. It's sure to be a years-long, multi-billion-dollar effort involving systems in the air, land, sea, and space. Trump put the total cost at $175 billion, but a Congressional Budget Office review estimated that the space elements alone could reach as much as $542 billion to deploy and operate over the next 20 years. In a sign of the coming sticker shock, Congress set aside $25 billion for Golden Dome in next year's defense budget. American military contractors and rocket companies, including Elon Musk's SpaceX, are already strategizing about how to win competitions for contracts to construct the system. For perspective, the U.S. government has doled out roughly $300 billion on missile defense systems over the past 4 decades. A new generation of radars, sensors, interceptors, and associated systems would be required under Golden Dome to detect, track, and blast apart adversaries' missiles before they strike. That is, Golden Dome isn't a singular program. It would probably consist of 100 or more programs to be stitched together for a coast-to-coast, border-to-border shield against aerial attacks. Once those components are built, the military will need a way to orchestrate it all through a command and control system. Trump said it would be completed within 3 years, but industry officials and analysts expect the space-based elements to take much longer. The president also mentioned that Canada wanted coverage under Golden Dome, and that the country's leadership wanted to play a role, but he didn't elaborate. Trump is hoping to replicate at home what he sees as the successes of missile defenses abroad. In January, his initial executive order called for replicating Israel's Iron Dome system in the United States. As I wrote then, Israel is the size of New Jersey, and the missiles fired into Israel are often unguided, slow-moving projectiles lobbed from nearby. Not the world-spanning missiles U.S. military planners fear most. The Defense Intelligence Agency last week illustrated the advancing threats facing the United States from countries like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, in an unclassified assessment titled Golden Dome for America. The graphic depicted a diverse assortment of intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine-launched ballistic missiles, land attack cruise missiles, and hypersonic weapons capable of reaching speeds more than 5 times the speed of sound. There's little doubt the United States is at risk from missile attacks, but it's unclear whether Golden Dome could eliminate that vulnerability with modern technology. And even if the system is proven through testing, Congress would be required to continue the flow of funding to the tune of billions of dollars per year. Trump said he was completing the job that President Ronald Reagan began in the 1980s with his unrealized space-based missile defense program, derisively nicknamed Star Wars. The program was canceled after technological challenges proved too difficult to overcome, despite years of effort and billions of dollars in federal spending. To oversee Golden Dome's development, Trump named General Michael A. Getlin, now serving as the U.S. Space Force's Vice Chief of Space Operations. He draws on decades of experience in space acquisitions, missile defense and operations. He probably knows better than anyone else the challenges he's up against.
Yep. I think this will be something that doesn't happen. Once again, Trump will be talking about something and it will not happen. So, kind of like that wall. Maybe he should finish the wall before he starts working on a missile defense system. That would be my preference. So, this is basically kind of in the vein of Trump's approval ratings, poll numbers, that sort of thing. And another opinion piece called Trump Can't Escape Political Gravity. So let's hear what these writers have to say. This is 3 New York Times opinion writers.
Trump can't escape political gravity. 3 writers on Trump's polling. This article is by Frank Bruni, Kristen Soltis Anderson, and Nate Silver, and read by an automated voice. Frank Bruni, a contributing opinion writer, hosted a written online conversation with Kristen Soltis Anderson, a contributing opinion writer and Republican pollster, and Nate Silver, the author of On the Edge, The Art of Risking Everything, and the newsletter Silver Bulletin, to explore what polls say about the opening months of President Trump's action-filled second term. Frank Bruni, Kristen, Nate, thanks for joining me and helping readers and me understand Americans' reviews of Donald Trump's presidency so far. I'm confused, but that's pretty much my default setting. As Trump approached 100 days, he saw a steep decline in his approval rating, with numbers unusually low for an American president in his first months. But they were still within the normal range for Trump, despite the autocratic orders, the tariff roulette, Elon Musk. And then, over the past 2 weeks, an uptick, so that the average of recent polls gives Trump an approval-disapproval split of about 45% to 51%. All said, should he and his allies be panicked, mildly concerned, or vaguely reassured by the whole of it and by where he is now? Kristen Soltis Anderson. We are living in an era when things like job approval are just not able to rise to the heights of previous decades, so 40% is the new 50%. The ceiling for these numbers is lower than it used to be. That said, I would be concerned about some of the softness I am seeing in numbers around areas like the economy that used to be real strengths for Trump. Nate Silver. They should recognize that Trump can't escape political gravity. Most presidents see their approval ratings decline early in their terms, but according to our tracking, Trump's numbers had a particularly steep decline in April, falling late in the month to about a -9 net approval rating from about a -3 at the start of the month. To put that in more concrete terms, just shy of 10% of people who voted for Trump now seem to have regrets, according to the latest Times/Siena poll. Trump's numbers have rebounded just a bit. You can pretty clearly attribute most of this to the tariffs, which also produced some of the lowest consumer confidence numbers since the 2008 recession. Trump has somewhat backed off the tariffs, the hard economic data hasn't been as bad as consumer attitudes, and the stock market has rebounded. If I were his aides, I'd be concerned, but I don't think he's in a death spiral yet. Bruni. Fair. Though at times, it really does seem like the presidential equivalent of playing with matches. When I asked you two about his approval numbers and how he was faring, both of you immediately went to the economy. Nate, your site breaks down Trump's performance on various issues, On the economy, it showed that the percentage of Americans who disapproved of Trump's economic performance was 13 points higher than the percentage who approved of it. On trade, he was more than 15 points underwater, as they say. On inflation, almost 27 points. This is the guy who campaigned, above all, as someone who is going to increase Americans' buying power, lift their financial fortunes, and reverse what he denounced, unjustly and histrionically, as Joe Biden's economic catastrophe. If those numbers don't change, aren't he and Republicans toast? Silver. I do think Trump has probably irrevocably lost some voters' confidence in his ability to be a competent steward of the economy. So far, that's maybe from Wall Street elites, who have been very willing to criticize him early in his term. But those attitudes from elites can filter down to rank-and-file voters. Anderson. The economic numbers matter enormously, both because they're a driver of the political center, and they used to be central to the whole case for Trump. Don't like the tweets or the style or the jokes or the insults or all of that. At least your wallet is fatter. Silver. Trump's good on the economy, and much of the rest of it is Trump derangement syndrome, is an argument that can be persuasive to a certain kind of voter when the economy is healthy, but not when it isn't. Bruni. And Trump's economy has more than the sniffles. But every time it seems on the verge of intensive care, Trump tweaks the treatment. By backing off his chest-thumping, and it turns out, vacuous threats against China, he may be warding off the worst of price increases, calming the stock market and reassuring some Americans. But will they remember the needlessly herky-jerky turns and stomach-knotting dips and punish him for that? I mean, this is less like governing and more like a really nauseating amusement park ride. Anderson. If it ends up fine, this will be something of a distant memory come the 2026 midterms. If is doing a huge amount of work in that sentence. Silver. Yeah, the bearish case on Trump's ratings if you're one of his strategists, or the bullish one if you're a Democrat, is that so far, Trump's numbers
I think we get the gist of this. Essentially, Trump is not doing well. And I don't see if there is more of a contraction in the next quarter, he's going to have a rough ride for the rest of his term. He is just inconsistent. On the immigration issues, it would be easier just to go slower and make whatever it is you do stick in the courts. He doesn't seem to want to do that. And I honestly think he's getting bad advice. And as far as, the tariffs and stuff like that, you should hear Ryan go on and on about, how stupid the idea is. So Trump's got some obstacles here. And, doing stuff like his military parade that's coming up, I think it's June 14th. People are not that stupid, especially once they lose confidence in you. And people will kind of, laugh at me, but I think Trump's pretty close to losing the confidence of anybody but his staunchest supporters. I think he already has, to be honest. Listening to those independents, the numbers on the independents' approval of his deportation policy so far. People don't like to see innocent people just kind of surprised by ICE agents, especially if they're here legally. Just because you wrote something in a student newspaper that Trump doesn't like, people are not that into what he should be doing is focusing on the illegals instead of dealing with people who are here on student visas and that sort of thing. But like I said, I think he's getting bad advice, and I think Stephen Miller is like the chief architect of this deportation policy, and we are watching a slow motion blow up in Trump's face. So, oh well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So next, another Trump story where he is basically going to get revenge on people who have opposed him or people he just doesn't like. So the Department of Justice opens an investigation into Andrew Cuomo over pandemic testimony to Congress. So I'm trying to figure out, because Cuomo's going to be running for mayor of New York City, and I guess he would technically be an opponent of Eric Adams. So I wonder if this is just killing two birds with one stone. Trump gets revenge, and he gets to kind of throw a wrench in the works of the upcoming New York mayoral race. So it says here, federal authorities have launched into an early stage inquiry into former New York Governor Mario Cuomo in response to allegations concerning his testimony about the handling of COVID-19. The inquiry was initiated after congressional Republicans referred the matter, alleging that Cuomo had been dishonest during their probe, whereas a prior appeal to the Biden administration did not result in any investigation. Cuomo, who previously ran for mayor and is a competitor of the current mayor, Eric Adams, has stated that he was unaware of the federal investigation and insists he gave truthful testimony regarding incidents from 4 years ago. Cuomo's spokesperson stated that they were unaware of any such investigation and questioned the timing of the leaks, while a Justice Department official emphasized that the department has put an end to the misuse of government power. Well, the problem is that they don't have jurisdiction over a state government. The Justice Department declined further comment, but emphasized it will continue following facts to restore equal justice, suggesting the investigation could affect Cuomo's political activities. So we'll stay tuned to this. I'm curious to know. This is kind of vague. Curious to know what exactly they're investigating. Not that I'm a Cuomo fan, by the way. He's not my favorite Democrat. So that more or less concludes all the news that's fit to Trump. I'm going to talk about something here that I got into yesterday, and it dovetails into something that I'm going to do as a short video essay later on today. This is concerning mass shootings, and this is from, well, this has been updated a few days ago, May 15th, 2025. But this story's kind of been, it's kind of weird. It's been like an ongoing story with the Washington Post for quite some time. And it concerns mass shootings, basically the demographics of mass shootings. And I'm going to read here. It says, mass shooters come from a variety of races, ages, and backgrounds, but nearly all are male. So I think everybody knows most shooters are males. By an overwhelming margin, men are the ones who shoot their romantic partners and family members, shoot indiscriminately in public places, and carry out mass killings in conjunction with other crimes like robbery and drug trafficking. Since 2006, only 16 of the 487 deadliest mass shootings in the United States, just 3%, are known to have known or suspected to have been committed by a woman acting alone. Now, I'm not sure why they emphasize the sex of the shooter. Says here another 17 involved both male and female shooters, while an additional 13 killings are unsolved. That's the other thing about mass shootings. They don't actually, very small percentage go unsolved. According to a database maintained by the Associated Press, USA Today, and Northeastern University, the Post defines a mass killing with a gun as a shooting in which at least 4 people are killed, not counting the shooter. Age and race of shooters. The median age of shooters and suspected shooters is 31, but the range is large from 14 to 73. Most shooters and accused shooters are either white, 38%, or black, 29%, followed by Hispanic, Latino, 14%, Asian Pacific Islander, 5%, and Native American, 1%. The remaining 9% are of another race or their race is not available. Most killers act alone. 84% of these deadly mass shootings involve a single assailant. When multiple shooters are involved, the vast majority happened during the commission of another crime, such as a drug deal, robbery, or gang fight. So I want to reemphasize that, let's see here. There's something here. Mass shootings are kind of weird because it doesn't involve gangs. It's something else. Where was it? Also, another interesting thing, when multiple shooters are involved, the vast majority happen during commission of another crime. So the single assailants are specifically, shooting, like just shooting. And if there are multiple assailants, that usually involves another crime. It says 36% of shooters died at the scene of the shooting. Of those, 79% killed themselves. Those who survive are almost always caught. Just 2% of the shootings in the database remain unsolved. Most convicted shooters, 64%, are sentenced to life in prison. 24% receive lesser sentences. Another 8% are sentenced to death. But the one thing that I want to emphasize is that the majority are white, and I'm not gonna name names, but the idea that these mass shootings are an overwhelmingly black crime just does not bear out. This database basically involves shootings from 2006 to the present. And then this next tab talks about mass shooters by race, demographics of assailants, 1966 to 2024. And again, 53% of the 195 mass shootings between 1966 and 2024 are committed by white shooters. 21% are black, and 98% of the mass shooters are male. And the reason I bring this up is earlier on another show, and probably everyone will know whose show this is, the mass shootings, the mass violence. Apparently, someone or many people are thinking this is an overwhelmingly black activity that happens in the inner city. And it's just, the numbers just don't bear that out. It says here, let me enlarge this here. So says from how many mass shootings by white Americans? It says here from 1966 to 2024, white Americans, both male and female, committed 103 of the 195 recorded mass shootings in the U.S., accounting for 53% of these incidents. And then it's, again, overwhelmingly male. And then it says here how many mass shootings by Black Americans. Black Americans comprising 13% of the U.S. population, actually closer to 14% these days, accounted for 21% of all mass shootings between 1966 and 2024. Of these incidents, only one was by a female. So again, my thinking on this is that people want to hide behind the per capita. Basically, they want to look at, the number of mass shootings based on the number of people in that demographic. And I actually think that's basically hiding behind apron strings. And it's basically comparative tragedy. Hey, more of this tragedy happens, by this demographic than the other demographic, without actually thinking, well, you know what? Really, you shouldn't even be comparing the two. But the vast number of these incidents happen by a particular demographic. And that's probably because historically, whites have been better armed than blacks. There was quite some time when, especially in the South, blacks couldn't even own weapons. So it's relatively recent that, the Second Amendment applies without qualification to non-white American citizens. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about is, according to the 2020 census, the Black population is growing in suburbs and it's shrinking in cities. And the reason I bring this up, and I brought it up before, most Black people do not live in the inner city. If you want to make the argument that, hey, the violence in the inner city is just inordinately high based on the population numbers, I would agree with you. But this notion that, what happens in the inner city is the business of all Black Americans, it just does not convince me. Black people are not responsible. All Black people are not responsible for what happens or the actions of a few Black people. And I'm just going to be blunt. It is outright racist. It does not matter who says it. It is outright racist to say, hey, Stanley, why aren't you in the hood worrying about what's going on in the hood? It's racist. It's like me saying, hey, you know what? White people, why aren't y'all dealing with what's happening in Appalachia? I would apply the same argument. If you don't live in Appalachia, it's really not your job to worry about what goes on in a place you don't live or have never been. So there is a paragraph here that I wanted to read. Where was I need to start highlighting these things. Basically, according to the 2020 census, says here from 1990 to 2000, 13 of the United States' biggest cities lost Black residents. By 2020, it was 23. According to the census, roughly 54% of Black residents oh man, this is badly written here. Let's see. I don't know. I may have to start at the beginning and read it just to get the context of it. So, a longtime area staple with its wagon wheel decor and Roy Rogers ribeye, The Ranch Steakhouse is fighting to reopen as one of the last sit-down restaurants in the once flourishing Black Chicago neighborhood of Roseland, about 13 miles away near Indiana. Christopher Kane and his wife Deja Cousins Kane sought a new market for their wine bar that promises good vibes only, settling on the suburb of Lansing, where growth has included a steady increase of Black residents. The two enclaves of roughly 30,000 people reflect how Black migration patterns in the 21st century are changing the makeup of metropolitan areas nationwide. For decades, Black residents have been leaving some of the nation's largest cities, while suburbs have seen an increase in their Black populations. Those two trends have now spread to even more areas of the country, according to the 2020 U.S. Census. The patterns echo the white flight that upended urban landscapes in the 20th century. Like those who left cities before them, Black residents often move because of worries about crime and a desire for reputable schools, affordable housing, and amenities. But there are key differences, they're saying, between the Black flight and white flight from decades ago. Leaving Black city neighborhoods that are starved for investment is often more of a necessity than a choice, and those who do settle into new suburban lives often find racial inequities there too. From 1990 to 2000, 13 of the United States' biggest cities lost Black residents. By 2020, it was 23 of the biggest cities. According to the census, roughly 54% of Black residents within the 100 biggest American metro areas were suburbanites in 2020, up from 43% 2 decades ago, according to Bill Frey of the Brookings Institution. While New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia all lost Black residents from 2010 to 2020, the change was especially notable in Chicago, which gained population but lost 85,000 Black people, the highest number after Detroit, according to the 2020 census. These numbers could vary slightly, as the Census Bureau reported last week that 3.3% of the Black population was undercounted in the 2020 census, a rate higher than 2010. So basically, these big urban areas are losing population. And the reason I bring this up is the short that I'm going to do, the short video essay I'm going to do, is about a book called The Devil That You Know. And the reason I find the book kind of fascinating is a lot of people talk about Black unity and what we need to do to, as a quote community, to kind of gain power economically, socially, and politically. And a guy named Charles Blow basically recommends that we do a reverse migration. The book is fascinating because it gives a fairly brief synopsis of the Great Migration. Basically, Blacks leaving, the hard and harsh life in the South between mainly happened around the World Wars, but the official end is, everybody's demographers have picked 1970 as the end of the Great Migration. Basically, the cities, the usual suspects: Chicago, Detroit, New York City. These big cities got a lot of migration from places like Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, and fewer people actually went west. Most went Midwest and north in the Midwest and north on the East Coast. So what we're seeing now is a reverse migration where people are leaving cities and coming back down south. And this is exactly what Charles Blow, the author of the book, suggested that 56% of the Black population in America lives in the South, the former, Confederacy. And he's thinking, you know what? Life is better down here, everything from the weather to just the economics of it, slower pace of life. Going to moving back to your ancestral homes like Georgia, Florida, Texas, for instance, because Texas actually has the largest Black population in America. I actually thought it was Georgia, but Georgia's second and Florida is third. He's basically saying that, there is a way for Blacks to gain power constitutionally, and that would be by basically reversing the Great Migration, going from north, these big cities, back to the South. And doing that basically allows Blacks to gain political power. And Georgia was actually an interesting example because it went blue in 2020, and it surprised everyone. It wasn't easy to do it, but it did happen. I personally think that Georgia is still a red state, but it's not as red as, say, somewhere like South Carolina or Florida currently. So, in my overall point is that if you've only got the 5 biggest cities in America having only 20% of the Black population, you are not going to be able to convince me that 80% of a population is responsible for what 20% of a population does in these, 5 big cities. It just does not stand to reason. And I'm going to reemphasize, if you are saying that all Black people are alike, and that's exactly what you're saying, hey, all Black people are alike, why are you not dealing with crime in the inner city? Well, it's not, that's the government's job. That's policing, that is policy. And Black people don't have that kind of political power right now to set or control policing or set policy, that can make it through legislative bodies. So I think that crime, as I've said before, crime in the inner city is not a Black problem. Now, you can argue it is the Black residents' problem, but crime, racializing crime, in my opinion, is exactly why inner city crime is not being solved. And has been a problem for decades. You're acting like it's Black people's problem to fix, and it's simply not. If I have never been to Chicago, to ask me why crime is high in Chicago, as conservatives often do, when, back during the BLM days, the BLM heyday, people would talk about, well, hey, all these Black people are being killed by cops. And the response by the far right would be, well, what about all the violence? If you're worried about Black males being murdered, what are you doing about Chicago? Well, my response would be, I'm not doing shit about Chicago. I've never been there. Why should, other than, hey, I don't want to see people, die violently. I literally wouldn't have the first clue how to fix Chicago. Chicagoans would, and the Chicago police would. And if you're basically saying that, hey, Black crime is a problem, or Black on Black crime is a problem, well, most crimes, violent crimes, are, people perpetrating these crimes on someone who is of the same race. So, I understand that these arguments are easy to make. They are often made entertainingly, and they play into America's racist tendencies. But all these types of arguments tell me is that the person making the argument hasn't done the homework, hasn't sat down and thought critically. And I don't care whether people get pissed off at me or not. I will shit on those arguments because they're bad arguments. So those who kind of look at me askance and say, well, Stanley, you're not being truthful or all this shit. Well, you know what? I'm not speaking your truth, and your truth is badly reasoned, doesn't hold water if when it's scrutinized. And I can't basically stop you from making these arguments. But if you go and you start looking at the statistics and try to figure out what the statistics mean, there are a lot of holes that can be poked in those. Inner city crime is bringing down America. That's bullshit, because most blacks don't even live in the inner city. If you're telling me that 20% if you're telling me that 20% of 45 million people are bringing down the country, I think you're full of shit. So I welcome people to look at what I'm looking at and take the numbers that are there. And I don't know how you come up with the conclusions that these racists do. I call them anti-blacks. I don't anti-black blacks, anti-black whites. You're basically making racist arguments, and racializing crime will not solve crime. Saying that 70%, some fake made up 70% of a demographic group being responsible for for what's happening in places they don't live. Don't come to my panel with that bullshit, because and there will be no timers or anything like that. I will shit on those arguments, and I will do it with glee. So that's pretty much my rant on that. Let's see. What is DJ MFB saying? When discussing violent crime in that black community, they're not referring to you. No, I'm afraid you're not listening to these arguments, Mike. When you start saying 70% are making excuses for the 3%, that's referring. And I have been told, Stanley, you're part of that 70%. So don't give me that bullshit. I actually listen to what people say, and it's all made up numbers to begin with. It's all close to being virulently racist. And what surprises me is that black people buy into it. The anti-black blacks buy into it. And I find that, I expect old white people to be racist. I don't expect, younger black people to be racist. So who said that? You know who said it. I'm basically not gonna mention names. But we all know who those people are. And it's not just one person, by the way. So let's see. Are they distinguishing between the bad ones and the good ones? I've never heard anyone include you in that group. Well, you don't hang out here as much as I do, Mike. But yeah, it happens. And you know what? The other thing that's really interesting that MAGA people do is they always speak in generalities. That way, if you try and hold them accountable for specifics, they can always squirm away and go, well, I wasn't talking about you. Sure, the fuck you were talking about me. You just have a quick out once you get called to account. Why would they include you as part? You know what? I've been asking that question for quite some time. Why would you say 70% of black people are making excuses? You don't know those people. And I've yet to hear a solid example of anyone making excuses for inner city crime. And it's hard to make excuses for a place you don't even know about. Um, the thing is you don't have to make sense. The saying goes, it's hard to argue points with smart people. It's damn near impossible to do it with stupid people. And these racist arguments about the inner city and 70% making excuses for the 3%, it's all made up numbers. It's all made up by a racist numbers. And that, again, people taking that seriously, I'll never understand it, but I sure as shit don't. And there's no way to justify it. There's no way. Let's see. I agree the 70%. Well, the thing is this. I don't even know if there's a percentage at all. What I do know is that out of sight, out of mind. If you don't live in Cabrini Green, which I think has been closed down now, but if you aren't from a hood, how would you know what's going on there? Why would you make excuses for it? And why would you care? So I don't get these very bad arguments, and they're entertaining is the only thing I can think of. They sound good. They sound pithy, but anybody with a brain who actually takes this sort of stuff seriously, is going to poke holes in it. You know what? He does not present it as a personal opinion. He presents it as fact. He presents it as data-based. And John Galt, for instance, I hear people talk about the 70% all the time. People are buying the argument. They're taking it as fact. They're presenting it as fact. And, at least they don't come on my panel and do it. So, what I will do is stop listening to these shows that are pushing out a false narrative. To think that the 70% of a community is like that, you would have to discount actual statistics. Well, it's all based on visual. It's what the quote is. It's based on what I see, and I think what I see are YouTube videos. Pulling out 1,000 videos saying, "Oh, hey, this is the Black community." That's not how you do research or anything like that. And people should just, we all agree that there's a problem, but the thing is too many people just kind of, take their racist attitudes and present them as fact, and other people kind of are gullible enough. Hey, it sounds good. It kind of aligns with what I think. Therefore, I'm going to propagate it. So enough of that. I am going to do a short on a short video on the book I talked about, and it won't be so much about crime. It'll be more about the actual migration and the political power. And the one thing I do admire is, everyone in the Black community is going, well, hey, what do we do to be successful? What do we do to counteract some of these negative impacts that the Black community is experiencing, and the negative impact that, the violence and all that stuff? What do we do about it? Well, no one ever actually has a plan. And Charles Blow actually, whether you agree with his plan or not, at least he actually had a plan, which is pretty rare. Let me bring up this book right quick, because I read it a couple weeks ago, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with everybody picking up and moving. Moving is not that easy, not a real easy thing to do. However, at least he has a plan. He's not just going, hey, we should do something. He's saying, this is what we should do. So this is the book. It's called The Devil You Know. And it's called The Devil You Know, A Black Power Manifesto. And, the power he's talking about is not, like the Black Panthers, holding up a fist. He's basically saying that, if 56% of 45 million people live in very specific places in the South, well, you know what? Let's move down there and let's consolidate some power, via demographics. Now, the problem I have, and it's, part of, what I talk about almost daily these days to the anti-Black blacks, is not all Black people are alike. Okay. Not all, growing up in the city, going down to, Podunk, Georgia, may not be something you want to do, even if it means you can consolidate power, because just within the Black community, there is no homogeneity. All Black people don't think alike, just like they don't look alike. And I can think many times listening to people, friends I have, Black friends I have out in places like San Diego or Los Angeles, San Francisco. And I'm like, these people are Black. They're not, they're not culturally, like, I have never heard of this silliness before. So, I know Californian Blacks, especially in the Bay Area, I have always hesitated using the word woke. Those motherfuckers are woke. If you've ever heard, I have a couple friends who are roughly my age, and they're not like, I call them friends, but they're more like acquaintances. And I get to hearing them talk, about BLM and, all this social justice stuff. And even I'm saying, man, y'all are woke. So anyway, enough of that. I have first half of my video done, and I've kind of scripting the last half, and hopefully I'll get it out today. And last among my news articles, sad news is George Wendt, Norm from Cheers, died, I guess, yesterday or the last couple days. So I was a huge fan of Cheers when it was actually on network TV. And, Norm was a favorite. So I don't know if there are any Cheers fans in this thin audience in the chat, but sorry to see him go. He was actually, his delivery was just hilarious. So we'll listen to this short article.
George Wendt, aka Norm from Cheers, is dead at 76. This article is by Alex Williams and read by an automated voice. George Wendt, who earned 6 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations for his role as the bearish, beer-quaffing everyman Norm Peterson on the enduring sitcom Cheers, died on Tuesday morning at home in Studio City, California. He was 76. His death was confirmed by his manager Jeff Chetty, who did not specify a cause. Over more than 4 decades, Mr. Wendt racked up about 170 film and television credits, but he was best known for Cheers. He appeared on every episode of the sitcom during its 11-year run on NBC, which began in 1982. His streak of Emmy nominations for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series began in 1984. Mr. Wendt, a native of the South Side of Chicago, started his entertainment career in inglorious fashion, sweeping the floors at the Second City, the famed improvisational comedy club in his hometown that helped launch the careers of generations of stars, including John Belushi, Mike Myers, Tina Fey, and Amy Poehler. In 1974, he became part of the Second City's touring production and resident company. I had no acting experience in my background. he said in a 2013 interview with the Democrat and Chronicle newspaper of Rochester, New York, but something just clicked. He remained with the company until 1980. With his easy charm and lunch pail demeanor, Mr. Wendt headed for Hollywood to appear in the pilot for an NBC show called Nothing But Comedy. He later popped up on popular television shows like Taxi, Alice, and Heart to Heart before becoming one of America's favorite barflies on Cheers. He later said that his pronounced girth was key to the role, making Norm the relatable guy that viewers would feel like sidling up next to at their neighborhood bar. One nice thing about being fat for a living is that you don't worry about losing weight or dieting, Mr. Wendt once said. I don't know how much I'd have to lose before it was noticeable. Anyhow, if I lost 100 pounds, people would say, oh no, not another fat comedian wanting to be a leading man. While the Norm character felt natural to who he was, he said, there were definitely differences between fiction and reality. The Norm you see in Cheers has been years in the making, he said. I have some characteristics in common with him besides our fondness for beer. But I think I'm a lot happier than Norm. He added, I was a beer drinker long before Cheers. When I put a couple of six-packs on top of my grocery shopping cart, people are pleased. I tell them I'm taking them home to rehearse. A complete obituary will be published soon. Ash Wu contributed reporting.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Love the show. So we go. This is a video, totally switching gears here, that I've been wanting to watch for quite some time. And it is called, and it dovetails actually into, this argument about, the 70% and the 3%, and just stuff that happens in this John Galt urban landlord space. And speaking of which, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. I often forget to say that. And make sure you support the show. It is Wednesday, so it's getting on towards the weekend. And the beer fund will need to be enhanced for my Bud Light. And make sure that you support Portia, our executive producer. She will need reparations. She will need reparations for the grievous. When she proposed the show, she had no idea that I was going to cause this much trouble. So you need to make sure that she is compensated for the bad feelings that she feels having inflicted me upon you. So let's go ahead and start listening to this. I don't know. We're mighty light in the audience today. Apparently everybody's sleeping in. So this is my well, I agree with a lot of what these folks are saying. Again, I think kids not having an idea or a deeper idea of what's been happening in America these past, even, let's not even go back to slavery, just what's been happening in America post Reconstruction. If you took just that and never mentioned slavery, there are some real issues that people just don't seem to know day by day, but they make these arguments, these race science type arguments, and it's a shame. And not teaching kids, even the bad stuff with the good stuff for fear of hurting their feelings, you're really not doing America a favor, and you're certainly not doing the kids a favor. Depending on how you teach history, it can actually be a good thing for kids to know even some of the uglier parts. So this is Brianna Joy Gray talking to, can't remember, it'd take me a minute to remember this professor's last name, but it'll come out on the video.
All right, it's my enormous pleasure to welcome to Bad Faith Podcast for the first time Professor Quinn Slobodian. He is a professor of international history at Boston University and the author of a number of books, most recently Hayek's Bastards, Race Gold, IQ, and the Capitalism of the Far Right. Welcome to Bad Faith Podcast.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So I not only had an opportunity to get into your book, but to also listen to a number of other interviews you've done most recently on the book. And I have come to the conclusion in my prep this morning that I would like this to differ from those insofar it's more of an applied Slobodian.
Okay.
And in the way that we talk about applied math or other applied sciences, that I want to start obviously with a conversation about your ideas, but then to talk about them more specifically in the context of our current political moment. We had a guest maybe a month or so ago, Anita Say Chan, who had written this book, Predatory Data, that subtitled Eugenics and Big Tech and Our Fight for an Independent Future, which engages with some of the similar ideas about why it is that there is this growing interest, ever present, but it seems exponentially growing interest among far-right movements in what we call sort of race science, skull measuring, phrenology, the kind of things that we sort of thought that Stephen Jay Gould had put to bed in the 90s, but which are becoming more popular, even entering the realm of pop music with Kanye's extremely unnerving latest hit, Heil Hitler. This is how mainstream this stuff is becoming. And its embeddedness within the tech community in particular raises this question of how the tech giants that have inarguably bought the Trump administration and in a lot of ways are running our country is benefited from that kind of pseudo race science. So maybe we should start there. How is it that big tech is benefited from this movement? Why do you think that we're seeing this resurgence now?
Well, I'm sure this is something you got into with your other guest, and I don't know if you've ever interviewed Malcolm Harris, but he wrote this great book, Palo Alto, about the history of eugenic thought in the Valley and at Stanford in particular. So there is a good century now of thinking in the greater Bay Area about new forms of breeding, new forms of ranking people, and specifically how the mind can be both modeled and then ordinally assembled into a kind of a hierarchy into which you can plug, certain minds into certain parts of the circuitry based on their utility. So the long story of tech is about the analogizing of the mind to a computer in certain ways. And one of the stories I tell in my book is the rise of this idea of the information economy or the knowledge economy in the 1990s in the midst of the first dot-com boom. And in a way, we never left that. I mean, the US economy continues to be defined by the wealth and fortunes of a pretty small number of huge tech companies. And with that, I think has been brought a kind of new understanding of human hierarchy and human superiority and inferiority, which ranks people according to their usefulness for the machine. I mean, for lack of a better way of putting it. And IQ becomes the kind of generic way to talk about the utility of the human brain for the functioning and onward expansion of a computer-driven digital capitalism.
There is an argument that I think has a lot of traction, particularly on the left, that says something like, the nature of capitalism is that there is this excess labor force that you have to do something with or rationalize away. So having a racially pluralistic society where you have a subcomponent, a very neat 10% in America of the population that has historically been African American, that can be blamed for their own downward mobility, regardless of slavery, regardless of Jim Crow, creates a narrative that says it's not that capitalism is that bad, it's never going to happen to you, it's going to happen to this racialized other. You tell a story in your book about how that emerged as a necessity as we moved from a sort of imperial context, empire, to a more democratic context. And this was a tidbit that felt very kind of new to me, and which had useful explanatory value. that in empire, when you have complete and total domination, you can simply, you don't have to explain yourself. You can course correct, fight it fiscally by implementing policies that are very detrimental to the masses to stabilize gold, et cetera, the value of gold, et cetera. But once you have democracy, suddenly you can get kicked out of office if you do things that are too detrimental to the interests of the working masses. Can you get into that a little bit in a little bit more detail? Because to me, that it deepens this sort of, I think, accurate, but in some ways easily dismissible by people who don't care that much about race, argument about the role that race particularly has played historically in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of reflects one of the ways that I try to understand the ideology of the far right and the ideology of neoliberalism in general, both in this book and in my previous other couple books on the topic. And that is to think about it in terms of dialogic combat with opponents. So I think what neoliberalism is at any given time is often defined, or I would say always defined, in terms of what it sees to be the primary threat to capitalist stability. And the book I wrote 2 books ago is called Globalists, and it puts together the end of empire with the birth of neoliberalism, which probably wouldn't always line up in most people's minds because it would seem like 2 different stories. Like on the one hand, the history of decolonization, and then on the other hand, the triumph of a certain set of ideas about organizing the market. But my point in that book was actually that by the 1960s and 70s, the high point of decolonization, when you had a host of new African and Asian independent nations entering the world stage, taking up seats at the United Nations, exercising what they saw as their right to economic self-determination, there was a real fear that this was going to wreak havoc with all kinds of investor security, free trade arrangements, the right to own property over borders. So much of what we think of as the institutional architecture of neoliberalism, whether it's bilateral investment treaties or ultimately things like the World Trade Organization, the structural adjustment policies of the IMF and the World Bank, were actually emerging out of this attempt to keep the genie of economic democracy in the bottle and to make sure that new decolonized nations, many of which were, led by African and Asian non-white political leaders, wouldn't become an unruly force that would, throw the world of interdependence and the international division of labor into chaos. So in that earlier work, I'd already been interested in the way that there were these economic threats that were frequently seen as racialized threats because of what they were seen as the threat they posed to the totality or the smooth functioning of the whole. In the question of money, and this gets to the last chapter of my book that you just invoked about gold, there is a longer history about the supposed golden age of economic interconnection in the late 19th century up to the First World War that historians actually call the first age of globalization, because you had with telegraphs, with steamships, with falling transport costs, you would have one world market for a commodity. So if you're sitting in Hamburg, you're actually setting the global price for a particular commodity, or sitting in London. And you had the world knitted together by the gold standard, meaning currencies were pegged to gold at a set rate for decades at a time. And nations were really committed, and empires were really committed to upholding that parity, and would do so by liquidating workers when necessary, driving down wages when necessary, destroying organized labor when necessary to make sure that inflation didn't, make the currency float from the gold peg. So it was partially in that case racialized, but also just very much a class fear. It was about fear of the workers with a voice. And after the expansion of suffrage after the First World War and the emergence of mass democracy, at least for men, and then eventually for women in some countries between the wars and after the Second World War, and the ongoing struggles, obviously, for equal rights beyond that, it became less and less possible to keep currencies on gold. That didn't mean that the fantasy didn't remain. And that's the subject of that last chapter of my book. It's about these gold bugs who throughout had basically harbored what is definitely an anti-democratic and anti-emancipatory urge to return economies back to one-to-one gold parity that would definitely imply removing all forms of, social redistribution or social safety nets, and would disproportionately affect, obviously, those populations that have been historically less advantaged and been oppressed.
So would it be right to characterize the move away from gold and the sort of understanding that you can print money and spin into the economy with some limits, some inflationary limits, as ultimately advantageous to the American workforce, who now, since there is now a way to sort of influence the economy and deal with inflationary effects, et cetera, without simply using a tax on labor as a really blunt tool. And therefore, the implication of people, most famously, as you write, obviously, Alex Jones, and the Trump figures who very openly and cravenly will sell gold and be involved in these commercials and things, suggest to me that is moving concomitantly along with a retrenchment of the democracy. That is the risk, right? The risk of having that blunt instrument of being anti-labor when you are on a gold standard suggests that if you are trying to move people back in that direction, this is an anti-democratic project. And in fact, Mark Andreessen and others who we talked about in the episode with Anita Say-Chan are very open about their anti-democratic instincts. This is fascinating in the current political context where, of course, the right post-Trump has been defined by this sort of right populist movement. We on the left obviously are characterizing this as a sort of faux populism, but there's some interesting bedfellows that now exist with the Steve Bannons of the world who are openly advocating for taxing the rich, something that Donald Trump has talked about recently. You can decide for yourself or reserve judgment as to whether or not that's going to be an argument made in good faith. Alongside these tech billionaires who are saying, we don't really care about populism. The people are going to be ground up as meat or put in front of screens or
biodiesel.
Who cares? Biodiesel, exactly. And who really cares?
Yeah.
What have you made about this, made of this sort of dissonant union between these two camps within the Democratic Party right now? The Republican Party right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the point you started with is really important, right? Which is that, and it's something I'm trying to get across in the book, that we don't talk enough about the capitalism of the far right. And we also don't take into account the fact that debates about money, for example, are never just about money. When you talk about money, you're bringing with it all kinds of political implications and social implications. And what you were saying is exactly right, which is that the expansion of the Great Society programs in the 1960s, the expansion of what even the US state, not exactly known for its welfarism, was willing to cover, though, in terms of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid for the average American citizen, is one of the reasons that people cite for why the US went off its own gold standard in 1971. So it was this kind of double whammy of expenditure, the Vietnam War and overseas foreign expenditures, but then also domestic expenditures on social programs. So when the US moved from a gold standard of its own in 1971 to what you would call like fully fiat currency, in which the only thing backing the currency is people's confidence in the Fed, basically, to, prop up the currency and bail out the currency when need be, then for a lot of conservatives and neoliberals, this was kind of a fatal moment because you had taken the reins off, you had taken the leash off, and now democracy could run wild because the population could just ask for stuff and the government could just make the money printer go burr to satisfy their demands. And in the 1970s, that's indeed the kind of crucible of neoconservatism when people put those two things together. Melinda Cooper has written very well about this. When things like, no-fault divorce, single motherhood, promiscuity, libertinism were all seen as partially both produced by this new loose money environment and then also increasing the loose money environment because supposedly now the government has to step in and fund all of the bad decisions that people have made, pursuing pleasure. So now you have to pay for all of these single moms with their kids, which is why, conservatives have always been disproportionately focused on what are actually really small, like rounding errors in the US budget to do with, for example, the support for dependent mothers, because with mothers of dependent children, because it's seen as like the Achilles heel of a complex that mixes morality with money issues. So the desire to roll back, public spending isn't just a question of frugality or discipline in the abstract or austerity understood outside of all social repercussions. It's a core way to police certain kinds of social behavior, to draw certain hard lines about the ways people are allowed to live their lives, and to, force people, as with welfare reform, to, let's say, funnel money through the biological father to try to re-entrench like a heterosexual nuclear family, for example. So
then go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I think it's a big topic that we don't talk enough about, because the far right is actually itself, you already intimated this, not united on this issue. And this is also true in Europe. So you have some parts of the far right who are actually like anti-austerity, and they're anti the idea that we should have hard rules on money creation. We should be able to have what people call welfare chauvinism. So, like welfare for citizens matched with punishment and exclusion for non-citizens. But then there are other parts of the far right that are actually even more focused on austerity. And the gold bugs that I talk about in my book are an example, where it's not just like, control the size of the money supply, the way Milton Friedman might say, or like, don't operate through discretion, operate through a rule. But no, like shred most of what exists as liquidity and roll back to like a very primordial level of, the existence of money, which would then inevitably mean most people would die. Also, most of capitalism wouldn't work well. You wouldn't have debt and credit that we have now. Liquidity would dry right up. But it would be like this purge process where those, well prepared enough, well equipped enough would make it through, and those less fit would be finally culled. And there's that liquidationism at its extreme form that actually sits at the heart of a lot of the gold bug ideology. And you mentioned Alex Jones. Glenn Beck is someone else who used to hawk gold a lot. And that really kind of mask off like social Darwinist attitude. It's far from the idea of just a central banker trying to keep investment conditions hospitable. It's more about using money as a tool against, socially undesirable humans.
I think this is really important, it seems to me, because Glenn Beck, Alex Jones, people have been on the scene doing this since I was a child.
Decades. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, but the sort of mainstream liberal narrative is that these people are sort of self-enriching and foolish and tacky and gross, which I don't disagree with.
Yeah.
But the motivation behind it, which is so much more pernicious and is such a longer game being played, hasn't been foregrounded in any way by like mainstream liberal media in a way that appreciates it for the threat that it really is, and creates enables us to put together a story that understands all of these different satellites orbiting around that are pushing the world in a certain direction. I'm so glad you brought up the social Darwinism of it all, because again, going back to the idea that there are these two sort of nervous bedfellows in the Republican Party, uneasy bedfellows in the Republican Party, are reflected in these two phenomena. One is that the phenomenon that you just described of you call it what, deliquidization, that benefits basically only the very, very top, the tech elites that have bought our country, requires you to understand, it requires an acceptance of the fact that the overwhelming majority of people, including in a democracy, most of the people who voted to put these people in the power in the first place, are going to fare very badly. And as we've alluded to, some of the race story of America goes part of the way to make people feel comfortable with the idea that the bad things aren't going to happen to me, it's going to happen to other people, which of course is playing out in sort of fascinating ways as folks who voted for Trump in this last cycle are realizing that their friends and family and loved ones are getting deported and they thought it wasn't going to be me, or they're having to shut down their stores because of the tariff policies and prices rising, saying, oh gosh, I didn't think it was my small business that was going to be negatively impacted, et cetera. But seemingly anticipating that most people are going to be negatively impacted, there has been this sort of survival of the fittest style narrative that is being deployed, which basically says, and I want you to elaborate, obviously you're going to say this much better than I could, that says that it acknowledges that it is natural for people not to want everyone to be porn in the street. And that is something that this kind of techno-feudalist right, or whatever you want to call them, are going to have to contend with. That the state of nature says that we grew up in these, communities of primates in the savannah, and that we were collectivists, and that our survival required our dependence on the other, and that is ingrained in some primordial way in our heads.
Yeah.
And if the techno right is going to succeed, then they have to figure out a way to disavow us of this silly atavistic concern that we are a society, actually, that we are a community, actually, and that we should hold on to what are ultimately ideas about community that are holding us back from some technological or financial achievement that is beyond us.
Yeah, but I think that they can use the argument you made against us too. So the way that they would describe it, and the people in my book describe it, exactly as you say, that we have this hardwired savannah mentality, which is based on living in small groups, swapping things in a decommodified way, taking care of not our society, but in their terms, our tribe, right? So that we have the tribal mentality they think just locked in there. And the bad leftist movements, as they see it, try to revive that. So Hayek literally has a book called The Atavism of Social Justice, where he says, this desire for redistribution, fine, I get it, but it's because it's in our reptile brain, and we're just tapping into like this old instinct and old intuition. Society comes about by transcending that. So society we get to when we start treating each other actually anonymously. So we need to treat each other more like, service providers and people who can deliver us this or that good, objects that we can invest in and, withdraw services from at will. And so the tech libertarian mindset is, yes, partially, we need to make sure that the tribal communitarians don't rear their head again. But then they're also clever enough to say, or can we actually use that tribal instinct for our own purposes too? So can we use tribalism against society? And that's if you follow the work of someone like Balaji Srinivasan, who I actually spent a chapter on in my previous book, Crack.
Here, let me pause this right quick to address a member of our chat. Be brave. Let's see, where are you? Put that up. Oh my goodness. Why do I not see? Basically, Be Brave, you talked about mass shootings yesterday. And you and Ryan went back and forth about exactly what mass shootings are. Those are the numbers, literally mass shooting numbers, are the numbers I presented. And it is obvious that white males do the majority of mass shootings. So if you want to talk gun violence, that's kind of a different category, which I didn't bother looking up. I don't need to, since you named the topic, mass shootings, and I went and presented those numbers. Now, if you want to talk past me and talk about something else, I can talk about gun violence once I've gone in and done a little bit of review. But I'm literally meeting you where you are on the mass shooting, so you can sputter and get wrapped around the axle if you want to, but we are where we are. So don't preen. If you want to change the topic or move the goalpost, just let me know. I can handle that as well.
Crack up capitalism. This is exactly the argument he's making. He's saying that we actually, through the internet, are refinding others like ourselves. So we're
Good morning,
recreating
Brooklyn
these kind
Watson.
of
How are you?
diasporas in reverse, where we didn't originate anywhere, but we're finding ourselves anew and creating these kind of digital homelands in our
Yep. Well,
online affinitive communities.
white people
And
do most of
somehow
the
we should actually use
mass
those
shootings.
against existing
So
society.
get over it, Be
So we
brave.
can now create sort of privatized tribes and use them to exit and resist the demands being made to, pay taxes for someone I don't care about, who doesn't post the same way I do, who doesn't believe in the same things I do. So the reason I emphasize that twist is the reason the book is called Hayek's Bastards is Hayek himself, most famous for The Road to Serfdom, born in 1899, lives till 1992, so spans the 20th century, experienced 2 world wars in his early life, his early adult life. So he was all about just like stitching back together like a market society. He was trying to keep the tribal instinct at bay as much as possible. It's like, that's all nationalism. I don't want any part of that. I want us all to just interact in the market and, create smooth, harmonious relationships that way. Discover each other not as familiars or equals, but as market agents. That's the maybe not the best case scenario, but the least bad scenario that he could imagine. The people I'm talking about are bastards because they take his ideas, but then they kind of think about them differently. And so they actually, in many ways, invert the ideas he had. So if neoliberal ideology for like 100 years was basically like economic freedom first, let's create sets of laws so that people mostly see each other as market actors, and mostly democracy is kept within pretty strict limits. So you have counter-majoritarian things, you have all kinds of laws to prevent people from turning property into something that was collectively owned, expanding out how much the state should be involved in people's economic affairs. In the 1990s, Murray Rothbard, who's this person that I describe in the book, who's an anarcho-capitalist, is advising Pat Buchanan, 1992, in his run for president, our candidate for the Republican Party. And he says, look, Hayek has it wrong. Hayek thought that everyone had this instinct towards communism. And actually, by the 1990s, especially in the United States, he's like, nobody's a communist anymore. Like, there's no nascent working class here that's going to like seize the means of production. Like, the working class that exists in the United States has been weaned out of that union tradition, has been weaned out of those leftist ideological influences, and now they just want to like get theirs. They just want to like be the last one not holding the bag, intimations of the economy that we live in now. And so we can actually use the people against the elites, because the elites are the only ones who still believe in this equality stuff and social redistribution. So that's the moment what he calls right-wing populism or paleo-populism. But he says we can get to more intense libertarian outcomes, not by taking over the state and doing a bunch of programs, but by smashing up the state and then building something in the ruins. So it becomes a much more accelerated and intense social program that isn't just about like handing Margaret Thatcher like some new ideas for monetary policy, but more like stuff we've been seeing with Project 2025, very fittingly was in the hands of Elon Musk, who brought like the CEO founder mentality to the project, but hit a wall eventually, as we know. And now it's being taken over by Russ Vought, who was one of the authors of Project 2025, written by the Heritage Foundation, which is a core neoliberal think tank. And if you look at the proposals, it's like, oh, they're not just saying, shackle the state or reform it. They're actually figuring out ways to dismantle, what we would.
Eclectic. That's actually a good question. I'm assuming when they say elite, they're meaning somebody who has power, like a political elite or an academic elite, that sort of thing. Somebody who has power over policy or, students. Just kind of like we all know what it means, elite versus populist. But I'm assuming he means political elites or academic elites.
We would think of as fundamental parts of the state. So that's
Or industry
this
elites.
post-Cold
I guess a
War
CEO of a company, but
accelerationist,
I think CEOs of
strain
companies have a
of
certain amount of political
neoliberal,
power.
libertarian, right-wing thinking, kind of uniting on a project that to us, is quite startling. If you haven't been watching it coming, you'd be like, what are they up to? Why would they want to?
You're absolutely right, and I cherry picked the hell out of it. This is what happens when you get sloppy with your language. I literally took the words mass shooting and applied them. So, like I said, I just basically met the speaker of those words where he or she was, and I presented the data. So we can always move the goalpost. The name of the show ought to be Stanley versus his ego. Oh no, me and my ego are perfectly aligned, Ben. I never challenge my ego.
To remove state capacity instead of using it for their own ends. I think people like Bannon, who claims to be, a rearguard national conservative trying to reindustrialize the United States, is in the minority at this point. I don't think there is a lot of that.
Well, that's what I was exactly going to pivot to, was to ask, what then do you make of, on one hand,
you think so? I guess if you want to
vilifying
call her
the child
part of
having and the
the
welfare queen
what do they
of
call
in
them?
the 90s, to
Punditocracy.
now the JD Vance saying, oh, actually it's good to have a child tax credit. We're not going to call ours that, but here's $5,000, proposed plan to give $5,000 to Americans for having children. It's obviously mixed up with the race science insofar as the language around this movement and the trad wife movement and all of this is geared toward certain kinds of babies being born and certain kinds of families being born.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's certainly not being proposed as only white families get $5,000. So there does seem to be some kind of acceptance of the reality that the others will benefit as well. So what do you make of that wing of the party going full steam ahead with at least purporting to support a kind of populism, along with Steve Bannon and another example talking about raising taxes on the rich?
Yeah, I mean, I think purporting to support is the way to put it, right? Because in the same way that the tariff.
Hey, SKC, excuse me. Hit the link if you get a chance. I have a question about your. You have to excuse me. I just took a bite of something that has gochujang. Excuse me, gochujang on it, which is kind of like a Korean, kind of like a pepper sauce. So, in any case, let's see. I was curious about your term. You talked about the Black community having a rebellious culture or culture of rebellion, and it struck me as odd, considering that the Black community tends to be, if not the most conservative voting bloc in the Democratic Party. It's up there. So if you get a chance, if not, we can talk about it some other time.
Tariff policy seems to be purporting to support, the return of manufacturing to the United States, and yet is using only the stick of tariffs without the carrot of industrial policy. Therefore, to me, is just it's a masquerade, actually, of
Look at this amateur psychologist. Dude, like I said, my ego and I are one. As you would expect, there is no struggle. Bottom line is, I think most of the stuff that gets said is some sort of cultural critique in this space are simply off kilter. So don't think it's an ego. I actually think most of the ideas that get spat out here or spewed out, especially the ones that are, nakedly anti-black, are just wrong. So, excuse me if I think I'm right. So when you flew around on private jets with political frontrunner for POTUS, you're part of the elite. Well, I mean, she was a communications director for Bernie Sanders. And she was on Breaking Points. I think that's the name of it. Whatever that show is. I mean, she went to Harvard. So, I mean, I'm not saying she's not elite. I just never think of her as an elite.
Reindustrialization. I think this is performing for their posters and their followers. I think that until I see actually these pro-natalist policies getting turned into law, then I just assume them to be propaganda and just late campaigning material. Secondly, it's really hard to do pro-natalist policy, right? We actually have years and years and years of evidence about the attempts to get the birth rate back up in places like South Korea, Japan, Hungary, Poland, France, even more recently, Denmark. These places have all done, in some cases, very expensive, we're talking a couple percentage of GDP that places like Poland and Hungary are spending on quite generous pro-natalist policies with very little outcomes. So actually, the fact is, we know it doesn't work. We know that we can't actually move the needle because giving people $5,000 when their kid is born is going to cover a few months of daycare. So I would say a couple things there. One is the only real option for keeping the population from shrinking is immigration, and that's the real question is, why is that not on the table? Why does it need to be blood lines of this country being reproduced instead of the much more obvious answer, which is, oh, well, what do you need? I mean, the world's full of people. Why don't you bring some here? The second is, one of the things that I find frustrating about the talk about trade policy or reindustrialization, as well as supposed interest in the current Republican Party for the care economy, is actually, there was a party that was very seriously trying to do this. It was called the Democratic Party under Biden. It wasn't that long ago. Actually, the IRA was about precisely this. How can you do at scale, politically, indistinguishing projects of large-scale structural transformation with the care economy and union jobs at the heart of them. So if they're so devoted to that, then maybe they should be doing more of an autopsy on the IRA instead of, just repeating right-wing talking points from Orban.
I want to come back to the question of the Democratic Party. What I think you've accurately described as one of the better aspects of the Biden administration, but also their failure in sort of rhetorically filling that kind of void, or really challenging the Democratic Party. Sorry, I keep doing that. Mm-hmm. The Republican Party to follow through on its purported commitments here. But first, I want to come back to something you just said. I mean, the question of why not just allow more immigration, and this is something you talk about in the book.
Yeah.
Of course, the response is going to be they're not the right kind of people, and part of this sort of tech-driven worldview has to do really leans in on these arguments about sort of essential characteristics, inheritable characteristics, or if not inherited, formed in the early years of your life such that you can't really be socialized out of, characteristics that make you suitable to a certain kind of society. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, no, and I think it's worthwhile telling these genealogies because, a couple points back you said that, people talk about Alex Jones and
Well, Kim, let's just be blunt about it. White. I don't know if you know, as a matter of fact, I will show Amy Wax at some point. Um, Basically, a baby that will be raised with bourgeois values. And the bourgeois values are a quote. There's a lady named Amy Wax. She's a law professor at University of Pennsylvania. And she is a quote race realist. She is also someone who has advocated for quite some time on limiting immigration to prefer Northern Europeans. She feels like a lot of MAGA people feel that bringing Asians over or non Northern Europeans, at least culturally, um, are basically ruining American culture. So it doesn't matter, that you're bringing like doctors and engineers from Asia. They are less desirable than someone from Northern European because it's easier for them to fit in with the traditional American culture. So the type of babies that they want are people who would optimally be of Northern European or American extraction. White American extraction is even better. And even better than that would be non-working class, like middle class or above white babies. And, some of it is actual stuff that they've said. Some of it, I'm inferring, but I'm not going to be that far off. They definitely do not want, if you're here, that's fine. They don't want people coming in, immigrating to the country who aren't going to, who have to assimilate. They want you also, for the most part, assimilated. Easier to assimilate Northern Europeans. And for the people that are here, say the legacy Black Americans, which is what I'm calling ourselves now, they want people who are willing to basically not be what SKC would call coming from a culture of rebellion. They want people who are basically comfortable with bourgeois values. So, I might actually be okay in the world of Amy Wax until they start talking ideas with me. Then they will promptly bounce me.
and Glenn Beck as just like grifters, self-dealers or something. Or I think they just talk about them as, merchants of hate or,
Sure.
voices of racism or white supremacy or whatever, all of which might be true. But the point of my book actually was to say, what if all of these things that are often just described in affective or emotional terms also have an economic reasoning on their own terms internally? So what is it that it mean? What does it mean to say, buy these gold coins other than just, I want a commission on it? Well, it actually says something about the kind of social order that you envision reestablishing. What does it mean to say, like, IQ is important and real? When did that come back on the agenda? Why, for example, did the Maritime Academy urge a book that was criticizing the bell curve, but leave the bell curve in the library, which I find really interesting and symptomatic. And I think that, what I talk about in the book, especially with this intellectual history of the bell curve, written by Charles Murray and Richard Herrnstein, 1994, big bestseller, was on the New York Times list for 10 months. He was represented by one of the big New York agents. So this wasn't actually, stuff just circulating on alt-right websites.
Yeah, it wasn't fringe.
Yeah, it wasn't fringe. This was part of the mainstream conversation. So why was it? What were people getting out of it? Why were they picking it up at the bookstore and buying it? I mean, my answer is that there was a kind of fatigue, middle brow, I guess, fatigue. He's thinking about the book buying public with what had been by then 30 years of the civil rights movement. I mean, you had for 30 years people speaking a language of social justice, equality, the need for the state to take an active role in racial uplift to make life better for Black people, more similar in terms of life chances, educational opportunities. And after 30 years, it seems that the book buying public was agreeing that we were sick of that. That now it was time, as Murray and Herrnstein said, to start, quote unquote, living with inequality. It's never going to change. It's actually never going to change because it's part of people's genes. They say this, by the way, with no genetic data of any kind in the book. There was not and still is not strong genetic arguments that can be made about.
Yeah, I that is an important statement that he makes. It happens on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and similar channels all the time. I was listening to Ock Nation for a few minutes last night where they're talking about sun people in gliders, as if some of these things, like gun violence, for instance, that people like Be Brave are just obsessed with. There is no genetic predisposition for Black people to be violent. And there are many Black people who think that. So, these arguments are more cultural. We have yet to be able to, to prove these stereotypes with genetic data. And we need to stop pretending that, when we make these genetic arguments that we actually know what we're talking about. Like, for instance, Mavid is telling me about ego and giving me all this fucking pseudo psychological advice. Dude, you literally don't know more than Google about egos and all that stuff. Don't be coming to me telling me about my ego and all this. You literally don't know shit. So you are not anyone that I need to regard as expert on much of anything other than trolling in a chat. That's what you're best at. Stick to it.
These kind of things, there's all kinds of correlations and inferences and blah, blah, blah. But the idea, and this is why you mentioned a second ago, the idea of going back to nature. That's kind of the point of my book too, is when in doubt, the right will just sort of say, there's no argument to be had here. This isn't a social question. It's not a political question. It's just that nature and science say it is so. And this is the hammer blow to your demands for egalitarianism or social change. And in the 90s, there's this perfect storm of, there is new genetic data. The Human Genome Project finishes up in the late 90s. There's a new rising prestige of things like neuroscience and pop science as giving us this, we know this from NPR programs and stuff, right? Did you know the hidden secret why we can't do this or that? Why we can't lose weight or get off our phones? It's always something about behavioral psychology, behavioral economics. So that discourse was really ramping up then too. And, there was this feeling that you could accept small numbers of people at the right-hand side of the bell curve. They could be brought into the corporate boards and Harvard or whatever. And then the left-hand side of the bell curve might just need to be warehoused. And maybe mass incarceration is not a coincidence, but it's just an acceptance of hardwired realities. Furthermore, once you accept this new seemingly scientific ordinal ranking of humans according to their intelligence, you've got a ready-made cheat sheet for immigration policy. So Charles Murray quite literally says, well, we can't generalize about every individual because people can be anywhere on that bell curve. But if we want to just have a rule of thumb, then yes, we should take more immigrants from, on average, higher IQ national groups, and be more discriminating and exclusionary to those groups that are further down on the hierarchy. And there's a very concrete example of that being deployed politically. In the German case, I studied Germany, I spent a lot of time in Germany, and there was this one book that was kind of like the bell curve of the 2010s that really gave the intellectual justification for the Alternative for Germany party. And if you look at the way he's arguing it, why is he saying people from Muslim majority countries should not come to Germany? He's not saying because they are, Muslim infidel or heretics that are going to dilute, Western Christian civilization. He's referring to a bunch of bad science and saying they have high time preference, they're not able to control their impulses, they don't have entrepreneurial skills, and we have the psychology to prove it. So science says they should stay out, not racism. And that attitude, I think, it's been very useful to mainstream a lot of far right, especially anti-immigrant politics, as being based not on bad feelings in people's hearts, but good data on the page. And that's a frightening development, I think, and one that I could see definitely continuing in the near future.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point with immigration, but then also with respect to just domestic policy, if you believe that, inequities in education or employment or mass incarceration or, police violence or whatever it is, are attributable to immutable characteristics and not, 400 years of slavery or socioeconomics or anything like that, then the government's responsibility to have any curative policy programs evaporates.
Vanishes. Yeah. Well, and you can see. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, and there's very concrete examples. So the Department of Education has not been around for 100 years, right? It's only created in the early 1980s. To do stuff like this, to do educational testing, to do early child interventions, to make sure that kids have heard the same number of words, et cetera, and to start the early process. This is all specifically, nurture-driven policy ideas that the left, the mainstream psychology establishment has been pushing on for decades and decades, if not longer. So to say, among other things, we're nuking the Department of Education is also just to say, we're going to the bell curve, we're living with inequality. The fact that the Smithsonian Museum of American Art was just criticized heavily for its recent exhibition for denying the biological realities of race, I'm sure you heard about this, is just kind of saying the quiet part pretty loud. And the new policies of the Department of Health and Human Services, similarly, if you remove this idea of preventative care and early intervention and policies that have been proven to work, like vaccination for easily transmitted childhood diseases, then actually all you're going to do is take those existing structural inequalities you mentioned and just supercharge them. You're just going to take the pre-existing conditions at the broadest sense that so many people suffer from and just make those even more determinative of life chances. And then guess what? You have more evidence for your own idea that it's all natural and it was going to turn out that way anyway.
Yeah, and this is why I have become increasingly uneasy with some of the critiques of, wokeness that come from the left. And certainly I understand there are some excesses and certainly some things I wouldn't defend, but there has been a very concerted effort to target ways of understanding the world in a sociological context, whether it's in a legal sociological context like critical race theory, whether it's discussion of a colonial or post-colonial lens. And the right has come after that stuff specifically saying, well, if you understand the world in terms of oppressors, you're going to see everything in a progressive way that's bad for us. So let's attack that way of looking at the world in particular. Let's frame any use of the word colonial as woke, as though colonialism didn't happen, and as if there aren't downstream effects from hundreds of years of people not having self-determination.
Yeah, this is this is actually a point that I keep trying to make. There are those, especially in this John Galt space, and similar spaces, who basically think that the past doesn't matter. That's why they don't want to teach it to kids. Um, and how do you defeat willful ignorance? Okay, basically the attitude is, hey, it does not matter what happened 100 years ago. We're here today. You know, my relatives did some bad stuff. Doesn't matter today. And again, you know, apparently people aren't real conversant in cause and effect, those sorts of things. And, you know, there's really no curing stupid, especially if you can't motivate someone to know stuff. So we just kind of have to just deal with it. Me and Brianna, you know, we just have to deal with y'all. And while I'm thinking about it, please make sure that you all are hitting the like button, and make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, which is my kind of personal playground there. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Also, make sure that you support the show by supporting your host, me. And it is Wednesday, so you know we have 2 days to get me enough money for a 6-pack by Friday, and well, Saturday. And what else was I going to say? Oh, make sure that you support Portia. She needs her reparations. She thought she was doing a good thing by creating Stanley versus the World, and it turns out that you know she needs reparations. I have sorely disappointed her. So y'all make sure you're supporting our executive producer, Portia. So anyway, people don't seem to think, especially on the right side of the aisle, that history matters. It's kind of like somebody mentioned cherry picking. People want to cherry pick history also. You know, we want to talk about 1776. We want to talk about the patriotic stuff. We do not want to talk about the stuff that wasn't so great. And then we want to stretch concepts like what racism is, that sort of thing. But let's just go ahead and sally forth here.
And on and on and on. And so I understand, like, I do see some factions of the left sort of buying into the idea that using that kind of language is like akin to—
Okay. Define weaponize history. How do you weaponize history? It either happened or it didn't. I'm not sure what you mean by weaponizing history.
Into, you know, chuggy land acknowledgements or something like that. You know, I don't have feelings about land acknowledgements, but that is similarly sort of a superficial thing as opposed to something that goes to the core of how we've been able to convert the youth in large numbers to seeing the world in a more progressive way, and why the youth in larger numbers are able to see, for example, Israel and its occupation in ways that older generations haven't, for example.
Oh, that's funny.
And it concerns me that there is a
SKC, you know what? I'm gonna have to use that as a show title. Thank you for supporting the show, SKC, and giving me a show title for tomorrow.
there is a willingness to sort of write off sociology departments when it's obvious to me that the work of sociology departments and historians of science like Stephen Jay Gould, et cetera, have done so much to get the culture to a place where it once understood Charles Murray as the noxious entity that he is, and now we're having completely mainstreamed.
Now, see, that's a weird thing. I actually imagined that if Charles Murray and I ever sat down and had a beer, we'd have a good old time. I just don't think that the genetic stuff is better presented as theory. The problem is these guys want to basically create policy by data sets. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but just don't make genetic arguments. Just say, hey, the trends are, we need to, make policy based on trends. When you start adding biology into it to lend, more credence to your arguments, in my opinion, that's where they went wrong. Charles Murray is not even close to a geneticist, or he didn't even major in a science. He's got a PhD in, it was either sociology or political science. I can't remember which. So anyway.
Heil Hitler pop songs. I don't want to say it was completely mainstream. They didn't platform it, but whatever. Precisely because I think we've been stripped of our ability to understand the world, the language that we used to use to push back on what used to be, mainstream. These kind of skull measuring science. We moved through physiognomy and craniometry and all these other kinds of things through psychology with its flaws. But it seems like the retrenchment is is going hand in hand with the attack on certain academic disciplines.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's long been obvious to me, actually, that the anti-woke left was just carrying water for being useful idiots for the Chris Rufos of the right. I mean, it's actually been extremely obvious to me. And partially it's been obvious because of, I think, a different story that I think I try to tell in Hayek's Bastards, but that I would propose we think about for the last 35 years. So if you think about the end of the the Cold War, the big capitalism versus communism titanic clash was over. And so what happened in the 90s? What happened to questions of racial diversity? What happened to challenges of gender equity? What happened to environmentalism in the 90s and 2000s? Well, there's a pretty common narrative on the left, which just says, we had the time of what Nancy Fraser calls progressive neoliberalism. So capitalism did win. That did have a world historical triumph. And to placate, the embers and remnants of the social movements of the 60s and 70s and even 80s, it threw tokenistic bones to parts of those social movements. So you could have, a little more melanin in the boardroom, and you could have eventually, offset credits for your flight to Europe for the summer, and you could have Sheryl Sandberg style lean in corporate culture, celebrating a certain kind of identity politics, but within an extremely narrow, commodified frame. I think there was a lot of people on the left that saw all that happening and rightfully were critical of it. We're just like, this is defanging the potential of proper forms of critique. This is, absorbing the important energy that could and should be going elsewhere and turning it into a way to prop up all of the forms of accumulation that we should be spending all of our time targeting. And I agree, all that was happening. But what's interesting, and what I point out in my book, is there were people on the right, both conservatives and neoliberals, who from the jump, from the moment that the Berlin Wall fell, felt the exact opposite. They were very concerned about the inverse happening in what I just described. They thought that it was possible that these new social movements had actually completed a long march through the institutions behind the backs of mainstream society. They had seized all kinds of important roles in specifically things like the Department of Education, let alone higher ed, the press, even they would say finance. And they were going to use what looked like capitalist institutions as a Trojan horse to roll out their environmentalism, they're grand forms of, gender erasure, they're forms of the demolition of the nuclear family. And that would happen through the European Union. That would happen through certainly the university. It would happen through things like the United Nations.
If only.
So I mean, it's like total crackpot stuff. But, among other people who were promoting this idea in the 1990s, the Vatican. So the Vatican in 1995 unites actually warring parts of the Catholic Church that range from traditionalists to more liberal, people in global North countries around the fear that there is a new primary enemy. It is basically the new Satan, and it's called gender ideology. And it is a culture of death, and it treats sex as something that is totally individualistic and voluntary, and it treats life as disposable, hence the opposition to reproductive rights. It's being rolled out by humanitarian organizations. It's being rolled out by international organizations like the UN. When they look at the big conference of women in Durban or in Beijing, they were like, look, here it is, it's happening. And a lot of the stuff that gets circulated, like in CPAC, from Orban to Bolsonaro to Vance, that's what it is, right? It's a conspiracy theory about the left and the progressives having actually secretly won the Cold War, outlived the Soviet Union, and having colonized all of the core institutions of civil society, which is what has been mobilizing them and freaking them out for the last 20, 35 years. And they are now, in their minds, achieving this like meta political victory of finally, taking down the Columbias and taking down the Harvards, taking down the National Endowment for the Humanities, these small budget lines in the US budget. Why do they care about them? Because they see them as places where the progressives have dug in and are, injecting the poison of their ideas of so.
Let me make a couple comments here. To SKC's point, believe this or not, the bell curve is actually someone read the book into a YouTube channel. So the bell curve, I think the entirety of it is actually on YouTube somewhere. I think it's like 8 hours or something like that. So if anybody ever, wants to, do the audio of the book, it's readily available. And then the other thing, Lou, I understand what you're saying here. Lou says, I refuse to accept any narrative that says you are a product of oppression, not a player in the present. Anything that reflects the kind of weakness I refuse to internalize. Well, that is a valiant stoic sort of statement. However, if you choose to make that decision personally, you should not be condemning someone else who does it, because that, in my opinion, is the equivalent of saying, hey, I'm having a heart attack, but I don't want to go to the doctor because I would seem weak. That's like, hey, I have PTSD. It's like that cop, that cop story we did from New York Magazine. I think it was Monday. Cop who, suspects he has PTSD, but doesn't get help. So he gets drunk and just winds up wrecking his career. That to me is not facing the reality of American history. You can pretend to ignore it, and you may even get away with it, but expecting other people to do it is, I think, unreasonable, if not just outright dangerous.
The social justice. So actually, they've been afraid about what they call wokeism for 35 years. They called it victimology. They call it political correctness.
Right.
They called it all these other things. They said that communism had gone from red to green. And if you're on the left and you look at this situation and you see your role as like also piling on, I'd be like, you're right. There are too many. Like, I just don't get it. Like you've misread the train of struggle.
I mean, I think you said it right. What there is to get is that there was, I think, a robust and genuine, and I share in this, frustration with liberals, the Democratic Party, the neoliberal Democratic Party, over-subscribing to identity politics precisely because they weren't the thing that the Republicans feared or the conservatives feared. They weren't actually willing to take these institutions and do substantive material advancements for these various interest groups on any kind of economic metric.
Of course.
And that we wanted them to do that. And so we needed to call out the fiction that they were in order to remedy the situation. So that's part of what makes the arguments that are happening now on the left so difficult. Because J.D. Vance is saying, these are Marxist institutions. I've never had a professor in my life that identified as a Marxist. Meanwhile, the Harvards and the Chicagos of the world, their business schools are literally training up and exporting, deporting maybe soon enough, but exporting all over the world right-wing economic thinking that is then being used to infiltrate and influence the economic structure of various countries all over the world. Look at a Malay, scratch a Malay and find someone who attended Booth. I don't know anything about Malay's educational background. I'm just saying as a framework.
He's a home trained. He went to the university in Argentina. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, but this is a problem. So I want to bring us back to the Democrats, the broad left. What to do about all of this now? You mentioned accurately that there were, in the wake of COVID and a kind of shock doctrine for the left sort of a way, a more populist economic program that we saw under Biden than we have in recent history in the Democratic Party. Of course, those programs were designed to lapse, I think, in a very politically inauspicious way right before an election, and people were feeling the pain of that. They remember the loss of that support rather than the support itself, and that it was in part contributed to the Biden and Harris loss. But we've talked about neoliberalism a lot. We have declined to actually define neoliberalism. The left uses it as a way to distinguish itself in some ways and distinguish its priorities from the priorities of the Democratic Party. Someone who's coming to this conversation and listening to all of this, and who still has this question of understanding, why. I wrote this question down as, why is a neoliberal not a liberal? And it sounds very Alice in Wonderland, like, why is a raven like a writing desk? But this I was actually out with someone over the weekend, an economist actually, and he asked me, like, well, define neoliberal. And I was like, oh Lord, this is too high stakes for someone who's a literal economist.
How long you got?
So I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you. I basically gave him. I walked him through the sort of I'm pointing at my bookshelf. Sorry, the Thomas Frank trajectory of listen liberal, and the liberals abandoning a certain kind of pro-worker economic project in the 90s and third way and all of that. But I want to hear your take as we wrap here on the left is directionless in many ways post Bernie and certainly post this last election. How would you talk to someone about what the sort of negative aspects of why they should have concerns about neoliberalism
free market,
and what we should be aspiring toward as a left going forward?
Sure. So I have a kind of like auto disclaimer that I use to talk about neoliberalism whenever it comes up, for those great moments at the bar, as you just described, when someone's like, what is it? And so it basically goes like this. And I think that it's too much to say that there's one definition that we could all unite around. I think that it gets used in very diverse, promiscuous ways, but I would say that usually in about 4 ways. And I think we could start by saying, like, which of these 4 ways are we talking about? Because they're quite different. They have their own literatures. They have their own bookshelves. You could have 4 bookshelves of each. One is to talk about it as a period of time. So people will say, like, when did neoliberalism begin? Like, was it with the abandonment of the gold standard? Was it with the election of Reagan and Thatcher? And so it's a way of thinking about the global history as having these time spans, like social democracy followed by neoliberalism. And then the question becomes, like, is it over? Is it dead? So that's a period of time. Another way it gets described is just as like a policy package, right? So there's like the 10-point list of the Washington Consensus, like deregulation, liberalization, privatization. So then you could actually make a kind of checklist, and you could say, like, is, Argentina neoliberal? Well, check, this, that, not this, strangely, or whatever. Thirdly, people will talk about it as like a way of thinking about themselves, right? Like, why am I working on a Saturday? I'm so neoliberal, right? Like just a kind of way of self-exploitation or internalizing certain kind of ideas of competitiveness, and usually like self-profiling and like branding, trying to push yourself out into the market, make yourself into a commodity. This is like Michel Foucault's idea of being an entrepreneur of the self. Then there's a fourth definition. This is actually the way I use it, which is a really specific intellectual movement. So Hayek, the name on the cover of the book, he gets together with some people in 1938 in Paris and says, we need to refound liberalism. This is a perilous time. We have fascists, we have communists, we have planners of all types. We need to think of this as a neoliberalism, and they've coined the term there. We need to think about how the state can protect markets, maybe create new ones, especially in a time of mass democracy when, as we talked about with the gold standard, there's always chances that people will ask for things that will push the market off of its rails and will not prioritize economic freedom the way we would like to. So neoliberalism from the 30s to the present is also like this ongoing conversation among a pretty limited group of intellectuals about what fixes capitalism needs to defend itself against democracy in any given time. And there's different arguments. So this runs through the James Buchanan stuff that like Nancy MacLean has written about, which is like redesign the Constitution and make sure that it is like, you know, preventing disruptions coming from democracy. Or it can be like the Milton Friedman stuff, like make sure that central bankers operate by a certain set of rules. Or it can be more like the Gary Becker stuff, like let's think about every decision people make as something motivated by maximization and profit, and design institutions so that there's more markets everywhere we look, carbon markets and things like that. So there's, first of all, taking the big topic of neoliberalism and narrowing it down to like, what if we just look at these people who called themselves neoliberals and think of it the same way we would the history of liberalism, where you'd look at Locke and you'd look at Keynes. If we look at it that way, then we find the answer changes from decade to decade. Like, how should capitalism survive this decade? Does it need to make sure that post-colonial countries don't like break the harness and start nationalizing all of their like oil fields and their coal mines? Does it need to focus on making sure the European Union isn't becoming too socialist by doing things like leading the Brexit vote? And so the very Thatcherites who were into the European project in 1975 are now against it in 2015 and in 2016 because they have changed their mind about what they see the European Union being. Neoliberals now are of two minds. Some are totally against Trump. Charles Murray is one of them. He's a never Trumper. He is the F.A. Hayek Emeritus Chair of Cultural Studies, and he doesn't believe that Trump's the way to go. So they would say we need more business friendly, we need more like a Mitt Romney style technocrat. Then there's other neoliberals who have happily joined the Trump project. So think about like a Vivek Ramaswamy, describes himself as a Hayek guy. When he met Millet, I have this in my conclusion, he said, I'm a Hayek guy. You, Javier Millet, are a Mises guy, Ludwig von Mises, Hayek's teacher. And Millet said, no, I'm more of a Rothbard guy. So I'm more of the
I'm a Polanyi guy.
So this is not, I don't have to do big leaps of interpretation here, right? It's not like looking at, you know, someone driving a car and saying, that's a neoliberal person. Why are they driving a car instead of taking a bus? I'm talking about like specific set of references, core tax, that has a set of pretty defined debates. And for me, I'm like super narrow in the way I use it. Like that's how I use neoliberal. It's like talking about this crew.
The uniting thread, though, between all of those various neoliberals you just described, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what jumps out at me. The idea that you have to defend capital against democracy, they defend markets against democracy. That strikes me in a very sort of like rah-rah flag waving, yes, I'm an American sort of way, as so antithetical to our self-concept. The idea that we have to revise the Constitution to protect the document that's supposed to protect the interests of the people, to protect the interests of markets. You know, a document written by founding fathers who are very conscious of the risks that corporations posed to democracy seems to me to be such a fertile ground for pushback if there existed a major left party that was willing to resist neoliberalism.
Yep.
The problem is we don't have that.
No, not at the moment. No. I mean, we're not post Bernie, right? Man's still alive. He's still breathing.
That's very optimistic of you. But I mean, this is the critique of the left, at least, my corner of the left, is that we had the best high hopes for Bernie. I obviously worked for the Bernie 2020 campaign. But in the post-campaign landscape, we have this kind of sheepdogging happening, where ultimately Bernie Sanders, after he is no longer running for office or national office himself, isn't going to call out the neoliberalism.
I wanted to point something out here. Lou says this is an interesting conversation. And I responded that, I'm always afraid of boring people with the stuff that I'm kind of interested in. But I'm of the mind, if you're going to, get on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel or, be brave or I haven't been on CTs in a while. I don't know that they even talk that much politics anymore. But, if you are going to talk politics, it is extremely important that you know what folks are talking about. Now, these two are progressives, technically. They are not like Democrat, liberal Democrats. They are, progressives, though they vote Democrat, or at least Brianna Joy Gray does. It is important to know what people who are influencers in politics or the actual politicians themselves, it's important to know what they're thinking. And if you get into debates with people, for one reason or another, it's important to kind of know what the definition of terms are, even though politics can be kind of nebulous, like, 4 different definitions of neoliberal. This will be boring to plenty of people. However, there are people like Lou and SKC who are kind of interested in this stuff because this is what policy people are listening to. It's important to know not only what you're for, but maybe also what you're against. So that is my 2 cents.
Of the Democratic Party, or at least not do so in a way that would ever imperil its electoral chances, then what are you actually doing other than shoring up the neoliberal project?
Well, I mean, defending it from even deeper political threats from the right, I suppose. I mean, I guess that's the only defense of it, right? So I think that that's maybe what I'm trying to do with my work is like shine a spotlight on that curious and slightly very volatile, but also unpredictable fact that for the last couple of decades, people who have been mostly interested in economic freedom have been actually working together with, going arm in arm with people who have other interests. So the Alternative for Germany party, you might, all you know about it is like it's German nationalist, yes, but it's also people who are like critical of the euro, want to go back to the Deutschmark, want to have better monetary management, working expressly in partnership with people who are more interested in like blood and soil and pronatalism. And that was a conscious choice. They said, like, we can actually both get something we want out of this, which is exactly what the MAGA project is, right? It's people who might be mostly interested in getting like the only first term legislative accomplishment, which was the 2017 tax cut. They want to get those made permanent. Does that mean they're going to swallow some things that are even like wildly disruptive tariff policy for the last month? Yes, it does, actually.
I mean, my concern is that to the extent that Democrats are able to win again because the backlash against the more excessive aspects of the Trump first 20 days, 100 days, God knows what's going to happen next. It's because they can trust Democrats not to repeal the 2017 tax cuts the same way Joe Biden didn't for the 4 years that he was in office.
Oh, yeah.
And so to me, what the history that you've so vividly drawn for us, the portrait that you've drawn for us, is one in which the right has been able to exploit the inconsistencies in the emptiness, frankly, of the left neoliberal project, the liberal, the democratic
progressive neoliberal,
exactly, to make claims about how dangerous it is. Look, there's all of the downside of being woke without the upside, right? There's all the downside of saying we're going to do redistribution and race politics and all of those kinds of things because they're coming for your jobs without any of the upside of, oh, we actually made your life better.
Actually do that, yeah.
And so what do you, my concern is, and this is the battle that's happening on the left, and obviously people can disagree, but the concern is that by enabling and emboldening and protecting the Democratic Party so it can fight one more battle, what you're ultimately doing is continuing to create the conditions for the rise of all of the AfD and the Donald Trumps and the Malays and all of these right-wing actors. And the only real antidote to it seems on a global scale right now is the Claudia Sheinbaums and the actual like left populism. We're going to do some redistributive politics. And until we have some kind of hard line in the United States of America, God help us what the next version of this down the transom is going to be, what the J.D. Vance administration is going to look like when it's not so bungling and haphazard as Donald Trump, America's greatest comedian that took a wrong step and ended up the president of the United States when he should have just been hosting the Wendy Williams show.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only hope, and it's a kind of a crazy hope to have, is that if, as Jonathan Hopkins, the political scientist, has suggested, politics now isn't about left and right, it's about system and anti-system. That if we have, as we do, I think, an anti-system government in charge, if they progress as far as they might indeed progress to destroy the system as it exists, then that normal push and pull in which they can just rail against the establishment might be reset, and there might be, an opening to create something new. I mean, it's not lost on me that as someone who was socialized in the late 90s, being critical of things like the WTO, as with, Senator Sanders himself, that the person who has succeeded in breaking up the world trading system that has reproduced so much inequality is someone from the right. That is actually, as some people have suggested, not to be sneezed at and to be treated as an opening, with all kinds of unpredictability and potential downside risk and so on, but it is an opening. So if there's one thing...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if there's one thing like the politics of the last decade has shown us, looking all over the world, is like nothing is certain, like everything is open and open for radical redefinition. So I think it's too early for, fatalism.
Yeah, I'm certainly not advocating for fatalism either.
Yeah.
And another example, in addition to the WTO example, is that, again, I don't want to give any praise before things are finalized, but what's looking like Trump showing a lot more muscle and willingness to go around Israel and negotiate with Hamas for hostage release and also some kind of end to this genocide in a way that Joe Biden wasn't willing to do. So what does happen? I mean, how can the left even start to make these arguments in favor of the lesser of two evilism of the Democratic Party when there are some really big ticket items that may emerge where the Democratic Party is not, in fact, the lesser evil? And I think you don't have to wait for future examples. You can go back and look at things like welfare reform and mass incarceration and make an argument that a Democrat can do it, a Republican cannot, because a Democrat does not face the same resistance that usually comes from its own base because of this sort of protectionist instinct among liberals. I mean, I have come to the conclusion that the white moderate, in the words of MLK, is the greatest obstacle. And another word for the white moderate is simply the liberal, which comes in all of these different colors. There's a, fight happening on Twitter right now because people are mad at David Hogg for, DNC vice chair, for being critical of Clyburn. And the response from so many Black liberals is, how dare you criticize this man who's from oversees one of the poorest districts in America, has done absolutely nothing for them, has worked with conservatives to redistrict to make more white Republican districts because it shores up his Black majority in his own district and entrenches his own power, who takes more money from the pharmaceutical industry than anybody else in Congress, but he's Black. Therefore, and he's, an elder. So therefore, how dare David Hogg challenge his reign? This is the Democratic Party that we live in right now. And it's just really not clear to me. That's an understatement of the year. I very much do not agree that preserving it is going to do anything other than sort of grease the runway for more bad things to come.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as with all these things, you mentioned Scheinbaum, but I think it's always a good moment to become even more of an internationalist, right? Like when this duopoly, as we suffer under in the United States, has become more suffocating perhaps than ever, is to point out places like Spain, for example, where they do have a left-wing government, where they're doing really interesting things with creating more worker ownership of corporate boards, and pushing for all kinds of more decentralized control of housing policy. Actually, Germany's had some really interesting stuff, pushes to nationalize private developers under constitutional rules that have been getting very close. So I think it's always a good time to look around the rest of the world and see how this maelstrom of America can sometimes distract more than focus the mind.
Well, do you see? I mean, let me ask you this: Do you see a world in which the American Democratic Party chooses to go that route rather than lose? Because there's an argument, again, when you look back to this past election, that the writing was on the wall that Gaza was going to be, if not dispositive, very influential in the outcome of the election. And a choice was made not to shift policy and to lose, not even to lie about it in the short term. Well, yes, we were supporting a ceasefire and then just not do it. I mean, obviously I don't advocate that, but they wouldn't even lie about it in the short term to win an election. Or, to see the off-ramp that I believe the Bernie campaigns were to shore up confidence in the Democratic Party, and that they would rather lose than take those off-ramps.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there was definitely an opportunity lost. I don't know if Gaza was the defining issue, but certainly for more left-wing populist messaging that she basically all but abandoned for the democracy talk in the final stretch of the campaign, whether under the influence of her, brother-in-law from formerly of Uber, or
Tony
other
West.
things. So I think, there was a chance there to see if anyone would be persuaded by anti-system politics from inside the system. There was certainly possibility for a lot more riding. The argument that something like the IRA, which we discussed, was something that could not be accomplished in 4 years, or a portion of that, and that the business cycle that had kept inflation up from the COVID pandemic was something that was not permanent and was going to subside, as indeed it has. So I don't know. I'm not, this is not my wheelhouse, but I do think that it's helpful to get this historical perspective we've been talking about for the last hour, to understand that the last couple decades for the right has been a discussion about first principles. And they're literally talking about what did we bring from the savannah? How can we build satellites in a metaphorical sense? What will we build in ground zero the day after what we see as social order may be collapsing? I mean, in its perverse way, this is kind of an inspiration, I think, for the left to just not get too trapped in the kind of triangulation mode, but figure out okay, what is it we actually want in the grandest sense?
Well, we know what that looks like. What the neoliberal left's response to all of this is.
The savannah.
It's abundance. No. It's abundance discourse. That's what the big brains in the Democratic Party have decided we need to combat all of what you just described.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so Abundance is number one bestseller. The Technological Republic, Alexander Karp, himself a Democrat, is number one. What's not number one is, for example, Chris Hughes's book, Market Crafters, that tells a complicated story about 150 years of trying to use the state for progressive purposes in the United States. It's just too complicated. People don't want it. They want a one-liner, and that's where people are at. They want a bedtime story.
Well, look, I agree and I don't agree. I mean, I said this to Anita Seychan too, because I really got a lot from both of your books. But also, I am a professional podcaster whose job it is to sit around and parse academic books.
Right.
And as much ire as podcasters get, I do think our benefit could be, and when we're at our best, is to do the also I'm a comms person, but to do the translation work. And so I wrote to her after. I was like, I want you to write an article and I want you to focus on, I want you to. I think it would benefit you. I'm sorry, I don't sound patronizing, but I think the world needs these ideas. Here's how I think it could be useful in article form, in short form, in a magazine like Current Affairs. And these are the points that people need to know and connect them to real world. And that's why I said I wanted to do a kind of applied Hayek's Bastards, because it's closing the loop. It's connecting people have these instincts, and the right has done a really good job of giving people a narrative that makes sense of their instincts about the way the world is unfair. And the left and the Bernie campaign, I think, did a very good job of that in terms of sort of the social safety net policies and what we deserve and why we don't have them, and sort of the corruption oligarchy narrative. But now there's so many other pieces that are in play, including the way that race, science, and IQ are mobilizing people, the natalist movement, understanding things of how, the global tools that manage the global economy, both legal tools and the IMF and the World Bank, are superseding governments, and the flip-flop between being a corporatist who is very invested in domestic national rules that are beneficial, but then they were not beneficial, leaning on international rules and having the ability to flip-flop, exert pressure on governments not to prioritize democracy, not to prioritize the needs of the people, how all of that is working together helps us to understand why the bad aspects of what life is like today and late stage capitalism are so pernicious and seemingly inescapable.
Yeah.
And so that's a long way of me to say thank you for writing it.
You're welcome.
And thank you for coming on and helping me with the project of sharing it even further with the world. Can you tell the audience where they can find more of you and your book on the internet and beyond?
I have a website, quinnslobodian.com. I seem to be perpetually doing these YouTubes and podcasts and stuff. So there's no, I think, ending of Slobo content out there for those who are hungry for it.
Excellent. Thank you again, Quinn. Thanks to all of you listening to this episode. You know, you can get an additional episode of Bad Faith Podcast every Monday at patreon.com/badfaith.
If you're not subscribed to Brianna's YouTube site, I don't watch every interview by her because, I'm not that interested in, the progressives. However, every now and again, she does interviews. She just did one with Glenn Lowry yesterday that I showed. She does get some pretty good guests. So, if you're not subscribed, I would. Now, I've got one last thing I'm going to show today. This was going to be the last, but this just dropped down. Ross Douthat, the conservative columnist, or one of the conservative columnists for the New York Times, apparently has done a sit-down interview with J.D. Vance, which I think would be worth watching. J.D. Vance is a Catholic convert. Ross Douthat is a Catholic. And I'm sure they'll get into this natalism thing, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and show it. Probably it's a little bit over in an hour. And since we got a bunch of Trump people, MAGA people here, I'm sure you'll want to see your vice president being interviewed. And it's a friendly interview, probably. So.
Success on immigration policy, on trade policy. What does the vice president have to say to Americans who voted for this administration but have been surprised by some of its policy choices? This week in Rome, I'm talking to the vice president of the United States. Mr. Vice President, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you, Ross.
Try and contain your laughter.
Wait, is that actually the name of your podcast?
That is the name of our show.
Okay.
Yes. Do we not live in interesting times?
We do live in interesting times.
So we're here in Rome. Yeah. This is the day after the papal inauguration.
Yeah.
But now it's the next day.
It is.
And you just met with Pope Leo XIV.
I did.
The first American Pope.
Yeah.
So what did you talk about?
Well, I want to be respectful, of course, of the private conversation we had. I mean, generally we talked about issues.
It's like confession. You can't tell.
About, obviously, they care about the migration issue. They care a lot about world peace. They care a lot about what's happening in Russia, Ukraine. They care a lot about what's happening with Gaza and Israel. Very productive conversation. I mean, amazing to me. As you know, I was one of the last world leaders to meet with Pope Francis on Easter Sunday before he passed away. I'm actually wearing the tie that he gave me. which is
Can
which
you
is
lift?
very cool.
Let's see.
Yes, yeah, very excited about
So
it.
that's the Vatican seal
That's right.
on polka dots.
Yes, yeah, on dark blue polka dots. But it's been in the life of one person's faith who happens to be an American political leader. It's been really an amazing 3-4 weeks, and I'm sure I'll have some time to think about it and reflect on what it all means. But really just honored to be here and thrilled to be a part of it.
How does being either a Catholic or just a Christian shape your politics? In the sense of, just to be specific, what are things that you feel like you believe or care about in politics that are specific to Christianity rather than conservatism, the Republican Party, and so on? How would your worldview be different if you weren't a Catholic Christian?
Well, I think one of the criticisms that I get from the right is that I am insufficiently committed to the capital M market. And I am a capitalist. I believe the market economy is the best way of provisioning goods and services and coordinating people across a very complex society. But I'm not one of these people who says every intervention in the market, for example, trade, which I'm sure that we'll get into, if you apply a tariff on an import good, there are a lot of people who say, well, that is a violation of some market rule. I think one of the things that I take from my Christian principles and Catholic social teaching specifically, whether you agree with the specific policies of our administration, is look, the market is a tool, but it is not the end state, is not the purpose of American politics. The purpose of American politics should be to encourage our citizens to live a good life. And part of that is good, dignified work. Part of that is having a high enough wage that you can support a family. That very much flows from my Catholicism. Be clear, I'm not saying it has to flow, and that people who are, don't share my faith can't worry about those things. But that is something very much that I take from Catholic social teaching. And it certainly influences my views on economics. I mean, obviously, I'm pro-life. I care about the rights of the unborn. That very much flows from my Christian perspective. And there's a lot of stuff, right? When I talk about family policy, we talked about this a little bit with the Holy Father today. But, look, American society, I think, has become way too hostile to family formation. I think it's probably true across the West. In some ways, maybe the Europeans are even worse off than we are. But Europe and America have been quite bad at supporting families over the last generation. And I think you see that in the fact that fewer people are choosing to start families. That's something else that I think a lot about because of my faith. So it would be easier to say, what does your faith not cause you to think about? Because, when you really believe something, and I do believe it, not saying I don't have doubts, I think everybody does, but when you really believe something, it ought to influence how you think about the way that you do your job, the way that you spend time with your wife and your children. It just kind of necessarily informs how I live my life.
And then how should a Catholic politician like yourself think about issues where either the hierarchy of the church or the Pope himself seems to be critical of the stances you're taking? And I just want to preface this, right? This is going to lead us into a conversation about immigration. But I mean, I think one of the notable, you mentioned migration as one of the political issues that the Holy Father
I knew the hard questions
wanted
to
talk about.
Easy.
And I think it's useful to have context. Right?
I agree.
Historically, American presidents have tended to almost always have some set of issues where they're not in tune with the Vatican.
Yeah.
And for Ronald Reagan, it could be the nuclear issue. There was conflict, at least between the Reagan administration and elements of the church on nuclear nonproliferation. There was also conflict over Reagan-era policy in Central America. Obviously, liberal and democratic administration, it tends to be around abortion and issues related to that. But then even George W. Bush, as much as some conservative Catholics wanted to downplay the fact that Pope John Paul II was against the Iraq War, the Vatican was against the Iraq War.
Yes.
Right. And so that was a point of tension.
And they were right.
And they were right. You and I agree. So when you have, and clearly there is some tension between Trump administration policy and things that the Pope thinks or the Vatican thinks, how do you as a Catholic think about that tension?
Yeah.
What is the normal, what is the response?
Yeah. And this is, I mean, we probably talk all morning about this, but
we'll try not to.
It's interesting. So let me give you a very specific instance of the tension. So yesterday after the Mass, okay, so I am a Catholic. I believe that he, meaning Pope Leo, is actually the shepherd of 1.4 billion Catholics. And so there are things like bowing before him, kissing the ring, that are signs of respect for a spiritual father, okay? But on the world stage, I'm not there as J.D. Vance, a Catholic parishioner. I'm there as the Vice President of the United States and the leader of the President's delegation to the Pope's inaugural Mass. And so, you know, it was interesting. Some of the protocols about how I respond to the Holy Father were much different than how I might respond to the Holy Father. How might you might respond to the Holy Father purely in your capacity as a citizen. And so that's just like one very concrete observation
So
about
is
the tensions.
is there actually a rule that says you as vice president should not kiss the papal ring?
The protocol is that American presidents and vice presidents do not bow before foreign leaders do not kiss any rings. And obviously, given our history, you can appreciate that. So no sign of disrespect, but, you know, important to observe the protocols of the country that I love and that I'm representing and that I serve as Vice President of the United States. But sort of that's an easy thing, right? This is more difficult, this question. And I think there are sort of three ways of thinking about it. And I tend to fall in the middle. Okay, so way number one, and you see some Catholics or some Christians say this, is they'll say, well, politics is politics, policy is policy, religion is religion. And, you know, we wish the Pope all his best, or we wish the church all its best in its moral teachings, but we got to focus on policy. And these are two totally separate matters. But I think that's wrong, because it understates the way in which all of us are informed by our moral and religious values. So that.
Yeah, y'all make sure you're hitting the like button, please. We do need to get the likes up. And could just be, Slick Rick, that there are a bunch of don't likes. that might be it. So yeah, which other place do you guys go that you get to see the vice president being interviewed? You know, this is Black positivity. You know, Black people that are actually interested in you know, actual stuff that matters. I tend to be, because this sort of stuff affects Black people just like other Americans. And we need to get our asses out of, you know, some of the more mundane stuff and into actual, you know, stuff that can lead to power. Knowledge is power. Knowing what the vice president is thinking is power, etc. So get the likes up, please.
But that's not the right way to do it. I think another way to do it would be to say, I'm just going to do everything the Holy Father tells me to do. I think that would be.
Some people were worried about that with John F. Kennedy.
Of course,
as I recall.
Yeah. And I think that would be a violation of the U.S. Constitution.
This is really interesting. So you think that J.D. Vance is white excellence? Very interesting. I think that J.D. Vance is vice president. I think that MAGA is not excellence, but Black people need to know what the vice president is thinking. So all fun aside.
But certainly, I think just my obligation more broadly as a vice president to serve the American people, you've got to think about this stuff. But I think the way that I take it is, you know, on the migration question in particular, you have to think about what they've said. And when the church says, you know, yes, we respect the right of a country to enforce its borders, you also have to respect the rights of migrants, the dignity of migrants, when you think about questions like deportation and so forth. And so you have to be able to hold two ideas in your head at the same time. And I'm not saying I'm always perfect at it, but I at least try to think about, okay, there are obligations that we have to people who in some ways are fleeing violence or at least fleeing poverty. I also have a very sacred obligation, I think, to enforce the laws and to promote the common good of my own country, defined as the people with the legal right to be here. You know, one issue in particular, you know, I've talked to a lot of cardinals this weekend just because there are a lot of cardinals here in Rome. And one of the arguments that I've made, very very respectfully, I've had a lot of good, respectful conversations, including with cardinals who very strongly disagree with my views on migration, is that, it's easy to get locked in sort of a left versus right. The left respects the dignity of migrants. The right is motivated by hatred. I think far too many people, obviously that's not my view, but I think some liberal immigration advocates get locked in that view, that the only reason why J.D. Vance wants to enforce the borders more stridently is because he's motivated by some kind of hatred or some kind of grievance. And, the point that I've tried to make is that if you are me, I don't know if this is true of anybody else, but I think a lot about this question of social cohesion in the United States. I think about how do we form the kind of society, again, where people can raise families, where people join in institutions together, where, what I think Burke would have called the mediating layers of society are actually healthy and vibrant. And I do think that those who care about what might be called the common good, they sometimes underweight how destructive to the common good immigration at the levels and at the pace that we've seen over the last few years. I really do think that social solidarity is destroyed when you have too much migration too quickly. And so that's not because I hate the migrants or I'm motivated by grievance. That's because I'm trying to preserve something in my own country where we are a unified nation. And I don't think that can happen if you have too much immigration too quickly.
Let me propose a theory of sort of papal interventions in politics.
Okay.
Which is that it might be useful to think of issues where presidents end up in some kind of tension with the papacy as zones of temptation for people like yourself.
Okay.
Meaning that it's not that when the Pope says, I think you're wrong about this, that automatically means that you say, oh, absolutely, Your Holiness, we're going to change our policy tomorrow. But it might mean that you're operating in an area where, you're going to be exposed to certain kinds of temptations and get into zones of danger. So, for instance, to take the Iraq War example, right?
Sure.
Like, while George W. Bush was getting ready to go to war, people who defended the decision to go to war in Iraq would say, look, even if the Pope is against it, this is a prudential judgment. It's a judgment that a statesman has to make. It's not the judgment the Pope has to make. And I think they were right.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it would have been useful, perhaps, for more people in the Bush administration to say, okay, as we're thinking about this war, the fact that the Pope is against it should, make us think, let's say 10% more carefully, take 10% more moral care around, what's going to happen to Christian minorities in the Middle East, for instance, if we invade Iraq, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or to take a case like Joe Biden, the former president of the United States. I look at his career and his relationship to the church on issues like abortion, and I see a kind of tragic story where Biden starts out as a pro-life Catholic, pro-life politician. Biden, by the end of his career, because of the nature of partisan politics, has just ended up with a position on abortion indistinguishable from the secular left. And sort of step by step, piece by piece, he ended up alienated from his faith. So when I feel like for someone in your position, whatever the Pope says about immigration, yes, it doesn't imply that you need to change, your general policy overnight, but it means that you need to be aware that this is a zone where you're exposed to a certain kind of partisan temptation.
Yeah.
What do you think about that kind of analysis?
I think that's fair. It's more linear and more structured than what I just said, but I think it's pretty consistent with what I just said, that, it's not you follow commandments. It's also not that you just disregard these things or sort of say, oh, well, I know what this guy thinks, but I have to make a prudential judgment differently. I think it's that you make a prudential judgment informed very much by the church's teachings as reflected by these leaders. And by the way, you mentioned Joe Biden. Two things on this. First of all, we just found out, actually right before I was walking in here, that apparently he's got some very serious health issues. So we wish the former president the best in his health. I also, to be candid, and this is going to sound like I'm beating up on him, I really don't know how much Joe Biden's late evolution on abortion was that thought out. I mean, far be it from me to defend Joe Biden, But I really think the more that we learn, the more that we see the policy of the Biden administration was driven much more by staff than it was by the elected president.
I think that's probably fair to say. And yeah, I would join you in expressing sympathy and solidarity with the former president on his cancer diagnosis. All right, but I'm gonna come back to that zone of temptation idea as we get a little bit deeper into the actual policy debate. So we're going to talk about immigration and trade with a similar sort of big picture question in both cases, right?
Great.
So start with immigration. The Trump administration, when you were running for president, basically made two promises. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to deport a substantial number of the people who entered illegally under the previous administration. I would say that you have been honestly more successful than I expected at swiftly securing the border. On deportations, it seems like the actual process is not moving that quickly, and there's a lot of debates about in the courts and elsewhere about relatively small numbers of potential deportees. So looking ahead 4 years from now, what would constitute success in immigration policy at the end of this term?
Well, I mean, one, not to pat ourselves on the back too much, but I do think the most important success is stopping the flow of illegal migration to begin with. And I think that the president has succeeded wildly on that. I agree. Greater than my expectations. And I had high expectations, but we've done a very good job there. And I think the president deserves a great deal of credit. You know, on the deportation question, so first is just a minor wonky point that kind of bothers me when in the way that's reported in the media is sometimes you will hear people say that deportations in the Trump administration are down relative to the Biden administration. That is in fact an artifact of the fact that the Biden border was effectively wide open. In other words, if somebody comes across the border illegally and you immediately turn them around, or you schedule a deportation hearing and say, hey, come back for your hearing, a lot of both of those would get counted as deportation. So you can have a lot of deportations when you have quite literally millions of people per year walking across the border. That's the low-hanging fruit in terms of deportation. So just a point of clarification there.
That's completely fair. But at the current pace of deportations, you would be deporting numbers commensurate with prior presidents and not commensurate with the numbers that entered.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, and I'm sure that New York Times listeners are going to be scandalized by this line of argumentation, but I think it's really important that in some ways, the deportation infrastructure that is developed in the United States is not adequate to the task given what Joe Biden left us. Now, there are different estimates here of how many illegal immigrants came in under the Biden administration. Was it 12 million? Was it 20 million? You know, it's hard to count this stuff because you have known gotaways, you have unknown gotaways, you have the people that we never even saw across the border. So there's a little bit of guesswork in all of this. I actually think the number is much closer to 20 than to 12 million.
I mean, just to pause there, one of the most, I would say, hardcore critical of illegal immigration think tanks, when I looked into this, had its estimate, I think, in the 10 to 12 million range, right? So
they did, and I think they're undercounting it because I think they're counting the people that we were aware of. I don't think they were counting that estimate unknown gotaways. They weren't counting certain classes of asylum seekers, of TPS seekers. So they were answering a question as honestly as they could. But I think if you look at the grand scheme of it, it's higher. But look, whether it's 12 million or whether it's 20 million, it's a lot. And that is a lot of work ahead of us. Now, there are two things that we can do. I think one thing is a little bit easier and one thing is a little bit harder. And the first thing is you just have to have the actual law enforcement infrastructure to make this possible. And again, I think that we should treat people humanely. I think we have an obligation to treat people humanely. But I do think that a lot of these illegal immigrants have to go back to where they came from. And that requires more law enforcement officers. It requires more beds at deportation facilities. It just requires more of the basic nuts and bolts of how you run a law enforcement regime in the context of deportation. And that's one of the main things in the big, beautiful bill that is moving through Congress right now, is more money for immigration enforcement. That's what that money is for, to facilitate that deportation infrastructure. There's a much more difficult question. And I think you see the president's frustration. I've obviously expressed public frustration on this, which is, yes, illegal immigrants, by virtue of being in the United States, are entitled to some due process, okay? But the due process
under a legislative stand. To be clear,
yes,
this is based on legislation. It's not based on, like, the judges who are making these decisions are not inventing this standard. It is a legislative standard.
But the amount of process that is due and how you enforce those legislative standards and how you actually bring them to bear is I think very much an open question. And I think that what you've seen, and I remember when I was in law school, there were all of these people who were wanting to become immigration lawyers. And there was almost a certain buzz around immigration law at the time because there was so much gray area. There was so much open space where the courts would interpret how to apply these rules. Now, in the context of the United States in 2011, 2012, 13, when I was in law school, we had, significant illegal immigration, but not that much. There was this idea that you could use the asylum claim process and you could use the refugee process and you could use all of these other tools of the immigration enforcement regime to actually make it harder to deport illegal aliens. And then what happened is a lot of very well-funded NGOs went about the process of making it much harder to deport illegal aliens. And that's what we inherited in the year of our Lord 2025 is a whole host of legal rules. And in some cases, not even legal rules as much as arguments that had been made by left-wing NGOs that hadn't actually been ruled on by the courts yet.
Right.
And what we're finding, of course, is that a small but substantial number of courts are just making it very, very hard for us to deport illegal aliens. And, Stephen Miller, who of course is sort of our immigration czar in the White House, a good friend of mine, he's thinking of all of these different and new statutory authorities, right? Because there are a lot of different statutory authorities the president has to enforce the nation's immigration laws. And there is candidly frustration on the White House side that we think that the law is very clear. We think the president has extraordinary plenary power. Yes, you need some process to confirm that these illegal aliens are in fact illegal aliens and not American citizens.
Right.
But that it's not like we're just throwing that process out. We're trying to comply with it as much as possible and actually do the job that we were left. And let me just make one final sort of philosophical point here.
Mm-hmm.
I worry that unless the Supreme Court steps in here, or unless the district courts exercise a little bit more discretion, we're running into a real conflict between two important principles in the United States. Principle one, of course, is that courts interpret the law. I think principle two is that the American people decide how they're governed, right? That's the fundamental small d democratic principle that's at the heart of the American project. I think that you are seeing, and I know this is inflammatory, but I think you are seeing an effort by the courts to quite literally overturn the will of the American people. And to be clear, it's not most courts, but I think what the Supreme Court has to do, and I saw an interview with Chief Justice Roberts recently where he said,
its job.
Okay. I don't think that the American people want blatant laws to be overturned. Okay, getting rid of habeas corpus is a slippery slope. And if you get rid of it, actual Americans are vulnerable as well. It's up to the president to decide how he wants to deal with the lack of habeas corpus. I think that's an egregious statement. Okay, the will of the people is not to trample or the president to be above the law. What bullshit.
Job is to obviously decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or of the executive, and that does require a degree of independence.
Yeah, the role of the court is to check the excesses of the executive. I thought that was a profoundly wrong sentiment. That's one half of his job. The other half of his job is to check the excesses of his own branch. And you cannot have a country where the American people keep on electing immigration enforcement and the courts tell the American people they're not allowed to have what they voted for And that's where we are right now. We're going to keep working it through the immigration court process, through the Supreme Court as much as possible. And look, success to me is not so much a number, though obviously I'd love to see the gross majority of the illegal immigrants who came in under Biden deported. That actually is a secondary metric of success. Success to me is that we have established a set of rules and principles that the courts are comfortable with, and that we have the infrastructure to do that allows us to deport large numbers of illegal aliens when large numbers of illegal aliens come into the country. That to me is real success. But I think whether we're able to get there is a function, of course, of our efforts, but also of the courts themselves.
Right. But it seems like the stable way to get there, where you are creating a settlement that would outlast your own administration, right, would involve a combination of Supreme Court rulings. And I think it's fair to say that there is a majority on the Supreme Court that is likely to be sympathetic to something other than a left NGO reading of immigration law.
I hope that's right.
Okay.
I hope that's right.
I think that's likely. Combined with perhaps a recognition that maybe the legislative setup around this issue is out of date. That the asylum system assumed by legislation written in the 1950s doesn't make sense,
That's certainly
and so
true.
on, right? So there you
Yes.
have two tracks. You have
Immigration
trying to
reform.
get Supreme Court rulings that vindicate your interpretation of the law, and then you have potentially legislative efforts where the existing law needs to be revised. But your administration just to push.
But there's a third track too, which is using existing legal
Right,
authorities
so-
that haven't been.
Okay, Dave, the interest in due process, it's only constitutional. It's literally in the 5th and 14th Amendments. It's not an interest. It is literally in the Constitution. And I'm sorry, the American people do not want due process to go away. I don't know who you guys are fooling yourselves, okay? Dude, the immigration numbers, the poll numbers, the way Trump is handling this, the numbers are falling. Okay, but these guys are talking through their hat. Okay, the American people did not vote for due process or habeas corpus to go away. They want the job done. Okay, and the bottom line is you can do it without getting rid of constitutional protections. Link? What link? Let's see here. Okay, I'm sorry. Whether you like it or not, if they are in the United States, they have constitutional rights, and due process is one of them. There's nothing there. This is Supreme Court precedent for like 100 years that if you are under the jurisdiction, which means whether you're legal or not, if you are under the jurisdiction of U.S. law, you get constitutional rights. And if you don't want that, then change the Constitution. I'm just shocked you people don't know this sort of stuff. The Constitution is not to be toyed with. What's up, SKC?
Seems like you had a little bit of flair when you said "you people."
Well, I wasn't going to use the N-word. I haven't gotten as mad as John Galt yet.
Well, you stated you wanted to discuss something with me. All right.
Yeah. Yesterday on at over on B Brave's channel, he mentioned something about you and him, because I vaguely remember it. Basically saying that Black culture was a rebellion culture, or a culture of rebellion.
Oh yeah, that's what I put in the chat the other day, because I saw the title And then I saw you over there, and I left you a thing talking about this is how you something about this is how you subtly teach individuals. You know,
Right. Yeah.
sometime I guess whenever I had my first little interaction with him, you know, he was saying all this stuff about how great his thinking was and all of that stuff. But uh, one conversation, and lo and behold, and now he's using my argument about um, rebellion culture.
Well, see,
See how
that's
that goes?
but your what is your argument? Because I don't think blacks have a rebellion culture. Okay, and I know where you're wanting to go. I'm guessing you're kind of paraphrasing the redneck culture that Thomas Sowell, white rednecks, black what is it? Black rednecks, white liberals. I don't agree with Thomas Sowell. I don't agree that blacks have a uniquely culture of rebellion. America has a cowboy culture. So I don't see that as out of step with the broader culture.
Yeah, I think you do me a disservice. Although I do enjoy Thomas Sowell's writings, occasionally I can come up with my own unique views. But
Well, I don't think this is unique. That's my point.
yeah, it's
I
not.
don't think the culture of rebellion is unique. Thomas Sowell calls it redneck culture.
Yeah, but he bases it off of that black people were mimicking a culture that came out of some part of England. Um,
Uh-huh.
what I'm stating is no, I'm not saying that is the origin of it. I'm stating that in slavery they definitely had a right to rebel. It had righteous sentiments. Rebelling against being um, under the bounds of slavery, the bonds
Okay,
of
so
slavery.
you're saying it basically carried over, like the right to rebel against your slave owner. That's ingrained in black culture.
Yeah, I'm stating that.
Now, what else? What else is ingrained? Because the other thing is that matriarchy is ingrained from slave culture. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would.
Do you agree? Do you agree that family values or lack of them is a carryover from slavery?
If someone was to make that argument, I wouldn't find too much disagreement in it.
Okay, well then at least you're consistent because I know black conservatives in general, when you start talking about stuff that happened that far back, they tend to say, "Oh no, 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 no. This stuff. It's been 150 years since slavery, so we have grown out of that." Then they want to talk about how high marriage rates during Jim Crow, and they tend to poo-poo when you bring up that marriage was not a thing during slavery, and families broken up and all that sort of stuff. So if you can be that consistent, I don't agree that culture still exists. I don't buy the matriarchal. The three things that I said, I don't necessarily think. I think there's been enough time between the end of slavery and today. If for some reason, because I know, for instance, right after during the post Reconstruction period or the Reconstruction period, there was like a mad rush for everybody to get married. All black people couldn't legally do it, or slave owners weren't legally bound to recognize marriages. There was like a huge rush. Marriage was like all the rage, at least for during Reconstruction.
Yeah,
So
and it was.
I think that the rebellion culture and all that stuff, I don't agree with any of it. I don't think the matriarchy survives, a century and a half. I don't think any of it does. We have outgrown slavery. I think what happened during Jim Crow is still relevant as far as as far as outcomes. So yeah, I'm talking a lot, but I just don't agree that there is that kind of carryover from that far back.
Yeah. My rationales for it, uh, it it makes way for a lot of the things that you put up. I state that the seeds of it were always there, and that there were continuous sentiments towards not accepting America as a legitimate um, place of patronage for Black America, and
Oh, you and I have deep. I never thought we could disagree more.
I think that as time progressed, there was a cooling off period where people wanted to see, and then as the 50s and 60s came, that thought of rebellion was still furtive, and then it grew, um, and then it came down to everything that we see today. There's a lot of details that I can go into, but this is
Oh
your
yeah, you'll want to do that because I can't think of a thing that you said. I don't usually, even when we disagree, I don't usually like disagree vehemently. It's almost like you're making this up. And I'm not
Oh.
saying you are, but I don't recognize any grain of like reality in anything you've just stated.
Yeah,
I would almost say the opposite. Like, if you were right about that ingrained stuff developed during slavery, why weren't Black Americans eager to go to Liberia or um, or Haiti when Black Americans, when the topic of, hey, if we end slavery, Lincoln, for instance, he was looking for places to send Blacks because uh, he didn't think that Blacks and whites could get along together. Why wasn't there a mass exodus of former slaves when they had the chance to do it?
How did they have the chance to do it?
Well, Lincoln literally proposed to Frederick Douglass and others that, hey, once the slaves are freed, what do you think about going, somewhere out of the country? And I know specifically Frederick Douglass was like, no, we were born here. And then even before the back in the 18th century, what is it? The American, I can't remember the name of the organization, that first abolitionist society. They basically, had plans to deport former slaves. And the slaves were like, no, we were born here. Why would we want to leave? I don't see the rebellion that you're talking about.
Yeah, I just read different. I read history different. When I come across people like Martin Delaney, who
Was Delaney someone who wanted to leave? I don't know that much about Delaney. Glad you bring him up. I need to read a biography. I need to read up on him.
Yeah, he definitely was one of the ones that was very hard into the Black nationalists. Actually, he was probably one of the real first Black nationalists that was engaged in this movement.
Wasn't he in? He was in the army, right?
Correct. So,
okay,
so
that doesn't seem like that nationalistic to me.
Yeah. So, but this idea that there weren't a lot of Black people that wanted to go back. I mean, there's just too many historical accounts of the opposite. I mean, heck.
Okay, no. Dude, there's a reason Frederick Douglass is remembered and Martin Delaney is not.
Okay.
And it's not because there was a huge militant rebellious attitude in the Black community back in the 19th and 18th centuries. I would literally say it was the opposite.
So one will say Frederick Douglass, but then on the turn of everything, people will say throw up the name Nat Turner with pride in their
Well, Nat Turner wasn't looking
okay.
to go to another country, was he?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying so far as the spirit of rebellion, that was definitely there.
Okay, well, anybody who's enslaved is going to have a spirit of rebellion, but I'm going to guess that spirit of rebellion is going to disappear after a few generations once you're no longer a slave.
And that is what I'm stating. It is something to be charged against or to be countered. I think that you had a lot of people who had a lot that they didn't just turn that off once the Civil War was over. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, as you got into the turn of the 20th century, why you had people like Garvey that became such a
Okay, well, Garvey wasn't an American slave. He doesn't count.
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's still
As a matter of fact, he failed in Jamaica.
Okay,
The Jamaicans didn't want him.
Okay, so then since Jamaica didn't want him and he came to America, why was his message galvanized?
Oh, I think I'm not saying it was popular, but there were also people who were totally against Garvey.
Yeah,
right.
there's always people totally against people. There are people that were totally
Well,
against totally against MLK.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, the Garvey movement was very popular, and who knows, maybe if he hadn't wound up in jail, it would have been more successful. But there were checks. Okay, basically the Black community, like the talented 10th type people, they weren't having any part of Garvey, and part of it was because they were relatively comfortable. Garvey was more a mass sort of, the masses were into Garvey.
Right. I mean,
However,
you just answered the I guess the thing that I'm putting forth is that the talented 10th, which would be the minority of Black America, did not find any they found the idea as silly, but the masses, they were at least warm to the idea.
Oh, I grant you they were warm,
and that's what I'm saying. So far as that spirit of rebellion, even post-slavery, was not just eradicated and turned off.
Okay, well, I don't think it's as prevalent. Now, here is my question to you. Because I personally, you know what? Are you saying that the unwillingness to assimilate is a spirit of rebellion? Like me personally, I don't want to be white. I don't want to be white. Perfectly happy the way I am. Is that a spirit of rebellion?
No, I never stated anything about a want to.
Well, no. I'm asking. I'm not saying you said it.
No, I'm just saying I'm saying that a want to be white is not equal to assimilating.
Well, I think it is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is it's the same thing with your thoughts on when you argued that Black America is conservative, and it's not.
It is.
Okay, so if we were to state, you know what, instead of
and I don't mean conservative as in Thomas Sowell conservative. I mean that things like the LGBTQ lifestyle, that kind of religious conservatism. There are a lot of things that Black Americans are not comfortable with. So I don't mean conservative as in Bill Buckley conservative. I mean as in like a religious conservative.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is, if we were to go down the marks of conservatism, if we were to use the Russell Kirk, the Heritage Foundation, the Bible.
Okay, well, see, that's being white. No. Yeah. Okay, so are you saying that, hey, black people not wanting to be conservative, as in the Heritage Foundation, is a spirit of rebellion?
No, what I'm stating is that all of those entities have laid out marks and core tenets of conservatism. Black America does not align with those core tenets. From the Edmund Burke to the Russell Kirk to the Heritage Foundation, and even if you want to go into the Bible.
Okay, well, you're misunderstanding me. I mean conservative as in compared to the rest of the Democratic Party, as in they're not progressives.
Right.
Okay, I don't mean, I'm not, when I say conservative, I mean conservative for left-leaning or left voters. I don't mean as compared to the Heritage Foundation. Most whites are not as conservative as folks in the Heritage Foundation.
Okay, but the definition and the tenets of conservatism
Okay,
does
you
not
heard
come,
what I said.
does
Dude,
not come from the
what you're
Democrats.
talking about, if you want to be technical about it, what you're talking about is movement conservatism.
No. I want to be
Blacks
specific.
blacks are not movement conservatives.
No, I want to be.
They are conservative.
I'm just
They're two different things.
I'm just being as specific as you were with Be Brave.
Okay, well, let me be more specific. The Heritage Foundation, those are movement conservatives.
Okay,
They are
take the
not
take
necessarily conservative.
Take the Heritage Foundation off the board. Edmund Burke.
Well, you're the one. You know what? I don't think Edmund Burke would be a movement conservative.
I'm not saying he's a movement conservative. I'm saying that is conservatism.
And I'm going to tell you that there is no one conservatism.
No. Okay. So, and this is what I mean so far as,
dude, this is basic political science.
No. If you want to operate in the void, you can. But when
I'm saying that you need to do your homework. There is no void. Everyone, SKC, there is no one definition of conservative. Edmund Burke is not necessarily, I don't think, and this is just me, I don't think Edmund Burke would be that aligned with folks in the Heritage Foundation.
That's fine. But they would align on various principles, and those various
and
Black Americans
that's the reason I'm saying. That's the reason I'm saying there is no one complete checklist to make you a conservative.
Okay, and that's
it's
fine.
a scale.
It's a scale, and that's fine. And all I'm stating is even if you look throughout time, all the way from Edmund Burke all the way to Heritage Foundation, they have many similarities.
Heritage Foundation and Burke, I don't think the two are really that synonymous.
That's fine. But there are various principles that they align on that Black America would never align on.
Like what?
Incremental change.
Blacks, you never heard of
incremental
Booker
change.
T. You never heard of Booker T. Washington? You never heard of Thomas Sowell?
The majority of Black America does not agree with Booker T. Washington or Thomas Sowell.
Okay, and how is incremental?
Booker T. Washington and Thomas Sowell do not vote Democrat.
Okay, I don't agree. I think, as I said, that the Black community, especially with Democratic voters, are the most conservative voting bloc in the Democratic Party. They are not necessarily Heritage Foundation conservative or movement conservative, but they are conservative. And as a matter of fact, they're probably more conservative, say, on things like LGBTQ than the general public.
I doubt that.
Okay, well, you and I will just disagree on that.
Yeah, we'll disagree. But
the culture of rebellion You and I are going to disagree on that too. I don't think
I think so
I
because
don't think that
I think
Garvey.
you hurt my argument.
I don't think that Garvey was as big a cultural influence as a lot of people think. And you're not the only one who thinks Garvey was that influential. I
I'm not saying that he
honestly
was.
don't.
I'm not saying that he was. I'm just saying that as a person who, using your words, who was not even an American, but was able to come to America and to present to Black Americans an idea and even get a warm reception to it, shows you that the spirit of rebellion was not removed from Black America post-slavery.
Okay, well, you and I will disagree because I don't think it shows a spirit of rebellion.
Okay, what does it show?
Well, it shows unhappiness with things like Jim Crow and the unfairness. I think that once you look, the Black Panthers were not anywhere near a majority of Black people. They were a faction. I think the same thing with Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was popular, but I can tell you right now, he was more popular in urban areas like New York City than he was out in the hinterlands and excuse me, in Georgia.
Yeah,
I think
agree with you.
Marcus Garvey was more an urban thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. He was way more popular up in NYC and that regime up in the north and all
Right,
that.
but most Black people live in the South.
Okay, and
even today. So he was not he wasn't affecting, and this is my opinion. I would actually have to go back and research if I can the numbers. But if the majority of Black people, definitely back in the Garvey times, the majority of Black people did not live in urban areas at the time. They don't now. They never have.
Like I said, I've never made that argument.
Right. Well, my argument, and again, don't think I'm saying you're making the argument. I am basically, questioning you. I just don't see Garvey
There's nothing to question.
I don't see Garvey.
He was this.
I don't see Garvey. I don't see Garvey as having the level of influence enough to inculcate a spirit of rebellion in all Black culture across the land. I don't think he was that influential. I think it was an urban phenomenon.
I never said that he was. I just stated that for a.
Okay, well, you're talking about a culture of rebellion that exists unto today, correct?
I am.
Okay, and I don't think Marcus Garvey, I don't think you're right. And I certainly don't think Marcus Garvey was that influential.
Oh.
So if Marcus Garvey wasn't
repeating the
if
same
Marcus
thing over
Garvey
again,
wasn't that
false.
if Marcus Garvey wasn't that influential, where did that spirit of rebellion come from?
Slavery.
Okay, and I don't think it lasted. I guess we'll just have to disagree. I can understand a spirit of rebellion during slavery times. What I'm saying is if there was such a spirit of rebellion, why was there not a mass exodus after the 13th Amendment?
Just because people were not able to effectuate what they may have had in their hearts doesn't mean that they didn't have it in their hearts.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I look forward to your academic paper because I don't think you're going to be able to prove it.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Marcus Delaney was not. There's a reason Delaney is less remembered than Frederick Douglass, and Frederick Douglass was no rebel.
I never stated that he was.
Right. Well, all I'm stating is that you will have to go a ways to convince me. You may convince someone like a Be Brave. I think that was Be Brave I saw in the chat. Maybe I'm wrong. It is easy. It is easy to convince someone like a Be Brave who doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't think I convinced him of anything. I just found it interesting that he began to use my my terminology.
Well, I think you convinced him.
Over one conversation, and I did see something. I just got a person that super chatted me. Good grief, thank you for the super chat. They state Garvey wasn't influential.
Okay, I didn't say he wasn't influential.
I'm just reading the chat. I'm just reading.
Okay, well, I don't give a shit about your super chat unless they super chat me. I don't really care.
But it's an interesting
hold on. When they super chat me, I will care.
Well, but it's interesting.
I didn't say Garvey wasn't influential. I'm saying he wasn't that influential enough to inculcate a spirit of rebellion into the Black community up to 2025. He was influential. He wasn't that influential.
Well, he influenced Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam.
You know what? I don't think Malcolm X is that influential. I think King was way more influential.
Okay.
For obvious reason.
And I think another thing is that if you take a lot of the, you stated that the Panthers weren't that, were like a little small group and they weren't.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was pretty. I mean, again, it was an urban phenomenon.
Right.
And the majority of Black people, even today,
they look at the Black Panthers as they look at the Black Panthers as not problematic. They're warm towards.
Well, I'm saying
the majority of Black America is warm towards the Black Panthers.
And I don't think it's a majority. You would have to prove that.
I am. I do say it's a majority.
Okay, well, you know what? I look forward.
Bad thing.
I look forward to you giving me those numbers. Maybe there's a poll out there. I think the Panthers were influential. I do not think they were that influential. As a matter of fact, Eldridge Cleaver, for instance, became fairly conservative. That spirit of rebellion didn't really last. And I do not think that the spirit of rebellion of the Panthers is knee deep in Black culture, mainly because I don't think there's one Black culture. I would be certainly willing. You go out and you look at the Black radicals of today. Yeah, it's still in the culture, but I don't think it permeates the culture overall.
If you look through the majority of Black academia that speaks about any sort of social issues within Black America, they have a positive opinion of the Black Panthers.
Doesn't mean they're rebellious.
The Black Panthers were rebellious.
Okay, no. I mean, the people the academics who have a high opinion of the Black Panthers,
the majority
having a high opinion doesn't necessarily mean they have a quote spirit of rebellion. A culture of rebellion.
They have a high opinion of rebellion.
The Black radicals might.
No, in academia, they do.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. There are the Cedric Robinsons who are Marxists. Granted,
I'm not even saying the Marxists.
But what I'm saying is that even the Marxists aren't that radical, but there are quote Black radicals. I would grant you that they may have a spirit of rebellion because they want to get rid of capitalism outright. I'm saying that if you were to quantify the spirit or the culture of rebellion and just assume that you could talk to people coast to coast, the majority of people aren't going to be big fans of the Black Panthers or Marcus Garvey. Hell, they would barely know. People don't even know history. So yeah, you could have that spirit without actually knowing the history. I just don't think that you can. I don't think you can make an argument that, hey, the problems that we're having in the Black community, the single mothers, the violence in the inner cities, I don't think that is a spirit of rebellion.
You're more than welcome to that. But just like you were stating earlier, and I think you self-corrected when you stated that the whole thing about the most people don't know history, and then you stated,
They don't.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have a spirit of rebellion. Yeah, there's a whole
That's
bunch
true.
of kids. There's a whole bunch of kids running around with Che Guevara shirts and posters and stuff. They don't know the history, but they
I've
still have a
literally,
spirit of
well,
rebellion.
you live in a urban area though, right?
I live in both.
Okay, because I've
I
literally,
have a country
I'll be
home
honest with you.
And a home in a very nice neighborhood here with a lot of white
Wait,
people.
hold it. I wasn't accusing. No. I'm not accusing you of being in the hood. I'm saying you live in a more urban area. I've literally never seen a Black kid with a Che Guevara t-shirt.
No, I was saying in general, there are people, I'm saying of all races, that will wear
Mhm.
stuff like that, and they have no idea of the history of what they're wearing. But they
Oh, okay.
still hold to these rebellious viewpoints.
I think you're stretching.
Okay.
And
Well,
I was gonna say you probably won't convince me, but it's gonna be easy to convince someone like a Be Brave who doesn't know shit.
hey, my point was not to convince him. I was just sharing my point of view, and that's it.
Yeah, well, he brought your
Yeah,
idea hook,
I saw
line,
the
and sinker,
title.
and it could just be that, you know what, people hold you in high regard. So, he's probably what you said kind of aligns with his warped sense of Black culture and American culture in general. So, I mean, you probably just you fed him raw meat. That's what you did.
He didn't even cook it. He didn't even cook it.
Hell no, he ate that. It was tartar. So now I'm gonna have to hear him go on and on forever about that culture of rebellion. Damn it! What did you do? You created a monster.
Well, that's the thing, though. I kind of hate that it happened, because now I got to hear some of my viewpoint in an imperfect state. So it may be bastardized. I'm not sure, but maybe I
Well,
should
I
just
mean,
give the benefit of the doubt and say, maybe you may, listen and see how I'm presenting it and going from there.
Well,
Or
I don't
he
think
may come up to his own viewpoint. I don't know.
I don't think that he is too far. I don't think he's misaligned with your point of view. Of course, I don't think you're right. And this is the thing about it. You have a
He's
lot of
misaligned.
knowledge.
He's
You
misaligned
have
because he doesn't know the historical background.
And I was just about to say that. I'm sure your parents probably said it. My father used to say it all the time. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Oh yeah, Alexander Pope.
So you know how to wield your theories and ground it in something. I'm not so sure, about other people. If you say something, I will disagree with it, but I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, because I'm not 100% you're wrong. I've just in my reading, I know elements of it are there. I just don't think it's something that's that significant today.
Like if you were to give me, I don't know, 45 seconds, and I was to state, okay, historically, how I would probably set up like this dissertation, as it were, I would probably say, you know what? Let me give some historical background. You had the Stono Rebellion. What was that? Prosser,
It's
and
Charleston.
then then you had what? Denmark Vesey and Turner and all of that. So, and then
there were all kinds. There were, and you know this as well as I do. There were all kinds of rebellions. It was way more a regular occurrence than is taught.
Right. So, and then I'm just following the timeline. Okay, then Reconstruction. So then you had, all of those black churches and schools and organizations like the Freedmen Bureau backed initiatives and all of that stuff. You had the black lawmakers during Reconstruction, and they were trying to fight against the whole white power stuff. In I would say in rebellion to that, you had the Ku Klux Klan acts. And then that fostered more rebellion because you're like, man, you got these white people running around here in sheets and all that other stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then you had thousands of
why
black
call
people.
it rebellion? Why not just say it was the
I'm saying the
survival?
white people. I'm saying the white people rebelled. The white people rebelled because they saw black people being free and all that other stuff. And so, and then you had.
Well, I wouldn't even say it was all white people. It was people who might feel threatened.
You had
in
the KKK.
It was going to be mostly working class.
And then you had this mass exodus from the South. What was that, like late 1870s or so forth?
You mean the Great Migration? It was mostly between world wars. And I agree with you there. The North was, hey, everything was hunky-dory with the couple blacks we got. And as soon as that migration happened, it became a lot more contentious. I agree with that.
Then you get into like what, let's say the turn of the century, you have Ida B. Wells. She's talking about anti-lynching campaigns. You got the fight between Booker T. Washington and W.E. Du Bois.
Right, but Ida B. Wells had a reason to rebel. I mean, they were looking to kill her.
Again, I'm not stating that they didn't have a reason. I'm just stating that after slavery, the spirit of rebellion was still hot and running.
I disagree.
During the time of like the turn of the century, you had Ida B. Wells. She was talking about the anti-lynching campaigns. You had Booker T.
Well,
Washington,
that's because they were lynching like a. That's because they were.
I'm not saying that there was no reason for it.
Okay, well, okay, dude. The thing is talking about people being murdered. How is that rebellious? If it's actually an injustice happening, writing it down and maybe crusading to get it stopped, I don't see that as rebellious. I see that as fighting for your rights or fighting for survival. I don't see that as rebellion.
And this is what I'm talking about, Stanley. At the very beginning of all of this, I stated, during slavery, Black people rebelled, and they rebelled rightly so, due to various injustices that they were facing.
Okay, we agree on that.
And what I'm arguing is that from both sides of the equation, from people that hold more of the pro-Black democratic view or progressive view, and for the people who hold more of the Thomas Sowell and blah, blah, blah view. After slavery, there were still reasons for Black people to rebel against America.
Right, because of Jim Crow and
because of
black codes and all
injustices,
that.
right? Because of injustices, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they still had to hold on to the spirit of rebellion.
Okay,
it was
you
still
call
there.
it spirit of rebellion, and maybe it's just how we frame it. You call it rebellion, I call it demanding your rights. I don't think demanding that you be treated as a first-class citizen, I just don't see that as rebellion.
Okay, and that's fine. People say that about when they go into the Revolutionary War, where they say the white people rebelled against the king because they just wanted to have their taxes lowered and a few other things, and they call that a rebellion, a rebellious spirit. But when we talk about Black people that were stating, you know what, we just want to be treated as first-class citizens as stated in the Constitution, using the same words. Well, that's a rebellion. That's oh my God, you're framing it in
Okay, well, then what you're saying is it's framing. I don't see it as rebellion, but you might. I think
so
that
the spillover from slavery to Jim Crow were too close to each other to say that there was a change of attitude. The same
say that
ideas.
again.
I said the time period between slavery and Jim Crow were too close for people to say that there was a complete change of attitude. It was these white people are against us.
Right, especially in the South.
Correct. And that's all I'm saying.
But here,
if you don't
here
want to
where
say the
I'm
spirit
going.
of rebellion,
Hey,
fine. They
I don't
the
have
same attitude.
I have no problem with what you just said. The problem I have is that between then and now, I don't think people are particularly rebellious en masse now. Now, I will grant you that if you go and you look at hip hop culture, there are pockets of rebellion. I'm not going to doubt that. I'm just saying that the majority, you can't say
I
black.
haven't even got there yet. I haven't even
Right, but
it's
what
like
I'm
even,
well, I'm
even I'm
skipping
just following
ahead.
the timeline. I haven't even
Understood.
got to the 20s and the 40s. The same
Okay,
spirit was there.
dude, you don't have to do any of that. I'm comfortable skipping ahead because we're talking about the present eventually. I don't think that, the people in the inner city or hip hop culture, yeah, I will grant you that you could make the argument that hip hop culture is rebellious. What I am going to say is that hip
It
hop
didn't pop out
culture
of anywhere.
is not the sum total of black culture. You
No.
can't say black culture is a rebellion culture because there are many different facets to it.
The largest export of black culture is hip hop.
And that doesn't change my argument.
So then what it produces most to the world.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
That product it has baked into it spirit of rebellion.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Are most black people into hip hop culture?
Yes.
Okay, and I would say no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm absolutely right, but I mean, I literally, and again, you may get out more, so I'm not sure that I'm the best. But I mean, I see YouTube. I see things in the media. There is nothing that convinces me that most black people. I have a huge problem with these broad generalization that racists like to make. I have huge problems with it. And the thing is when you make these broad generalizations, it's very easy to backpedal and say, oh, I didn't mean you. Generalities are literally the lifeblood of the anti-blacks.
I'm not making
Because to be specific, a lot of these arguments either you couldn't make or they would just be blown out of the water, based on reality or facts or what have you. I just don't agree that the statement that black culture is a rebellion culture or a culture of rebellion, I would categorically deny, because there are so many facets to what we call black culture. I don't know that there is any one black culture. We're not homogenous.
And that's an argument. I didn't state that it is. I state that it was baked into it. And I have historical references from the time of slavery on up to now that covers every time period that weaves that thread of rebellion baked into the culture and intensifying up till today.
Okay, and
that is
I'm
not a
gonna say,
generalized. That is not a
even with
generalized
your,
statement.
even with
That is
your,
very
even with your historical references, it is extremely subjective. You would be able to write a paper and probably do a whole thesis, a PhD thesis, making that, and there would be a whole lot of people who wouldn't agree with you. I think it's a valid premise. I think it's a valid thesis. It's just not one that I would buy into.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, it's not for everyone, but
Well, it's
only the
for the
only
Be Braves of the world for sure.
no, no, no,
It's-
no, no,
it's-
no. Don't. It's like don't do me like that. Don't do me like that because because you know that what I'm presenting here is not just some wild generalization. That it's
Nope,
something that I
I
could
can't.
put
I
that I could
I
put historical facts
100%.
to.
It is not wild at all. It's plausible. It is very
So
plausible. But
so
that's the
so that
sort of
so that
thing that
so
would only be
I have
safe.
no reason. I have no issue with you disagreeing with it. But to just throw it in with, oh, this is just an anti-black generalization, is like, no.
Well,
Far from that.
I should do better than that. I will agree. I should say that basically your thesis in the wrong hands could be anti-black.
Yeah, it'll be like the bell curve. A bunch of people
Yeah,
commented
it's
on it and
exactly.
never read it.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And CRT and all kinds of other things in the wrong hands, it just blows up in your face. So yeah, I get you. And actually, you coming up here and clarifying it did help me. I'll be less inclined to shit on it. Not much less, but at least I know I won't come after you. I'll just come after the people who misuse it.
Yeah. At least when it comes to me, put your crap through a strainer. You know. But yeah, I mean, it's I think it goes back to a conversation that we were having the other day when we were stating how reading can inform
Yes.
and improve various viewpoints and create new facets of thought in the person. And I think that this is an example of such. I don't think that there's been anyone who's written on this idea or who has logically put it in a timeline order.
Well, maybe not, but I mean there are black radicals. Okay, there's a whole like a channel. It's Black Liberation Media. Used to be called Black Power Media. The Jared Ball in that group. They're basically a bunch of they're kind of like the descendants of Pantherism, and they're all a bunch of Marx people. Cedric Robinson, um, um, there's a whole section of them out there.
Yeah, man, I just looked on the backside of StreamYard because typically I don't have that side open. I usually just look on the side of YouTube, in the chat.
Mhm.
And but I went over to the StreamYard section because I was about to, put a link for you or something in the back chat. And
Right.
I see in the chat some person called Palomino.
Yeah, Palomino.
I think I blocked this person from my view a long time ago. But I'm like, why?
Well, he goes by different names.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't understand what's this interest in what I have to say.
I don't. Brian Nichols says Stanley doesn't see the millions of middle-aged black men wearing hip hop clothes and blasting hip hop music out their car radios. Do you see the millions that don't? I mean, there are millions who don't do that sort of stuff. So,
No, Genesee Ben, he says, so hip hop culture is the way it is because of slavery. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the spirit of rebellion that came out of slavery, which at its time was, righteous indignation, has it's almost like a little mini cancer now that is being applied to things that are just absolutely ridiculous, and it has found its way in hip-hop culture. I even think it's quite profound that in a lot of writings, not from media, such as hip-hop and BET magazines and writings, but in academia, particularly Black academia, that they have slated that hip hop is a culture, and they state that it is.
yeah, well, they teach classes on it,
and they state that it is the main export of Black America. I didn't say that. The Black
yeah, but I
academia.
mean, but hold on now. I mean, that it's okay. Just because it's the main export doesn't mean it defines the culture. I mean, it can for someone outside looking in.
Right, but that's not my argument. My argument is just simply that the spirit of rebellion is baked into the culture, and if I'm showing by the words of Black academia that the main
Okay, well,
export of
just
Black
because,
America is
well,
a music form that has within it
okay,
features
well, you will
rebellion.
be surprised to
Like,
hear me
there you
say
go.
this. Academia doesn't always understand the culture. As a matter of fact, the ivory tower stuff, they call it the ivory tower for a reason.
Mhm.
I will grant you, and it's obvious that hip hop culture has a major influence on the younger people in the culture. Therefore, it affects the culture. I will also say that it being a main export does not define the culture, no more than jazz did back in the day. Jazz is another export historically that other parts of the world consumed. But I would never say that jazz defined Black culture.
Yeah, it's
I would almost argue Motown maybe defined the culture better than jazz. I don't know about hip hop. Hip hop might be the equivalent.
I think more so.
I'm not going to argue. You're probably right, but I don't see that. I just don't see fighting not to be a second class citizen. I just don't see that as rebellion. And again, I mean, and I'm kind of re-arguing. I'm not even like going up against you. It's really so subjective. I would think that, if you are in a demonstrably oppressive system, say back during Jim Crow or definitely slavery, pushing back against what you think is your right, I just don't see that as rebellion. I see that as fighting, maybe even fighting for your rights, fighting / rebellion. Maybe I'm just refusing to use the word rebellion. But rebellion to me is like rebel without a cause. That term, rebelling for rebellion's sake, just for no reason, just because you want to be contrarian. That to me has always been like what rebellion is. If you are actually fighting for something that's rightfully yours, is that really rebelling? That is literally fighting for your rights. And I don't know. It could just be, semantics.
I think it is. But that's
Yeah, I just don't. I think that, when you're fighting for, Brown versus board education, I don't see that as rebellion. I see it as getting your due. But, Jihad, hold on one sec. So, but at least I understand your point.
Yeah, I think, and I may do a show about it, but I think I can prove throughout time that the same spirit that was in slavery has metastasized and into modern times.
And I don't think you can. I think that what you will wind up proving is that black people aren't just going to sit around and take shit. That's not rebellion.
And I even think that I'm glad that you even put it that way, because I think one of the ways that I can prove past the semantics is, and thank you for that, because that's something that I do need to address. The idea that, fighting for your rights and how that could possibly become rebellion. I think it can do that when the fight is more at
good point. Odd makes.
I think it can become that when the fight is more about overthrowing or subverting a system. And when the people,
yeah, but I mean, blacks have never wanted to subvert the system. We've wanted equality in the system.
Well,
I think Jihad makes a good point here. He's always associated rebellions with spilling blood.
Yeah, that's not always the case, but also I think rebellion has within it a belief that the system is illegitimate. And I think that there are a lot of Black Americans who hold to that view. Heck, like I was telling you, the white-haired pudgy guy that goes on the news all the time often speaks about how
Elie Style.
the Constitution
He's
is illegitimate.
Yeah, I don't know that he wants to overthrow it as much as modernize it. Because I read the Black Man's Guide to the Constitution, or whatever it is. It was poorly written, by the way. He's a Harvard law graduate. I couldn't believe, maybe he was just trying to be colloquial. But point is I just don't think the majority of Black people want to subvert the American way, the American system. I don't even think the hip hoppers want to subvert it. So I don't get that in 2025. Like, hey, shit's so bad, we just want to blow it up and start over. The Black radicals do, but they're Marxists.
Heck, if you was to give full power to somebody like Breonna Joy Gray, she would destroy capitalism.
You know what? I honestly don't think she would. I think most of the socialists of her type actually just want ownership of companies. They want employees to own corporations. I don't think she would go much farther than that. I could be wrong. I don't know her. But, the Richard Wolff and all those guys, they don't want to tear down the system. They just basically want to redistribute wealth to a certain degree. If they could level the playing field so there were no billionaires and there was more employee ownership of corporations, that'd probably be far enough for them.
Jihad, he says, what rebellions didn't take blood being spilled? The civil rights sit-in marches and boycotts that they, did the black people there pick up guns and start fighting the police? Did the whole Gandhi sit-ins, did they fight against the British?
I just don't see. You know what, Jihad? I'm more in line with Jihad.
Did the fall of the Berlin Wall require blood?
Okay, you talked sit-ins. I don't see a sit-in at a lunch counter as a rebellion.
Okay.
I see it as fighting for the right to be served like any other customer.
I'm just going by the definition.
What is the definition of rebellion?
Oh my goodness.
Hold on, let me look it up right quick. Yeah, here we are. Open, armed, and organized resistance to a constituted government. So no, this is the definition. It literally says armed. So,
Not the definition that I see.
jihad, I think jihad has a major point here.
Not the definition that I see.
Okay, well, I just did a general Google. It mentioned armed and not armed or.
Open
So-
resistance or defiance of authority.
Okay, well then even our dictionaries don't agree, because this one says armed. You see it up on the screen.
Mhm.
Defiance towards an authority or established convention. So yeah, I mean, basically wanting to overturn a system. Well, how else are you going to overturn a system without violence? You know, you're not going to ask an authority to just give up authority. You're going to have to force them.
Uh-huh.
So I think jihad has scored well. Good job, jihad.
In your opinion, I've listed.
Well,
various,
I mean,
I've listed various rebellions that are listed as rebellions that did not have a drop of blood in history.
Like what? Like which?
As I went over them.
Stono rebellion had bloodshed.
The Gandhi
People
Salt
were
March,
hanged.
The Gandhi Salt March was a rebellion.
Okay,
and
well,
the Indians
where did that take
was
place?
a
In
non-
America?
Was a non-violent
Okay,
defiance. of
see,
British rule.
what you want to do is
No,
you want
re-
to go,
no, no,
you
wor-
want your offshore.
words
Dude,
apply
what
outside
is
of
it
America.
with you guys?
Words
Okay,
apply
what you
outside of
want to
America.
do? See, this is what you soul brothers always want to do. You want to offshore the arguments outside the culture. Okay, what does Gandhi's Salt March, which I have never heard of it, what does that have to do with the
Where do you think
spirit of
MLK
rebellion?
MLK
What does that have to do with the
Where do you
spirit
think
of
MLK got
rebellion?
his idea?
Dude, are you just going to talk over me?
I'm telling you,
What does Gandhi and a Salt March have to do with the spirit of rebellion in the American Black community?
because that's where MLK got his idea from.
Okay, I don't think MLK was a rebel.
Okay.
He wasn't leading a rebellion. It's called the Civil Rights March, not the Civil Rebellion March.
Okay.
Stanley, what does that third definition say on the screen?
Defiance towards an authority or established convention.
Okay, so why are you stuck on the first one when the third one is right
Because
there?
why do you think it's the first one?
Because you stopped at the first one. You said
Okay,
open
no.
armed rebellion.
You know what?
You said
Hey,
open armed.
Let
and
me
you stopped.
let me tell you.
You
let
didn't
me
even
tell you
get
how.
to the third
Let me
one.
tell. Hold on. Let me tell you how dictionaries work. Okay, there is the primary, which is number one. There is the secondary, which is number two, and there is the tertiary. I stopped at number one because it's the primary. They didn't teach you this in grade school?
I must have went to the wrong grade school because
Okay,
a word can have various definitions.
The third definition, think of it as or, not and.
Okay, or still encompasses that word in the definition.
Okay.
So like a Montgomery bus boycott would be considered
all I have
a
to say
rebellion.
is there is a hierarchy. There's a number one, there is a number two, and there is a number three. That's why I stopped at number one.
But number one is not the sole definition of rebellion. That's why there's three different definitions.
It's not the soul. It's not the soul, but
No
it is
pun
the
intended on the
primary.
soul.
Okay, it is the primary though. And Dolomite, that nightshade got Stanley up the sweeping definitions up under the rug. Dolomite, like I said, it is fairly subjective.
What is
I'm not
nightshade?
disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing outright with SKC. I'm just saying that rebellions, I think Jihad is closer to right about what a rebellion is than SKC. And you know what? Let me also say, I don't go up against SKC and like go you're outright wrong, because I have been burned doing that. So it is a gentle pushback, not an outright you're fucked up. Get out of here.
Not a shove.
No, it's just a little bit of a gentle pushback. Like you could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not a powder puff or anything. I like being pushed around sometimes. So, but
well,
yeah,
I'll leave that to be brave.
Yeah, I think that I think that if you look at rebellions as a whole, historically, and in various rulings, that there have been rebellions that are nonviolent, and I even think you can find court documents to show the same thing.
Oh, I totally agree with you. Just not in the American slavery context.
No, I think that you can find. I think that if I wanted to, I'm pretty sure within 5 minutes I could find court documents that use the term rebellion in a nonviolent
Oh,
fashion.
absolutely, you could. However, we are talking
In
Black
America.
culture. We are talking Black. How many slave rebellions didn't end with bloodshed?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that
I would say if there were any, it was so rare that you probably shouldn't even consider.
But I'm pretty sure that I can find within the context of something that's being argued about Black America, that I could find within the courts the use of the word rebellion where no bloodshed was.
Well, I can guarantee you there were no court records for slave rebellions. Remember, Blacks couldn't even be witnesses.
Well, I'm not talking about
even okay. Well, we are talking Black culture.
Yeah,
so
but the majority.
See what you. I hate it when people do this. You want to go all outside the context we're talking about to prove your point.
So the majority of
and
Black
I
culture
just
is
don't
slavery?
think. I think that just proves it's a weak argument.
So are you stating that the majority of Black culture is slavery?
No, I'm saying that the majority of Black culture is not a rebellion culture.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's just where we disagree.
And even that's problematic, because I'm convinced as of now that there is no monolithic Black culture. There are Black cultures.
That's fine. And I'm saying that rebellion is baked into the mainstream Black culture that is recognized by the world.
Yeah, well, I'll just disagree. What you would call rebellion, I would call, hey, we just ain't gonna take shit. You know, if you give it, we're gonna say something if you want to treat us like second-class citizens. To me, that's not rebellion. That is literally insisting on your rights.
Yeah. We're not going to take shit. Would be underneath the third point of rebellion. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, I know you like those tertiaries. I like primaries.
Tertiaries matter, man. The devil's in the details.
They exist.
Do they now?
Yeah,
Do they now?
Yes, for nuance.
Yeah, absolutely.
They matter. They matter after the primary and the secondary. Yes, they matter.
Yeah, they exist for nuance when you want to get deeper into the matter.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
If
because
you say
there's
so.
not just physical rebellions. There's ideological rebellions. There's economic rebellions. There's sociological rebellions. None of which have to resort in
Are there
bloodshed,
really?
but they're all blood. Yeah.
Heck,
Yes.
people engage in digital rebellions.
Yeah, I think people abuse the word rebellion. Those aren't really rebellions. People, it just sounds good to say it.
So like Occupy Wall Street, wouldn't consider that a rebellion?
Here I
I
found
can't
it.
remember. Was there bloodshed?
Oh my God. Okay.
Here
I mean, I might accept that people went to jail, maybe, but no, I would not call Occupy Wall Street a rebellion.
U.S. versus Dickerson, 1964. It's a civil rights case involving ministers that were protesting against segregation. In the court documents, they viewed the non-compliance of these ministers as a rebellious defiance.
I wouldn't call it rebellious.
The courts did.
Okay, well, the courts are wrong.
Okay.
I mean, you know what? Courts are not the end all and be all. It's a human endeavor.
2004, U.S. versus Sikanen, a case involving a man who was refusing to withhold taxes, claiming sovereignty. The court cited his language as a rebellion against legitimate authority. No bloodshed, but in 2004 they listed it as a
put it to you
rebellion.
this way. I think the court's language was hyperbolic. I would have written it differently. I don't know that I would have used the word rebellion, but again, I mean, you've proved your point.
You know, this reminds me of what we were talking about yesterday, SKC, when Bracy was talking about power, and he was only talking about like the highest level of power.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking about the micros, the day-to-day power dynamics that people fall under. He was just talking about like the big
majority of the population of planet Earth.
Correct. This is the same thing. If blood ain't shed, it ain't rebellion.
You know what?
Like that's insane.
I think the devil is in the details, and if you want to go with tertiary definitions, that is your right to do so.
As a matter of fact,
I like the primaries.
Many rebellions
like
build up
tertiary.
from nonviolence into bloodshed. It escalates.
You know what? I guarantee you that you guys revel in being number 3.
I like that. That's a good one.
If this were a beauty contest, you two would be perfectly fine with third runner up.
I'm glad that you said beauty contest, Stanley, because tertiary. I like the tertiary, but mainly because I like 7 of 9.
I'm not going down with the ship. I think I'm right, Fred. Not totally right, not 100% right, but when you look up a word in the dictionary, I usually stop with the primary definition, and if I have a weak argument, I'll go all the way down to number 3. I think going down to number 3. I think going down to number 3 is going down with the ship.
Well, maybe they're using the tertiary definition because they feel that they're being presented as a tertiary citizen in the United States.
I don't disagree with you there, Gorp. Number 3 is the most commonly used. People are awfully sloppy with language, so you know I don't doubt that you're right. All right, well, we might as well go ahead and just finish this up. Do you guys have time to finish up this this thing, or have we? You know what? I'll just save it for tomorrow. Unless there is a burning desire to see this. So I mean, you pretty much explained, where you were going. with the rebellious culture. I think you could probably write a PhD thesis and be perfectly fine and get your PhD. And even if I were your advisor, I would say, yeah, well, you know what? You've at least, the best English teachers I've had, even if they disagree with your paper, if it's well reasoned and well written, they'll give you an A. I would be one of those professors.
Well, that's all I ask for, is that at least don't throw me in with the bunch that is not doing
Well,
any sort
and
of
I will
rigor at all.
I will genuinely apologize for that. I made a mistake. Because you know me, I love being flippant.
I know.
So I was a bit flippant.
And here's another part of that. To in a way be brave a little bit of grace. Yeah, I think a lot of times when he states, 'cause he's sometimes flippant as well, and he'll be like, "Oh, you're saying this." I'm not saying, like when I told him about the Glenn Lowry thing, I'm not stating that Glenn Lowry is a better person or something that he is. That's not my argument. My argument is that you can't compare rigor to shooting at the hip. It's two different things.
Well, what he doesn't understand is that the rigor means consistent results. It's almost like an experiment that you can recreate because you were very methodical in documenting. Rather than shooting from the hip, you know what? You're not going to always hit the target. A steady aim and proper technique is going to give you a way better chance of hitting the target. And I'm going to be honest, and this is not giving him grace, and you're going to poo-poo, but I'm not being hyperbolic here. I honestly think that Be Brave is one of those. He has a mindset that is like post Reconstruction. I looked at the first hour of the show. We looked at the Wilmington coup, or whatever you want to call it, where the elites in North Carolina just could not stand the idea of cooperation, between white working class and black working class sharing power. They saw it as an affront to white supremacy. Excuse me. And it's documented. Excuse me. They used the term white supremacy. So I think the Be Brave gets offended if a black PhD from MIT, if you say that, hey, Glenn Lowry basically has better ideas because of experience, etc. I think Be Brave thinks that white skin trumps everything. Basically, if you have white skin, you could be a doctor, you could be an MIT PhD. I am better than you. Now, that is my impression, and I'm sorry to be blunt. I would tell him to his face, I actually think he's a white supremacist.
Yeah. I from my interactions thus far, I disagree. I think he has a viewpoint that his anecdotal life experience and ability to use crass words and explicatives is some sort of superior way to convey a point to the populace. And I don't think that the use of such terminology and using one's anecdotal life experience, singular anecdotal life experience, is a good measure of.
Well, he should know this. What if I just say white hubris? Because it would be difficult for me to say, hey, this dude is an MIT economics PhD from MIT. I don't care how much experience I have. There are certain topics like economics or Glenn Lowry has written on black culture for 40 fucking years. He's literally done econometric papers on, things like black culture and generational wealth and what's his name? Damn it. The Harvard economist, the young Harvard economist, was kind of like a mentee of Glenn's, the guy who did all the police stuff. Roland Fryer. Roland Fryer is kind of like a young protege or a young mentee of Glenn Lowry. That Be Brave could even think that he's comparable is offensive.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a weird situation because I recall when CT came over to his channel, CT was making a point talking about how, certain people on the internet try to make themselves out to be more than they are, and that there's a lot of people that don't recognize the hierarchy of certain people in business, so far as lawyers and doctors and so forth. It's a big difference between a general practitioner and a specialist. Same thing with a ambulance chaser with a SCOTUS. A lawyer that's on the SCOTUS bar. It's their league's difference, and
right.
So,
and Glenn Lowry, whether you like him or not, he is at the pinnacle.
Right. And so it was weird to me, even when I made that argument to him, that even your colleagues, which you agree with, state at this point, and you agreed with it, but then when you're alone, you disagree with it when it comes to Glenn Lowry. It's this, there's just too many contradictions.
What is it? The band cry? He won some like rarefied econ award.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, come on. It's for whatever his personal views are, no one can take away from the rigor and accomplishments of his work.
Yeah. So
heck, there's a lot of brilliant people that I disagree with staunchly. I mean, Noam Chomsky, I think that his views on society are that crazy, but I'm not going to say that he's not a preeminent linguist. It's like, come on, he's
another MIT
person.
In it. I wonder what you would say. Do you know who William Darity is?
Yes.
Okay, because I know you would disagree with him, but he's a classmate, like an MIT classmate of Glenn Lowry's.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to agree with him, but that MIT, and he's teaching at Duke. These people are like accomplished.
It's like you can't take that away from them and try to downgrade. Now I know the argument is that, this person is commenting on something that may not be the specific of which the field of that they're that they have their expertise in, but when they are connecting ideas from the field of expertise to the topics that they're discussing, that's a different matter.
It's an excellent point.
It's not as if Glenn Lowry is stating, I'm arguing from the aspects of a sociologist. No, he often is throwing in parts of economics into as a basis for many of his views.
Yeah, well, I mean, he teaches social science. I mean, he actually right now, I can't remember whether it's a joint appointment, but I mean, he is literally, like the past few years, has been teaching in the sociology school.
Oh, there at Brown?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, when he was at Harvard years and years ago, 40 years ago, he was in the economics department. He was a tenured economics professor, but he also taught African American, had like a joint appointment. I don't know exactly what he taught in African American studies, but you can have a PhD in one thing and a master's in another. So I mean, it's not that uncommon. What trap did I walk into?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Lou says, Palomino, I prefer patience. Letting Stanley walk into his own trap is effective. Okay. And you know what? I am one of these people. Sometimes I will go one way and then kind of, walk myself back into a better position. That's why I actually like talking to people that I consider colleagues. Yeah, they'll talk me down off the ledge. I'm not ashamed. If FPC walked me back off the ledge, that's fine. I'm not too ashamed to admit it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. You get to, at the very least, even if you don't have a complete change of view, you at least find ways to argue your point and hone it in ways that you hadn't initially conceptualized.
Right. And you know what? When you write that paper, let me read it, because I think I just wouldn't call it rebellion. There is something there. I will admit, I just don't know that we want to label it. we don't agree on the label.
Yeah. Like I said, it won't be an academic paper. I'll probably put it on my Substack but it'll take me a few. I'm still honing the idea out, but I hope to publish it midsummer.
Well, no, when you do, let me know, because I can read it on here, or I want to let everybody here, on the channel know that it exists. I mean, we don't do enough ideas, and it's boring. That's why I don't have a problem watching Brianna Joy Gray or Ross Douthat. It's kind of boring stuff, but I think it's important stuff to know.
Yeah, I mean,
you vote for these. You vote for the president and vice president. Why not know what they're thinking in interviews?
Oh man.
So anyway, I guess I should wrap this up, because I've been, where am I, at about almost 6.5 hours. That is enough. I actually do have a couple things I need to get accomplished today.
Yeah.
So
Same,
everyone,
man. I appreciate it.
Oh no, I enjoyed it. I always enjoy when we get into knee deep into these ideas.
Yeah, and I gotta have
It's
a
better
shorter.
than hearing Nightshade stuff.
I gotta have a shorter day today. My oldest is coming home early, and he wanted to watch the last 3 episodes of Andor with me. So,
How is that? I haven't watched it, but I've heard good things about it.
Okay, so I'm solely biased, but in my estimation, Rogue One and the Andor series is the pinnacle of all Star Wars. I think.
Well, I saw Rogue One.
I think that it's such a much better grade of film and cinematography and everything. It's just I love the whole Luke Anakin thing, but I think that the storytelling of Rogue One and Andor is far superior to anything that.
Well, the funny thing is the way they rolled out the original trilogy, just it's kind of weird the way they did it. And then, the old stuff, the 19, because I saw the first Star Wars literally. I think I was in 7th grade.
Yeah, I wasn't born.
So the technology, the CGI and all that stuff, where you go like the first episode 1 is like in modern, using modern technology, and the other episodes are in that old technology. To me, it was just kind of like a continuity issue. So yeah, I liked Rogue One better. Andor, I'm gonna watch. And then what's the one with what's her name? There's another one, show something or another. I watched the first season of it. I like that one too. Can't think of the name of it. It's the other Disney series.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one.
I actually liked it. So,
but I'm hard on sci-fi though. I really am.
Well, I'm really, I'm not into sci-fi that much. As a matter of fact, I've never read, my son has like a special edition of Fahrenheit 451, which I'm going to read here shortly, because I hadn't read it, I don't think, since high school. So
if you want a little treat, it may be on YouTube. It probably is. I don't know if you've ever listened to the Bradbury 13.
No.
Yeah. He back in like I want to say it was 80s, 90s, something like that. He did a old styled radio show with full production of 13 short stories.
Mm-hmm.
And it has the full audio layout of all of the all of the sound effects and everything of 3 shorts that he wrote. And man, I love listening to it with my sons. It's
Now, old style radio, I do love.
yeah, it's in that format.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, and even on the whole old school radio thing, we do those too, the old radio shows. And heck, I mean, I love a mystery, I love adventure, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, all that. Man, I love that stuff.
Well, WAMU up in DC, it was a PBS station up there, used to do old timey radio on Saturday and Sunday nights. So I don't know if they still do it, but I mean, they had the old Gunsmoke with like, they had like literally like Fibber McGee and Molly, all that stuff. And I loved it. You never get enough of it, even if you hear it like 2 or 3 times, over the years. It never gets old. So,
oh, man. But yeah, I would say if you want a little special gift, if you're going to do the whole delve into Bradbury, they're not really long either.
The Bradbury 13.
Yes, check out the Bradbury 13. Awesome narration by Paul Frees. Oh man, you would love it.
Oh, I will definitely do. Oh yeah, it is on YouTube.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they recorded it at BYU. I want to say it was like early 80s or mid 80s or something like that. But yeah, man, it was. Yeah, I loved watching it or listening to it like when I was a kid in the 90s.
Okay, well, I'll do that today, as a matter of fact.
One of my favorites of that entire 13, my favorite one is Kaleidoscope.
All right, well, I see everybody's going over to Be Brave to hear what he has to say, and I may or may not be joining him. I'm going to, let's see, what is your question? There is a show, Stanley, is there a show that was your favorite as a kid when you watched it? Oh yeah, tons of things like Lost in Space, for instance. I used to love that when I was in grade school. Um, what else? Even even the first Star Wars. I saw it when I was in seventh grade. I watch it today and rarely make it all the way through.
For me, Free Zone, I would say probably a lot of action adventure movies. Like I used to love it a lot when I was a kid, but now I probably couldn't sit through the whole thing. I just need more intrigue and thinking. I don't know why. Just not to say that every now and again I wouldn't enjoy a good heck. I'm gonna go see Mission Impossible tomorrow. So but yeah, I just just the mindless shoot 'em up, blow stuff up. I'm like, or even when it comes to like the old kung fu movies that I used to like as a kid, I would rather much prefer to watch Hero than any, just the dude punching through bricks and stuff.
$6 Million Man is another one. Used to love that as a kid. It doesn't quite hold up, but you have different expectations, and then we've been spoiled by this awesome CGI stuff. So,
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and move on. Everyone, thank you for being here today. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way out, and make sure you support the channel. Let me thank SKC again. He basically sponsored the show today, and really appreciate it. I will be on tonight, probably about overnight, 3:45 to 4, which is kind of the time that I've kind of settled into. That way I get enough sleep and I'm not so tired starting the show. So let's see what else. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Hopefully I'll get something out today. And let's see, anything else? Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Support all your favorite hosts. Make sure you support Portia J, our executive producer. And I will see everybody in the morning. Who knows, if John fires up a show, I may hop on, after I get like dishes done. Pretty much flexible for the rest of the day. So everybody have a good day. I enjoyed it. See y'all in the morning.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.